competent they are. But here's the thing, real strength isn't loud. It's not in the frantic need to be noticed. It's in the ability to sit still while others underestimate you and quietly let them write the wrong story about you. The Stoics understood this. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best way to defend yourself is to not be like your enemy." In other words, you don't need to mirror the noise of the crowd. You can choose the discipline of patience. You can let them believe they've read you, when in reality, they've only seen the cover of the book. Think about the last time you met someone who didn't feel the need to fill the silence. They just observed. They didn't compete for attention. They didn't seem bothered by what others thought. There's something magnetic about that kind of presence. It pulls you in because you can't quite figure it out. This is where letting people underestimate you becomes a strategic advantage. When you stop trying to prove you're the smartest person in the room, you free yourself from the exhausting performance of constantly being on. And at the same time, you allow others to relax around you. They stop hiding their intentions. They reveal their strategies. They drop their guard, and that's when the real opportunities open up. Seneca reminded us, "He who is brave is free." The bravery here is not in confronting people head-on every time, but in holding back when your ego wants to jump forward. It's the courage to allow misjudgment, knowing it's temporary and that it serves your long game. The people who succeed in life, in business, and in influence are rarely the ones broadcasting their every move. They are the ones collecting quiet victories, positioning themselves carefully, and striking only when the impact will be impossible to ignore. There's another benefit to this approach. It frees you from unnecessary battles. If you're constantly trying to prove yourself, you'll find yourself fighting every small challenge, defending every minor opinion. But when you allow others to think you're less capable than you really are, you avoid being dragged into petty conflicts. You reserve your energy for the moments that truly matter. You create space between their assumptions and your reality, and in that space, you're untouchable. Aristotle once said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." If you understand your own strengths deeply, you don't need the constant validation of showing them off. You know what you can do. You don't need applause to confirm it. This inner security is what allows you to sit back and watch others rush to expose themselves. And they will, because most people can't handle being underestimated. Their egos can't take it. They'll go to great lengths to prove themselves, and in doing so, they'll reveal the very things you can later use to your advantage. Plato put it well when he said, "Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something." If you want to master the art of being underestimated, you have to be comfortable with saying nothing when there's nothing that needs to be said. Your restraint will be misread as weakness, and that's exactly what you want. Because when the time comes to speak or act, the contrast will be unforgettable. In the end, letting people underestimate you isn't about playing small, it's about playing smart. It's not about hiding your abilities forever. It's about revealing them at the exact moment when their impact will be greatest. And when that moment comes, you won't need to announce yourself. The results will do that for you. The key is patience, self-awareness, and the quiet confidence that you don't have to win every round to win the game. You just have to choose your moment. If you can master that, if you can let go of the need to prove yourself constantly, you'll find that the world becomes easier to navigate. The noise fades. The games people play become clearer. And you'll see that sometimes the surest path to power is the one that looks like you're not even walking it. Rule 2. Charm beats truth. Have you ever noticed that the person who gets promoted, wins people over, or closes the deal isn't always the one with the best skills or the most facts? More often than not, it's the one who makes people feel something positive in their presence. They don't win because they told the absolute truth in every situation. They win because they became someone others wanted to be around. Facts might change a mind, but feelings change behavior. And when people feel good around you, they'll naturally open doors you could never push open by force. The Stoics understood the value of influence, though they warned not to use it carelessly. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If your thoughts are grounded in calmness, kindness, and goodwill, those qualities will quietly spill over into the way you speak, the way you move, and the way people experience you. You don't need to stand on a stage and declare your intentions. Your presence will already communicate them. Charm isn't about being fake. It's not about flattery for the sake of flattery or pretending to agree when you don't. True charm is simply the skill of making people feel seen, respected, and understood. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." When you interact with someone in a way that genuinely makes them feel valued, you create a reaction that lingers long after the conversation ends. That reaction can be more powerful than any argument or logical case you could present. But here's where the power of charm becomes truly strategic. When people believe you're good, their guard drops. They stop scanning your every word for hidden motives. They stop assuming you're out to outsmart them. And in that space of lowered defenses, you gain the ability to guide the interaction where it needs to go, not through manipulation, but through the natural trust you've built. This is where the Stoic principle of self-control comes in. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When you can keep your tone calm and your demeanor warm, even under pressure, you demonstrate the kind of inner discipline that makes others lean toward you instead of away from you. Think of the times you've been in a heated discussion. If one person stays calm, listens attentively, and even smiles when tensions rise, it changes the entire mood. The other person might still disagree with them, but they'll respect their composure. Over time, that respect becomes influence. And influence built on warmth tends to last longer than influence built on fear. People are persuaded less by pure reason and more by the way you make them feel in the moment. That's why charm can often outperform the truth. It's not that truth doesn't matter, it does. But truth delivered without emotional intelligence can feel cold, even hostile. Truth wrapped in empathy, however, is received with an open mind. In practical terms, developing this kind of charm means shifting your focus away from "what do I need to say?" to "how do I want them to feel?" Do you want them to feel heard, respected, encouraged? Even in disagreement, you can aim for them to feel safe expressing themselves. The more people feel safe with you, the more they'll listen when you speak. The Stoics were clear that charm must be anchored in integrity. Without it, it turns into manipulation. But with it, charm becomes a tool for harmony, collaboration, and even leadership. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." That's the essence of authentic charm. Not charm as a mask, but charm as a reflection of a disciplined and intentional inner state. Here's the paradox. When you stop trying so hard to prove that you're good and simply act in ways that feel good to others, they decide for themselves that you are good. And once they've decided that, they'll trust your guidance almost instinctively. They'll follow your lead, not because you forced them to, but because they want to. In the end, charm beats truth, not because charm is more important, but because charm opens the door for truth to actually be heard. Without the first, the second often falls on deaf ears. When you master this balance, warmth anchored in discipline, kindness paired with clarity, you'll find that people don't just listen to you. They invite you in, they seek your opinion, and they make space for your influence in ways you could never demand. And that is a form of power no amount of blunt honesty can match. Rule 3. Be a mystery on purpose. Have you ever met someone you just couldn't figure out? They didn't fit neatly into any box. One moment they were open and expressive, the next they were distant and unreadable. And instead of losing interest, you found yourself thinking about them even more. That's the quiet power of mystery. It pulls attention without asking for it. People are naturally drawn to what they can't fully understand. Carl. When you keep parts of yourself hidden, you allow that transformation to happen slowly, giving the other person just enough to react to, never the whole story. The Stoics valued moderation in all things, including how much of yourself you reveal. If you constantly share every thought, every feeling, and every plan, you give away the very color of your soul before someone has earned the right to see it. Mystery is not about deception, it's about discernment. It's choosing what to reveal and when, based on wisdom, not impulse. In a world where oversharing has become the norm, a touch of unpredictability is magnetic. When you're always the same, always available, always predictable.
If you want to see my gaming, go to my Twitch, like it says in the bio. The hangover's feeling better. Yeah. But yeah, I was sick yesterday morning. Not feeling too great.
That mental loop keeps you on their mind long after you've left the
How's your morning going, man?
Being a mystery on purpose starts with knowing yourself well enough to control your own patterns. This isn't about playing games, it's about self-command. You decide when to step forward and when to step back, when to speak and when to let silence hang in the air. In doing so, you become less of an open book and more of a story they can't stop trying to read. From a psychological standpoint, mystery works because the human mind craves closure. When someone doesn't give you all the answers, your brain tries to fill the gaps. It replays conversations, searches for meaning, and assigns significance to even small details. That's why silence can sometimes speak louder than words. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, "Be silent for the most part, or say only what is necessary." Silence invites interpretation. Interpretation fuels curiosity, and curiosity keeps you relevant in the minds of others without you having to fight for attention. Think about the most compelling leaders, artists, or thinkers you admire. Rarely are they the ones constantly explaining themselves. More often, they leave space for others to wonder. They're selective in their appearances, deliberate in their words, and intentional with their presence. That's not by accident, it's strategy.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. For some reason, I don't like to eat in the morning much. Oh no. It is what it is.
And gravity pulls people.
But hopefully you're able to get something in you, get you some energy.
Consistent in your values or unreliable in your commitments. Stoicism teaches the importance of integrity. Your moral compass should remain steady. What changes is your expression. Sometimes you give the world a glimpse of your boldness. Other times you let them sit with your quiet. It's the rhythm between the two that makes people pay attention. Seneca once wrote, "It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness. Part of that road is learning restraint, resisting the urge to make yourself entirely knowable to everyone you meet. The truth is, when people feel they have fully figured you out, they stop investing energy into the relationship. But when they're never quite sure which side of you they'll meet, they stay engaged, curious, and often more respectful of your space." The beauty of purposeful mystery is that it puts you in control of your own narrative. You decide which chapters are read, and which remain closed for now. You decide what parts of your life and mind are shared freely and what remains yours alone. This control not only strengthens your influence, it protects your peace. Because not everyone needs to know everything about you, and not everyone has earned that right. When you live with this kind of intentional rhythm, you create a presence people can't ignore. They may not understand you completely, and that's exactly the point. The less they know for certain, the more they'll keep coming back, hoping for another piece of the puzzle. And in that quiet pull, you hold a power far greater than constant exposure could ever give you. Rule 4. Show results, hide the process. There's a reason some of the most impactful people in history seem to appear out of nowhere with their achievements. They didn't broadcast their struggles, their experiments, or their failures in real time. They worked in silence, away from the noise, and only revealed their work when it was undeniable. In a world obsessed with showing every step, there's something incredibly powerful about moving quietly and letting the results speak for themselves. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." The same principle applies here. Stop talking about what you're building and start becoming the person who simply delivers. When you expose the process too early, you invite opinions, doubts, and even sabotage. People start forming expectations before you're ready. Some may even try to outpace you, copy you, or subtly undermine you. Carl Jung observed, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Becoming that person is a deeply personal journey, and it doesn't always belong in public view. Protecting your process is not secrecy out of fear. It's clarity about what deserves to grow without interference. The Stoics often spoke about control, and Epictetus taught, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Notice he didn't say, "Tell the world first." By keeping your methods close to your chest, you allow yourself the freedom to make mistakes, test ideas, and change direction without the pressure of constant observation. The fewer eyes on your work while it's still forming, the more room you have to adjust it into something truly remarkable. Think of it like planting a seed. You don't dig it up every day to show people how it's growing. You let the roots form in darkness. You water it, you nurture it, and only when it breaks through the surface does the world get to see the life you've been cultivating. If you keep lifting it from the soil for approval, you kill its chance to grow strong. Your projects, goals, and visions work the same way. Sharing your process too soon not only opens you to external judgment, but it also tempts you into seeking validation rather than clarity. You might find yourself performing progress instead of making it, creating the appearance of movement without actually moving forward. Hiding the process forces you to stay honest with yourself, because you're not playing for the applause of an audience. You're working for the integrity of the outcome. There's also a psychological advantage to unveiling results without warning. When people can't track your every step, they stop preparing against you. They can't anticipate your moves because they have no idea what you're working on. This unpredictability can be a form of quiet power. As Seneca said, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." In this context, the delay is not about anger. It's about the satisfaction of waiting until the right moment to reveal what you've accomplished. That moment hits harder because no one saw it coming. Hiding the process also gives you ownership over your narrative. When you present only the finished product, you control the story that gets told. You can frame it from a place of strength instead of letting others interpret your stumbles along the way. It's not about pretending you never faced obstacles. It's about choosing when and how to share them. So the focus stays on the strength you built, not the setbacks you endured. The truth is, in a culture addicted to constant updates, silence can feel like a disruption. People will wonder why you're so quiet. Some might underestimate you. Others might assume you've stopped moving entirely. And that's fine. Let them think that. Because while they're busy guessing, you're busy building. The final reveal will not only surprise them, it will also reset the way they see you. In the end, showing results and hiding the process is about discipline. It's about trusting that you don't need to prove your progress every step of the way. You only need to prove it once, and that's when it's done. Until then, guard your work like a craftsman guards his tools, not out of fear of theft, but out of respect for the craft itself. Rule 5. Perfect isn't memorable, flaws are. Have you ever met someone who seemed flawless, perfectly dressed, perfectly spoken, never making a mistake? Impressive at first, sure. But after a while that perfection starts to feel distant, untouchable, and in time, forgettable. Perfection doesn't give people anything to connect to. What they remember, what sticks with them, are the moments where you let the mask slip, just enough for them to see the person behind the image. That one unguarded laugh, that honest admission, that moment of vulnerability. Those are the threads people hold on to. Stoicism teaches that striving for virtue is a journey, not a flawless performance. When you present yourself as absolutely perfect, you rob others of the chance to see your growth, your humanity, and your ability to rise after setbacks. And in a strange way, you make it harder for people to trust you, because perfection often feels like a wall, not a bridge. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Accepting yourself means embracing the truth that you are both strong and flawed, capable and imperfect. Showing people only your polished side might earn admiration, but showing them that you're still human, that you've had to work, stumble and get back up, earns loyalty and respect. That's because people don't relate to perfection. They relate to resilience. Think about your favorite characters in books or films. Are they perfect? Probably not. They're memorable because they're layered. They have weaknesses, doubts, and moments where they falter. Those moments make their triumphs mean something. The same is true in real life. If all people ever see from you is perfection, they have nothing to chase, nothing to wonder about. But if you give them 90% of your story and leave the last 10% in the shadows, you create a sense of intrigue that lingers. Yourself includes knowing where you fall short and owning it. This isn't about confessing every mistake or exposing every flaw. It's about showing enough humanity to make people feel they can approach you, understand you, and even learn from you. When you reveal a controlled imperfection, a moment where your emotions show, a quick glimpse of struggle, it makes you real. And real lasts longer in memory than perfect ever will. The Stoics also understood the danger of vanity. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." In the same way, it's not the person who is flawed who loses influence. It's the one who craves constant perfection, never allowing others to see the truth beneath the surface. People admire skill, but they connect to honesty. Perfection can be admired from a distance, but flaws create closeness. When you share a glimpse of your humanity, it gives people permission to embrace their own. That shared recognition becomes a bond. And that bond, rooted in authenticity, often carries more influence than the most polished image you could ever present. In the end, perfection may shine brightly for a moment, but it's the subtle, human details, the cracks in the mask, that stay with people for years. Leave space for curiosity. Leave room for them to wonder about the parts of you they've never seen, because when they sense there's more beneath the surface, they'll keep thinking about you long after the conversation is over. Rule 6. Speak less than you want to. Most people can't handle silence. It makes them uncomfortable. They rush to fill it with words, often without realizing how much they're giving away. That's why those who can master silence hold an invisible advantage. They don't waste energy when trying to win every exchange with words. They speak with purpose, then let the pause do the rest of the work. In a world where everyone is trying to be heard, the one who speaks less often ends up being the one everyone listens to. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." That's more than a moral guideline, it's a strategy. The fewer words you speak, the more weight each one carries. When you're selective with your speech, people learn to pay attention because they know you won't speak unless it matters. Carl Jung offered another perspective. In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. Silence is part of that secret order. When emotions are high, especially in conflict, most people become reactive. They speak to defend themselves, to fill the tension, to prove a point. But when you remain calm and say only what's necessary, you control the rhythm of the interaction. Your composure becomes unsettling to others because it forces them to sit with their own thoughts. The Stoics practiced restraint as a form of discipline. Epictetus taught, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." The more you listen, the more you understand. And the more you understand, the more power you have. Not over others in a manipulative way, but over yourself and how you choose to engage. Silence isn't passivity, it's active observation. You're studying body language, tone, word choice. You're noticing the small cracks in someone's confidence or logic that you'd miss if you were too busy talking. Think about negotiations. The best negotiators know that silence is often the strongest move. They make their point, then let it hang. That pause creates pressure. The other person starts talking to ease that pressure. And in doing so, they often reveal more than they intended. This works outside of formal negotiations too, at work, in personal relationships, even in casual conversations. The less you speak, the more others feel compelled to fill the space. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is nothing at all. People might misinterpret your silence as weakness, but over time they'll learn its calculation, and that realization will shift how they approach you. Silence also gives you control over your emotional state. When you pause before responding, you give yourself time to think,
Thank you.
to choose your words carefully, to ensure you're not speaking from impulse. This is one of the purest forms of Stoic practice, choosing action based on reason, not emotion. And when you do speak after a pause, your words will carry the weight of thought and intention. The beauty of speaking less is that it makes your rare words unforgettable. People will remember the moment you broke your silence because it will feel deliberate. It's the contrast between stillness and movement that creates impact. Just like in music, the pauses are as important as the notes. They give meaning and shape to the sound. In the end, speaking less than you want to isn't about holding back forever. It's about creating space for the truth to emerge. It's about listening deeply, choosing your moments, and letting your presence speak as loudly as your voice. When you master that balance, you don't just join the conversation, you direct it, even when you're silent. Rule 7. Blur friend and rival. People are quick to categorize. It's in our nature to label people as friend or foe, ally or adversary. This instinct goes back to survival, knowing who was safe and who was a threat.
Free Diddy till it's backwards.
Those labels can be used against you. If someone marks you too quickly as a competitor, they'll keep their guard up. They'll watch you, anticipate you, and even work to limit your moves. On the other hand, if you're immediately seen as an ally, they'll let you in, but may never take you seriously as a potential equal. That's why one of the most powerful positions you can occupy is the space between, where they're not quite sure what you are to them. You're close enough to share ideas,
Free Diddy, that's what.
enough to remain unpredictable. That uncertainty keeps them off balance and gives you an advantage few people ever think to cultivate.
Free Diddy? Set an alarm for 6 hours and 30 minutes from now. Set an alarm for 6 hours and 30 minutes from now. Listening to stoicism.
I've set an alarm for 12:16 p.m.
Cultivate. Epictetus taught, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. You can't control how people will ultimately choose to label you.
Getting that deep knowledge.
You can control how much of your true intention they see. You can present parts of yourself that make them comfortable, while keeping the parts that give you an edge tucked away until the moment they matter most. This is about positioning, not deception. You're not pretending to be something you're not. You're simply not giving them the full story until it's time. Think about politics, business, or even close-knit communities. The people who last the longest aren't the ones who constantly draw battle lines, nor are they the ones who blindly trust everyone. They are the ones who can sit at any table, speak to any side, and leave others unsure of where their true allegiance lies. This doesn't make them duplicitous, it makes them adaptable. And adaptability, in the Stoic sense, is...
Should I be?
Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that life was unpredictable and that rigidity was the enemy of survival. If you're fixed in your role, people will know exactly how to use or counter you. If you're fluid, they'll never quite know what to expect. Bravery in this context is the willingness to move between these roles without fearing judgment. Most people cling to labels because labels feel safe. If they're the loyal friend, they don't risk accusations of betrayal. If they're the fierce competitor, they don't risk being underestimated. But both labels are prisons. They trap you in predictable behavior. When you blur the line,
What's that?
respond to each situation as it is, not as people expect it to be. And in that freedom, you find space to operate strategically without unnecessary resistance. Let's bring this into a practical example. Imagine you're in a corporate environment, and there's someone in your department who's clearly ambitious. They're watching you, measuring your progress.
It's pretty chill. Thanks for the well wishes.
Aggressively,
Hope you're having a good hump day too so far.
block your moves. But if you position yourself as a helpful colleague, complimenting their work, supporting their ideas, they'll relax. They'll open doors. They may even share information freely. All the while, you're observing, learning their strategies, and preparing your own moves. When the right opportunity appears, you can act decisively, and they'll never have seen it coming. If you habitually cultivate this balance, being warm enough to invite trust, but reserved enough to protect your advantage, you build a reputation for being approachable, yet hard to pin down. People will be drawn to you because you don't set off alarm bells, but they'll also respect you because they can't fully read you. And when they can't read you, they can't predict you. This approach also works on a psychological level because it plays into the human discomfort with uncertainty. People want to know where you stand. If they can't figure it out, they keep paying attention. They keep trying to gather information on you. And in doing so, they remain engaged with you, mentally,
Yeah, I'm a night owl.
strategically, while you quietly move.
Every night you catch me up around this time. Most of the time.
Deceit for deceit's sake. The goal isn't to manipulate people into ruin, it's to position yourself so that you can act freely without unnecessary obstacles. If your long-term goal is aligned with virtue, as Stoicism insists it should be, then the blurring of roles is simply a way of removing friction from the path ahead. It's about removing premature conflict, not about betraying trust that's been genuinely earned. Practical application can be subtle. Compliment someone's work genuinely, even if you plan to surpass it. Offer help when it costs you little but earns you goodwill.
Even if you
Be
plan
willing to
surpass
sit quietly in a meeting, letting others think you're on board with their direction, while you quietly prepare an alternative plan. Sometimes you may even agree with a rival publicly, not because you've abandoned your position, but because you know it's not yet the right moment to reveal your stance. Timing is as important as perception here. Seneca put it simply, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Blurring the line is a form of preparation. You're ensuring that opportunities aren't closed off to you before they even appear. You're staying in the game, close enough to watch the board, but not so obvious that you become the next target. And when that opportunity comes, you're ready to act. Not because you fought your way through a barricade, but because you walked through a door no one thought to lock. In the end, to blur the line between friend and rival is to choose the space of greatest mobility. It's the middle ground where you can observe, adapt, and decide on your own terms. It's not about playing both sides. It's about refusing to be forced into a single role that limits your freedom. It's a skill that requires restraint, self-awareness, and patience, but it pays off in ways open confrontation rarely does. And the ultimate sign you've mastered it. They'll speak well of you in one room while wondering about you in another.
Freedom, let freedom ring, girl.
Moving freely while they're still trying to figure you
Nothing
out.
better than being free.
Rule 8. Make them comfortable before you move. In any competitive environment, whether it's business, politics, social circles, or even family dynamics, people guard themselves most fiercely when they sense a threat. If they think you're coming for their position, their influence, or their advantage, they'll watch you like a hawk. They'll close doors before you can walk through them. They'll prepare defenses before you've even made a move. But human nature also works the other way. When people believe you're not a danger to them, their vigilance fades. The shoulders drop. The pace slows. And it's in that moment of relaxation, when the walls are down, that opportunities appear wide open. The wisest strategy isn't always to push aggressively for what you want. Often, it's to first make them feel entirely at ease, as if you're an ally in their success, not a rival standing in their way. If your competition plays the game by direct confrontation, meeting force with force, you gain the upper hand by being the opposite, calm, agreeable, and even encouraging. There is a certain disarming magic in genuinely supporting someone's moves, nodding along to their ideas, and making them believe you're in alignment with them. Not only does this lower their guard, but it also changes the energy of the interaction. They see you as part of their momentum, not an obstacle to it. And when someone feels you're on their side, they stop defending themselves from you entirely.
I don't believe it.
Carl Jung observed, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people.
Darkness?
This applies here in a very practical way.
The darkness
If you
is
know your
shadow.
own ambition, your desire to advance, to win, to claim space, you can control it instead of letting it leak into your words and actions. That self-awareness is the difference between someone who reveals their intentions too early and someone who can keep their true aim quiet until the right moment. Jung's insight also reminds us that the instinct to protect ourselves is deeply rooted in everyone. If you want to move without resistance, you have to soothe that instinct in others before you act. Here, bravery is the patience to wait until the right moment, rather than forcing the outcome early. Many people mistake speed for strength, rushing into action as soon as they see what they want. But true strength is in holding back, knowing the opportunity will still be there. Only now, it will be easier to take because no one's defending it. The freedom in this approach comes from moving when you choose, not...
Well, that's what they get for thinking. They thought.
Even if you...
They assumed.
Eventually, you help them prepare for their big presentation, knowing that the more they trust you, the more they'll involve you in projects. You praise their leadership in public, knowing that it cements you in their mind as a loyal supporter. Over time, your position becomes so integrated with theirs that when they let go of a responsibility or overlook an opportunity, you're the natural choice to step in. In this strategy, you're not just thinking about your next move, you're thinking about the entire relationship as a long-term larger than a single win. By making them comfortable, you create a collaborative frame around the relationship, one that allows you to operate without triggering the natural human reflex to resist and compete. This doesn't mean you pretend to be something you're not. It means you manage what you reveal and when you reveal it. You don't have to lie about your goals. You simply don't broadcast them before the time is right. You keep your conversations focused on their priorities, their successes, their needs. This builds goodwill and reduces suspicion. And when suspicion is gone, access opens. With access, you can see the full board and decide where to move without having to push through unnecessary resistance.
That's it's just a Stoic Journal YouTube channel. It's how to outsmart anyone. 21 rules for absolute power. Stoic teachings. Yeah, we just used to meet up at one of our friend's house. We'll skate park going up. Yeah, that's what's up.
Jung's ideas about the shadow,
The good old days. What's up, Addis?
also come into play here. People often project their fears onto those they see as rivals.
True.
If you make them feel you're aligned, the
Yeah, stayed up. Getting ready for a bed. For a little nap.
those projections don't stick. Instead, they project trust, even goodwill, onto you. And trust is a far better currency than fear when you're working toward a long-term position. You might see someone else advancing faster than you, taking a position you had your eye on, or gaining attention you feel you deserve. The temptation is to show your hand, to make your ambition clear. But if you think about it differently, seeing their rise as part of the cover you're building, you can use their momentum to your advantage. Their success becomes the very thing that distracts them from seeing.
Yeah, I prefer to stay up in the night. And then once the early morning comes, then I always like to nap until like noon. So that's my typical schedule out here. Yeah, I'm getting ready. Love this stoicism though. The best teachings around.
Rule 9. Create dependence, then step back. In every relationship, personal, professional, or strategic, there's a scale of influence.
So,
On one end, both parties could walk away tomorrow and lose little.
6 a.m.
Removing one person would cause the whole structure to wobble, maybe even collapse. The most enduring form of influence lives on that far end of the scale. It's not built on titles, fear, or loud displays of dominance. It's built quietly, almost invisibly, by becoming essential in ways no one else can. You do things for them, big and small, that no one else even thinks to do, and certainly not as well. And over time, without realizing it, they begin to rely on you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." It's a reminder that all relationships, even power dynamics, are systems. When you provide real value to that system, whether it's your insight, your stability, your problem-solving skills, or your ability to make the right move at the right moment, you become woven into its structure. You're not just helpful, you're part of its functioning, and when you're part of the functioning, your absence isn't neutral, it's disruptive. Carl Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." That truth shows up here in a different way. When people can rely on you, they don't have to face certain weaknesses or gaps in themselves. You fill them without fanfare. Maybe you offer clarity where they have confusion. Maybe you bring calm where they have chaos. Maybe you consistently deliver results in the one area they can't seem to master. Whatever it is, you take a burden off their shoulders. And humans, being human, quickly grow comfortable with that. Comfort becomes reliance. Reliance becomes dependence. Jung's theory of the shadow is also relevant here. People don't like to admit how much they depend on others. It feels like weakness, so they'll often convince themselves they could do without you, until they actually have to. By stepping back, you force that hidden truth into the light. They're confronted with the reality that without you, their world runs less smoothly, their decisions are less sharp, or their stress runs higher. And once they've felt that truth, they can't unfeel it. You don't build dependence by forcing your help on people or making them feel small without you. You do it by quietly showing up in the moments that matter most, often without seeking recognition. You make yourself necessary not by demanding it, but by consistently being the one who can be trusted to deliver when it counts. Think about a great mentor or leader you've known. At first, you might not have realized how much you leaned on their insight. But the first time you had to navigate something without them, you probably felt the difference immediately. That is the power of creating dependence. The absence is not just noticed, it's felt. And that feeling reshapes the other person's perception of you. In practical terms, this might look like consistently solving a problem they dread, offering a perspective they can't find anywhere else, or connecting them to opportunities they wouldn't have access to without you. Over time, they stop looking for other sources for those things. They come to you automatically. And when you step back, even briefly, they feel the void. They may not admit it openly, but internally, the thought is there. I need them. Dependence is built through habit. When your contribution becomes an unshakable part of their routine, they're not just choosing you, they're structured around you. Remove a key piece of structure and the whole thing shifts. Sometimes it even destabilizes. Stepping back doesn't have to be dramatic. It could be as simple as not volunteering for a task you'd normally take on, or letting a meeting run without your input, or delaying your usual check-in. The goal isn't to abandon, it's to create a moment of contrast. You're allowing them to see, in real time, what life without your involvement feels like. That's a powerful teacher. And here's the long-term benefit. When you return, your value isn't just understood, it's reinforced. They don't just think you're helpful, they know they operate better with you there. That knowledge shapes future decisions. They're more likely to include you, consult you, and keep you close because they've already felt what it's like when you're not around. The Stoics believed in the power of measured action. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." In influence, few wants means needing to exert less visible effort to maintain your position. When you've built true dependence, you no longer have to push to be included. Your absence ensures they'll pull you in. That's the quiet advantage of this rule. In the end, creating dependence and stepping back isn't about trapping someone. It's about making your contribution undeniable. It's about building your role so deeply to their world that removing you would mean restructuring the entire thing. And when people realize that, they'll hold on to you not out of obligation, but out of the instinct to keep what makes their life easier, smoother, and more successful. Rule 10. The debt they can't forget. Some acts of generosity are so significant that they stay with a person for life. Not because you keep reminding them, but because deep down they know they could never fully repay you. That knowledge creates a subtle, lasting connection. One that can shape the way they see you, the way they treat you, and the way they make decisions around you. It's not about control in the crude sense. It's about the quiet gravity that forms when you've given someone something of real weight, whether it's an opportunity, support in a critical moment, or a solution no one else could offer. True favors, the kind that become unforgettable, come from this place. They aren't offered with strings attached. They aren't transactional. They're genuine acts of help at the exact moment they're needed most. And precisely because they're rare, they leave a deep imprint. When you give in a way that changes the trajectory of someone's life, even slightly, you create a transformation in the relationship itself. They don't just remember what you did, they remember who you became in that moment. And whether they realize it or not, they begin to measure their actions against that moment. The Stoics valued generosity as a virtue, but they also understood the psychology of human nature. Seneca said, "A gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver or doer. A sincere favor, offered without visible expectation, creates something more powerful than gratitude. It creates a lingering sense of responsibility. The other person knows they've been given something valuable, and while you might never bring it up, they'll feel the quiet weight of it in their interactions with you. Think of it like planting a seed that grows in the mind of the receiver. You don't tend to it every day, you don't hover over it, but it's there, rooted. Over time, it shapes their perception. They may not say it out loud, but when decisions are made, when loyalties are tested, that memory plays its part. They'll hesitate before acting against you. They'll lean towards supporting you, even when they don't fully understand why. And here's the key. You never demand repayment. You don't have to. By leaving the debt unspoken, you allow it to live naturally in their conscience. The discomfort of knowing they can't repay you fully keeps the connection alive far longer than a direct obligation ever could. In a way, it's the lack of closure that gives it its staying power. In the end, the debt they can't forget isn't about keeping someone tied to you in chains. It's about shaping the relationship into one where loyalty grows without force. You gave without asking, you helped without boasting, and in doing so, you became a fixture in their personal history. And once you're in someone's history in that way, you're very hard to erase. Rule 11. Let them compromise for you. One of the most revealing moments in any relationship, whether personal, professional, or even political, is when someone willingly bends their own rules for you. It's a small shift at first, almost invisible. They might share information they normally keep private. They might overlook a standard they usually enforce. But in that moment, something important happens. They've made a choice that subtly binds them to you. And it's not because you pushed them, it's because you created the space for them to do it on their own. You can't control another person's values, but you can create an environment where their values start to bend naturally in your direction. That's not manipulation, it's influence. And influence comes from consistency, trust, and making people feel safe enough to lower their defenses. When someone compromises for you, they often justify it to themselves in ways that protect their self-image. They tell themselves you're different, that the situation is unique, or that it's just this once. But deep down, they know they've taken a step they wouldn't take for just anyone. And that realization doesn't just shift how they see you, It changes the dynamic entirely. But human behavior isn't always ideal. People make exceptions for those they feel a bond with. And once they've made one exception, they're more likely to make another. This is where loyalty deepens, not because they owe you, but because they've invested a part of themselves into the connection. The more they've invested, the more they have to lose by stepping away. The key is that you never force this moment. You don't corner them into breaking their rules. You let it happen organically. You might simply be there at the right time, listening when they need to talk. You might be the one who understands their frustrations without judgment. You might offer a perspective that makes them feel safe enough to speak more openly than they usually would. Before they know it, they've crossed a small line. And in doing so, they've created a shared secret, a mutual understanding that sets your relationship apart from the rest. Seneca said, "One of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood." Understanding someone so well that they feel comfortable bending their own norms for you is a form of closeness. But it also has a lasting psychological effect. People are wired to protect the things they've invested in. If they've compromised for you once, protecting you becomes a way of protecting their own choice. Over time, this creates a bond that's far more resilient than one built only on words or promises. They're not just loyal because they like you. They're loyal because they've already acted on your behalf in ways that set you apart. And that kind of loyalty is hard to shake, because to turn on you would be to admit that they compromised for nothing. In the end, letting people compromise for you isn't about making them weaker. It's about allowing them to connect with you in a way that's uniquely theirs. It's about being the person they feel drawn to support, even when it means bending their own rules. And once that line is crossed, they'll guard you as they guard themselves, because in their mind, the two have quietly become connected. Rule 12. Break groups from the inside. Strong groups rarely fall because of outside attacks. More often, they crumble from within. History, philosophy, and even everyday life show this over and over. Unity is powerful, but it's also fragile when trust begins to crack. You don't have to break down the walls if you can loosen the bricks one by one. And the easiest way to loosen them is not with confrontation, but with subtlety. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." If a group is the obstacle between you and your goal, you don't always need to go head to head with it. Instead, you can let the group's own structure, personalities, and hidden tensions do the work for you. All you have to do is create the smallest shift in perception, and human nature will take it from there. People often believe they fully understand their allies, their friends, their teammates. But those assumptions can be fragile. By introducing just a hint of doubt, something small enough to be dismissed, yet sticky enough to linger, you give their own minds the tools to question each other. And once the seed is planted, it doesn't take much for suspicion to grow. Epictetus taught, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view which they take of them."
Yeah.
This is the essence of breaking alliances from the inside. You're not directly causing conflict. You're shaping how they see each other. Maybe it's a quiet remark. "I'm sure they didn't mean anything by it, but did you notice they didn't defend you in that meeting?" Or perhaps it's an observation left hanging in the air. Funny how they're spending more time with that other group lately. You're not telling them what to think. You're simply inviting them to notice. And
I used to like King of Queens and Everybody Loves Raymond too. Outside, yeah, sometimes, but it's easier to stream inside. Night Court, wow, it's a deep pull.
the human mind, once curious, will keep pulling on that thread. Seneca once said, "We are always complaining that our days are few, and acting as though there will be no end of them. In the same way, people in close alliances often act as though their unity is permanent. They forget that relationships, whether between two people or 20, are living things that can weaken if not cared for. By introducing a sense that the bond isn't as solid as it appears, you force members to reevaluate. Sometimes they overcompensate and expose their own insecurities. Other times they quietly withdraw, weakening the entire group without realizing they're doing it. The most effective part of this strategy is patience. You don't try to tear the whole structure down in one move. That's when people notice and rally together. Instead, you let the doubt settle in.
Yeah, like streaming. Bald dude's name, George Costanza? I don't know.
That may not even exist. Eventually, the alliance is no longer united against you. They're too busy
remember which
guarding
bald
themselves
guy.
from each other. In the end, breaking a group from the inside is less about destruction and more about influence. You're not tearing down the walls. You're letting time, perception, and doubt do it for you. And by the time the dust settles, the alliance will have undone itself, leaving you to move forward without ever having swung a single blow. Rule 13. Reflect their doubts back at them. Everyone carries a private set of insecurities, small shadows that follow them no matter how confident they appear on the surface. For some, it's a quiet voice that says they're not good enough. For others, it's a lingering doubt about whether they belong where they are. These insecurities shape the way they speak, the choices they make, and even how they interpret the actions of others. Most people spend a lifetime hiding them, building layers of personality and performance to keep them out of sight. But here's the truth. Those insecurities are often the deepest.
I'm watching some truly forgotten shit. I'm watching that, those 1920s, what are they called? Silent films.
Point of connection you can have with someone. Not because you exploit them, but because you acknowledge them in a way that feels safe, subtle, and strangely comforting. Insecurity lives in that unconscious space. It drives behavior in ways the person themselves may not fully understand. By reflecting it back gently, you bring it into the light. Not in a way that humiliates them, but in a way that says, I understand this about you, and I still value you. It's a quiet mirror, one that lets them see themselves without feeling exposed. The real art is subtlety. You never want to hammer someone's insecurity into the spotlight. That breeds defensiveness. Instead, you weave it into a compliment, a gentle observation, or even a shared laugh. You might say, you've got a way of surprising people who underestimate you, which validates both their capability and the truth that they often feel underestimated. They'll remember the praise, but they'll also feel the understanding underneath it. Jung's work on the shadow self reminds us that people resist facing the parts of themselves they dislike. They project strength, competence, and certainty as a way to keep those parts hidden. But when someone else notices without judgment, it can be oddly freeing. It can even lead them to open up further because they no longer feel the need to hide. That's when conversations deepen, trust strengthens, and alliances form in ways that feel unshakable. In professional settings, this can be an incredibly effective form of influence. When a leader acknowledges a team member's doubts in a supportive way, without pretending they don't exist, it creates loyalty. That person will work harder for the leader who understands their challenges and still believes in them. In personal relationships, it can transform the dynamic entirely. Instead of being a source of competition or judgment, you become the safe place they can return to, knowing they won't have to keep up the performance with you. This kind of influence is durable because it's tied to emotion, not transaction. People forget what you give them in material terms. but they don't forget how you made them feel about themselves. If you've helped someone feel seen and accepted in their imperfect humanity, that memory becomes part of the foundation of your relationship. And when people are deciding who to trust, who to follow, or who to protect, they turn toward those who've made them feel that way. The Stoics would caution, however, that this skill comes with responsibility. It must be grounded in virtue. Epictetus said, "It is the nature of the wise to resist pleasures, but the foolish to be a slave to them." The pleasure here is the temptation to use someone's insecurity against them. That path may yield short-term gain, but it destroys long-term trust. The wiser path is to use your understanding to strengthen bonds, not to weaken them. Over time, that integrity will magnify your influence because people will know your insight is paired with loyalty. Even in conflict, reflecting someone's doubts can shift the dynamic in your favor. If you acknowledge their perspective in a way that quietly touches on their insecurity, they're more likely to reconsider their position without feeling attacked. For example, in a tense negotiation, you might say, "I know you've taken risks before that others didn't believe in, and they've worked out well for you." It validates their courage while subtly reminding them that they've faced skepticism before, potentially making them more open to seeing your point. When you combine your awareness of someone's insecurities with genuine respect for their strengths, you create a complete picture that feels balanced and trustworthy. They're less likely to hide from you, more likely to collaborate, and far more likely to see you as someone who truly gets them in a way others don't. Over time, this approach creates a kind of emotional imprint. Even if the person doesn't consciously realize why they trust you, they'll feel it. They'll think of you in moments of uncertainty, not because you've given them all the answers, but because you've shown them they don't have to hide their questions from you. That's rare. And in a world where most relationships stay on the surface, rare is powerful. Rule 14. Keep your hands clean. There are moments in life when something decisive needs to happen. Something that will cause ripples, provoke reactions, maybe even ignite conflict. These moments are unavoidable if you aim to lead, influence, or protect what matters. But there's a truth that separates those who last from those who burn out. You don't always have to be the one who carries out the action. The most strategic move is often to set the stage, guide the outcome, and let others handle the execution. By doing so, you preserve your position, your credibility, and your ability to keep influencing the next move without carrying the stain of the last one. Aristotle wrote, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." This is a reminder that you can be deeply involved in shaping an outcome without attaching your name to the act itself. You can think through every angle, anticipate the results, and design the steps, but allow someone else to be the visible agent. This isn't about avoiding responsibility for the sake of your image. It's about protecting your capacity to act again tomorrow. If you're constantly associated with the hardest cuts, the harshest measures, or the most unpopular changes, you'll quickly find doors closing in front of you. Plato observed, "A wise man will desire to be ever with him who is better than himself." That means surrounding yourself with capable people who can carry out what needs to be done without you having to step into the center of the storm. This is part of the architecture of influence, building a network of trusted actors whose skills and reputations can handle the immediate action, while your role remains that of the strategist, the one whose vision keeps everything aligned. When you are in the position to make difficult calls, you have to ask yourself not only what needs to be done, but also who should be seen doing it. Aristotle wrote, "The more you know, the more you realize you don't know." This humility applies to execution as well. There are situations where, Even though you know what the right move is, you are not the best person to be the face of that move. Your involvement might inflame tensions, cause resistance, or create a perception that distracts from the result itself. Plato offered another layer to this when he said, "The measure of a man is what he does with power." Power is not just the ability to act, it's the wisdom to know when not to act directly. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is remain in the background, shaping the conditions so the result is inevitable, regardless of who carries it out. You become the architect, not the laborer, the composer, not the performer. The music still exists because of you, but others play the notes. Consider politics, business, or any hierarchical system. If you're the leader who personally swings the axe every time a cut must be made, you become the villain in every narrative. But if you're the leader who sets the vision, builds consensus, and lets the right hands carry out the hard work, you maintain your position as the steady guide, rather than the executioner. This allows you to keep navigating the ship without having to fight mutinies at every turn. There's another dimension to keeping your hands clean: plausible deniability. Aristotle said, "He who has never learned to obey cannot be a good commander." This means understanding the chain of action from both ends, knowing when to follow the current and when to quietly direct it. When you guide without overtly controlling, others take ownership of the action. They believe they're acting from their own decision, even if you've helped shape the path to that choice. And because they own it, you don't carry the public cost of it. Keeping your hands clean does not mean avoiding responsibility altogether. It doesn't mean turning a blind eye to what must be done. It means being involved enough to ensure the right outcome, while removing yourself from the line of fire in a way that keeps your influence intact. Avoiding the hard moves entirely is cowardice. Directing them without unnecessary exposure is wisdom. Some people will see this as manipulation, but in truth, it's closer to stewardship. Aristotle said, "The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet." The education here is the discipline of restraint, learning to hold back your impulse to be visibly in control of every action. The sweet fruit is the longevity of your leadership and the preservation of your ability to act when the stakes are at their highest. Many leaders fear being seen as inactive. They think if they're not visibly acting, they're losing relevance. But the wise know that sometimes it's better to be the hand behind the curtain than the one holding the sword in public. Visibility is not the same as power. In fact, the more visible you are in every hard decision, the less room you have to maneuver later. Plato understood this dynamic well. The beginning is the most important part of the work. The beginning is where you set the plan, gather the right people, and create the conditions for success. Once that's in place, you can step back and let the structure you've built carry the action forward. By the time it reaches its conclusion, your role may not be obvious to outsiders, but your influence is embedded in every step. In the long run, this method allows you to operate with greater freedom. You avoid becoming the lightning rod for every controversy, and you preserve your relationships with multiple sides of an issue. Aristotle's teaching, wishing to be friends is quick work, but friendship is a slow ripening fruit, reminds us that relationships take time to build, but can be destroyed in a single, poorly handled conflict. Keeping your hands clean protects those slow-built connections from being sacrificed unnecessarily. Ultimately, Plato's question, "What is honored in a country will be cultivated there," speaks to the legacy you build. If your legacy is that of a reckless enforcer, you'll cultivate fear and resistance. If your legacy is that of a steady strategist who can guide outcomes without leaving unnecessary scars, you'll cultivate loyalty and respect. And that is a far more stable base for long-term influence. Keeping your hands clean doesn't mean never getting them dirty. It means being deliberate about when and how you do it. It means knowing that your ability to shape the future depends not just on your capacity to act, but on your ability to still be standing, still be trusted, and still be in the game when the next big decision comes. Rule 15. Listen until they spill everything. Most people are far more eager to be heard than they are to listen. In conversations, they wait for their turn to speak, instead of paying attention to what's actually being said. And because of that, the rare person who truly listens becomes magnetic. People can feel it when your attention is fully on them. It's disarming. It makes them open up, sometimes more than they plan to. In a world that rewards constant talking, the one who can remain silent becomes the one who learns the most. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake in any thought or action, I shall gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." That attitude, seeking truth rather than dominance, changes the way you engage in conversation. You're not waiting for an opportunity to show you're right. You're creating space for the other person to reveal what's true for them. That space, handled with patience, can yield insights no amount of forceful questioning ever could. When you give someone the floor without jumping in to correct them, you often learn not only about them, but about your own instincts, your urge to interrupt, to defend, to prove. By holding back, you develop discipline, and you also watch how their words naturally unfold. Given enough time, people will often tell you everything you need to know, sometimes even things they wish they had kept to themselves. When you resist the urge to fill silences, you hand the other person a subtle but powerful pressure, the need to keep talking. Most people are uncomfortable with long pauses. They rush to break the quiet, and in doing so, they often wander into truths they were trying to avoid. This works in every setting: negotiations, personal relationships, even casual conversations. A short, well-placed question followed by genuine silence can draw out far more than an hour of rapid-fire inquiries. Something as simple as, "What happened next?" or "How did that make you feel?" can open a door they didn't even realize they were walking through. Seneca said, "Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power." In conversation, that means controlling your impulse to speak. The more you stay in command of yourself, the more others reveal. It's not about manipulation, it's about patience. It's about giving someone enough room to trust you with their truth, even if they don't consciously intend to share it. Over time, being the person who listens deeply builds more than just knowledge. It builds influence. People begin to seek you out, not because you always give advice, but because they feel lighter after speaking to you. And ironically, the less you talk, the more weight your words carry when you finally do speak. In the end, listening until they spill everything isn't about tricking someone into confessing. It's about understanding the power of quiet presence. The less you rush to fill the silence, the more the truth will rise to fill it for you. And in that truth lies the kind of understanding that gives you an edge in both connection and decision-making. Rule 16. Be predictable until it matters. People feel safest when they can predict you. They like knowing how you'll react, what you'll say, and where you stand. Predictability gives them comfort, but it also gives them control. If they can anticipate your every move, they can shape their actions around you. That's why the wisest approach is to be steady most of the time, but to keep one card hidden, something they can't account for. When the stakes are high, that's when you break the rhythm, and the shift catches them off guard. Being consistent in your behavior is part of that strength. It builds trust, and it creates a baseline for how others interact with you. But true mastery comes when you know exactly when to disrupt that pattern, because in moments that matter most, predictability is a weakness. and unpredictability becomes a weapon. To others, breaking your pattern might look like chaos, but to you, it's part of a larger design. It's the intentional moment where you step outside your usual pace, voice, or approach to achieve maximum impact. It's the sudden silence when they expect a reaction, or the decisive move when they assume you'll hesitate. The Stoics valued steadiness, but they also understood the importance of timing. Epictetus taught, "First learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak." That's patience, but it's also strategy. It means holding to your normal rhythm until the exact moment when breaking it will serve you best. Just as a soldier waits for the right time to advance, you wait until the opportunity is most favorable to act in a way they didn't see coming. Consider how this works in relationships or negotiations. If you're always accommodating, they expect agreement. If you're always firm, they expect resistance. Either way, they prepare for your usual stance. But the moment you flip the script, agreeing when they're ready for a fight, or standing your ground when they're sure you'll yield, you force them into unfamiliar territory. They lose the comfort of their plan, and now they're reacting to you instead of controlling the exchange. The key is balance. Too much unpredictability and people stop trusting you. Too much consistency and they stop respecting your edge. The art lies in being dependable enough to build security, but surprising enough to keep them from ever feeling entirely safe in their assumptions about you. In the end, being predictable until it matters is about holding the power of surprise in reserve. You're not erratic, you're deliberate. You're calm water most of the time, but when the storm comes, you can shift the tides without warning. And that single, well-timed change in course can alter the outcome in ways constant motion never could. Rule 17. Make your presence felt in absence. Most people think power is something you exercise in the moment, when you're present, speaking, making decisions, directing others. And while that's one form of it, the most enduring influence doesn't depend on being in the room at all. The most powerful presence is the one that's still felt when you're not there. When people pause before acting because they can imagine what you'd say. When they measure their choices against your standards, even without your voice in their ear. When they adjust their behavior because the idea of you is still in the room. That's a kind of influence that travels with them, and it's far more valuable than the kind that disappears the moment you leave. Over time, if you consistently embody certain principles, your color begins to stain the people around you, not in the sense of controlling them, but in shaping the mental framework they use. You become part of their internal compass. They may not even realize it, but when they're weighing a decision, they're asking themselves, what would they do? That's presence in absence. You've embedded yourself into their decision-making process without needing to be physically there. Seneca wrote, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you. If you live in such a way that people associate you with improvement, clearer thinking, better discipline, more deliberate action, they will unconsciously hold on to your presence. Even in your absence, they will still consult you internally, because they've linked your influence with their own progress. Leaving that kind of imprint requires consistency. You can't be unpredictable in your values one day and expect them to define you the next. People need to see your steadiness under pressure, your calm in conflict, your fairness in judgment. Over time, that steadiness becomes your signature, and signatures don't fade quickly. This principle also works in the realm of power and strategy. When you've established yourself as someone who delivers results, who makes sharp decisions, or who speaks with authority, that reputation follows you. Even if you're not in a meeting or discussion, people will still factor in what they think you'd say or do before making a move. In effect, you've extended yourself into spaces you're not physically in. That's reach without effort. Jung's work on archetypes can help explain why this works. Once people have assigned you a role in their mental world, mentor, strategist, moral compass, that role continues to operate even without your presence. You've become a symbolic figure in their thinking. And symbols are powerful because they can be summoned instantly without the original person being there. Excellence practiced as a habit leaves residue. It sticks to the people around you. If you regularly demonstrate thoughtful problem solving, they'll start approaching problems with more thoughtfulness themselves. If you consistently operate with integrity, they'll weigh integrity more heavily in their own choices. Your habits become a model, and models survive absence. One way to strengthen this is to set clear expectations through your behavior, not just your words. If you're known for high standards in work quality, you don't have to be there to enforce them. People will meet them simply because they associate your name with excellence. If you're known for asking hard questions before decisions, they'll start asking those questions themselves before you can. This is how you train your presence into the system around you. The Stoics believed in living as though you were always being observed, not out of paranoia, but as a way to stay aligned with your own principles. When you live that way, the impression you make is strong enough that your presence doesn't depend on your physical body being there. You become an influence in people's minds, and influence in the mind is more enduring than influence in the moment. The beauty of this rule is that it compounds over time. The longer you live in alignment with your values, the deeper your presence roots itself in the people and systems you touch. You can walk away from a role, a team, or even a relationship, and still your way of doing things will linger. The way you set meetings, the way you resolved disputes, the way you handled setbacks, these become reference points for those who remain. This isn't just about legacy, it's about leverage. When people continue to operate with your standards in mind, you maintain influence without effort. You don't have to fight for relevance or visibility. Your absence speaks for you. And in many cases, your absence speaks louder than your presence ever could, because it forces people to recognize just how much you shaped their thinking. Seneca also said, "While we teach, we learn." As you leave your presence in others, you also reinforce it in yourself. The clearer your message, the more consistent your behavior, the more you deepen the connection between who you are and the influence you project. This makes your presence in absence even stronger, because it's not built on perception alone, it's built on reality. In the end, making your presence felt in absence comes down to this: live and act in such a way that you're impossible to forget. Let your standards, your discipline, and your example be so consistent that they become part of the environment around you. When people can carry your influence into rooms you'll never enter, you've achieved a level of power that doesn't fade when you walk away. It expands. Rule 18. Never threaten. Some of the most intimidating people you'll ever meet are the ones who never raise their voice, never make dramatic declarations, and never issue direct threats. They don't need to. Their power comes from leaving space for your imagination to do the work. And the truth is, imagination is far more dangerous than anything they could say out loud. When people don't know exactly what you might do, they fill in the blanks themselves. And those imagined possibilities are almost always worse than reality. Threats are the language of the insecure, of those who need to announce their power to feel it. The Stoic way is different. It's about remaining steady, deliberate, and calm enough to let your actions, not your words, shape how others see you. When you hold your cards close, you keep others off balance because they can't prepare for something they can't define. People who never threaten understand this. They've learned that real strength comes from control over their temper, their impulses, and their need to prove themselves. It's not passivity, it's patience. They know the less they reveal, the more others will wonder, and the wondering itself becomes a source of unease. Epictetus taught, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This applies to power too. You don't need to correct people's assumptions about what you might or might not do. If someone underestimates you, let them. If someone tries to provoke you, don't respond in kind. The silence, the lack of reaction, becomes the most unnerving thing in the room, because when you don't respond, they have no idea what's coming next, or if anything is coming at all. Think about how this plays out in real life. A boss who threatens to fire someone at every small mistake eventually loses credibility. But the boss who says nothing, who simply notes the error and moves on without reaction, often inspires more self-correction, because the employee can't stop thinking about what that silence means. It's the same in negotiations, relationships, or rivalries. The moment you openly state your intentions, you give the other person a chance to prepare their defense. But when you keep them guessing, they prepare for everything, and in doing so, they tire themselves out. Delay is the opposite of threat. It's a pause that lets the other person's mind run ahead of you. In that space, fear grows naturally without you forcing it. By the time you act, if you act at all, they've already built the narrative in their mind, and that narrative is often more powerful than any direct action you could have taken. The beauty of never threatening is that it frees you from unnecessary escalation. You don't draw attention to your next move. You don't commit yourself to a course of action that you might later regret. You simply hold your ground, let them speak, let them guess, and let them live with the uncertainty. That uncertainty keeps them cautious. It makes them hesitate. And in any form of competition or conflict, hesitation is where the advantage is won. In the end, unspoken power always outlasts loud declarations. A threat dies the moment it's made. But the fear of the unknown, that can live on for weeks, months, or even years. The goal isn't to frighten, it's to remain unreadable enough that others think twice before crossing you, without you ever having to say a single word. Rule 19. Delay your response. The first instinct when someone wrongs you is to react immediately, to defend yourself, to correct the insult, the betrayal, or the harm before it can spread. But quick reactions are rarely the most effective ones. They may satisfy your emotions in the moment, but they often come at the cost of strategy. The wiser path, though far more difficult, is to pause, to breathe, to wait until the right moment, when your response will not just be noticed but remembered. Your enemy might act on impulse. They might move from anger, from pride, or from fear. But you can choose patience. The Stoics understood that emotional control is the foundation of power. By delaying your response, you remove yourself from the emotional chaos of the moment and step into the clarity of calculation. This is the mindset of someone who waits. On the surface, it may feel like nothing is happening, but underneath, the order is forming. Waiting gives you the chance to see the whole picture, how others react, where the weaknesses emerge, and which opportunities reveal themselves naturally over time. By holding your reaction, you're doing more than keeping calm. You're actively shaping the battlefield. When someone believes they've gotten away with harming you, they lower their guard. They relax. They stop protecting themselves from the consequences of their actions. And it's in that moment, when they've convinced themselves they've won, that your response has the most impact. Think about the difference between a punch thrown in the heat of anger and a move made at the perfect time in a chess game. The first is impulsive and predictable. The second is deliberate, often decisive, and impossible to recover from once it's made. When you delay, you gain the ability to act like the chess player, not the street fighter. Often the situation will shift in ways that make your position stronger, without you lifting a finger. Sometimes the person who wronged you will reveal more of their intentions, or even trap themselves in their own mistakes. Other times, you'll see a far better way to respond than you could have imagined in the heat of the moment. The beauty of delaying your response is that it shifts the power dynamic. While they may have felt in control at first, the longer you stay silent, the more uncertainty creeps in. They start to wonder if you've forgotten, if you're planning something, or if their actions will come back to haunt them. That uncertainty is its own kind of pressure, and it works in your favor. When you finally act, the impact is multiplied. You're not reacting to their move anymore. You're making your own, on your own terms, with the benefit of time, perspective, and precision. And that's what makes it so devastating. Not because you sought to destroy them, but because you waited until the right moment to act in a way that could not be undone. In the end, delaying your response isn't about passivity, it's about strength. It's the ability to value timing over impulse, strategy over ego. The Stoics would say this is the difference between being ruled by emotion and ruling over it. And when you can rule over your own reactions, you can often shape the outcome of the entire situation. Rule 20. Become a system, not just a person. Some people make themselves valuable by what they can do in a moment. They're skilled, they're dependable, they can handle a crisis. But the moment they leave, their influence disappears with them. Then there are those who operate on an entirely different level. They don't just do the work, they design the way the work gets done. They don't just give advice, they shape the very way people think. Over time, their methods, their patterns, and their standards become so ingrained in the environment that removing them means breaking the structure itself. That's when you stop being helpful or talented and become something far more powerful. You become the system. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What we do now echoes in eternity." Systems are echoes. They keep working long after the person who built them is gone. If your goal is lasting influence, the kind that remains even when you're not in the room, you can't rely on personality alone. Charisma fades when you're absent. Personal charm can't be replicated. But a process, a standard, or a framework, that's something others can't help but follow because it's built into the way things function. Becoming a system is not about branding yourself or making big promises. It's about action repeated so consistently that it becomes the norm. When you operate with such discipline that your way of doing things becomes the way of doing things, people unconsciously adopt your methods. They might not even realize they're following the structures you've built, but they are, and that's what makes your influence harder to remove. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus taught, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it." If you want to turn yourself into a system, you can't just tell people how things should be done. You have to model it until it's instinctive for those around you. When you do this well, your influence no longer relies on constant reminders or direct involvement. It lives in habits, in expectations, in the very language and rhythm of the environment. Think about great leaders, teachers, or strategists you've known. The ones who left a permanent mark weren't just memorable personalities. They left behind methods, rituals, and a mindset that continued to shape decisions long after they were gone. In a company, that might be a way of approaching problem solving that everyone now follows. In a family, it might be a set of principles about how to handle conflict or make decisions. In a team, it could be a communication style or an approach to planning that becomes second nature. If you want to become a system, your excellence has to be repeatable, teachable, and adaptable. It can't be locked inside your personal skill set. It has to be something others can carry on without you. That's the difference between a specialist and a system builder. A specialist is valuable while present. A system builder is valuable forever. From a strategic perspective, becoming a system also gives you leverage. When your way of doing things is so deeply embedded that removing you would disrupt everything, you gain a kind of security few others have. People may replace an individual, but they'll hesitate to dismantle the framework that holds everything together. In this way, you become difficult, not just to replace, but to even imagine functioning without. Jung's insights into the collective unconscious apply here. Systems tap into patterns that are bigger than the individual. They create a shared mental model that others use to navigate reality. Once that model is established, it stops being yours in name, but remains yours in function. People stop thinking of it as your way, and start thinking of it as the way. That's when you've succeeded in embedding yourself so completely that you've become invisible, but indispensable. This approach works in every sphere. In business, a founder who becomes a system builds a company culture that operates smoothly without them. In politics, a leader who becomes a system leaves behind institutions, policies, or alliances that remain intact for decades. In personal life, a parent who becomes a system leaves values and traditions that shape their family's choices for generations. And here's the real power. Once you've become a system, you no longer have to push to maintain influence. The structure you've built carries you forward. Others will defend it, protect it, and sustain it because it has become their normal. In many cases, they'll fight to keep it in place even more fiercely than you would because it benefits them directly. Building yourself into a system can be slow, difficult work. It requires repetition, patience, and a willingness to think long-term. But once it's in place, the rewards are lasting. Your influence stops being a fleeting presence and becomes an enduring framework. And that framework is far harder to remove than any individual could ever be. In the end, becoming a system is about shifting from personal importance to structural importance. When you achieve that, you're no longer asking people to value you. You've made yourself the foundation of what they already value. And when someone is part of the foundation, removing them isn't just inconvenient. It risks bringing the whole thing down. That's a position of quiet, lasting power. Rule 21. Let your name work for you. True power is when you don't have to announce yourself. You don't have to constantly remind people of who you are, what you've done, or what you're capable of, because your name has already done that work for you. It arrives before you do. It changes the tone of conversations. It shapes expectations. Sometimes it even silences a room. And when your name carries weight, people handle it differently. They might avoid saying it casually. They might lower their voices when it comes up. Not because they've forgotten it, but because they understand that speaking it invokes something that carries consequences. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, they will not care how devout you have been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you have lived by." This isn't just about moral virtue. It's about the lived consistency of who you are. The weight your name carries comes from your actions, not your words. People remember the moments you showed strength when it was hard, the decisions you made under pressure, the way you treated others when you had nothing to gain. Over time, these moments form the story of your name. You can't talk your way into having a name that matters. You have to live your way into it. Every time you follow through on your word, every time you choose discipline over comfort, every time you deliver when it counts, you add another layer to your name's meaning. People begin to attach certain expectations to it, and those expectations, good or bad, spread far beyond your own voice. If you want your name to stand for something specific, excellence, integrity, precision, resilience, you must decide that privately. long before the public sees it. And once you've decided, you must live in a way that's so consistent that those qualities become inseparable from your name in the minds of others. When your name works for you, it does more than open doors. It changes the way people approach you entirely. They think twice before wasting your time. They prepare more carefully before presenting ideas to you. They reconsider speaking against you unless they're certain of their position. Sometimes they don't even want to be on the opposite side of an issue, not because you've threatened them, but because they know your track record. This is a form of quiet leverage that no amount of loudness can match. If your name is strong, you no longer have to crave constant recognition. You can move more quietly, make fewer public moves, and still have influence, because the influence is carried by the memory of who you are and what you've done. Your name becomes self-sustaining. Jung's concept of the archetype helps explain why this works on such a deep psychological level. Once your name becomes symbolic in someone's mind, representing a certain quality, role, or authority, it stops being just a label and becomes a mental trigger. Mentioning your name brings up not just the thought of you, but the emotional associations and past experiences tied to you. This is why the most powerful names can inspire loyalty in some and fear in others. They have become more than a person. They are an idea. Building this kind of name takes time and patience. It requires consistency under all conditions, not just when it's easy. People watch what you do when no one is watching. They remember how you behave when you're losing just as much as when you're winning. They take note of how you treat those with less power than you. Every one of those moments is a brushstroke on the canvas of your name. And when you've painted enough of them in the same tone, the picture becomes impossible to mistake. When you reach this point, your presence becomes optional for influence. The mere mention of you can change the course of conversations. Opportunities can come your way without you seeking them out, and conflicts can be resolved in your favor without you lifting a finger, because the weight of your name alone can tip the scale. In the end, letting your name work for you is the highest form of sustainable influence. It's the point where you no longer have to push to be seen or heard, because your history does the speaking for you. It's where your name has moved beyond being something you own, and has become something that owns a place in the minds, and sometimes the fears, of others. The Stoics would call this the natural result of living in alignment with your values over time, and once you have it, you'll realize you've built something far stronger than fame or popularity. You've built a legacy that moves even when you stand still. Power isn't just about what you do when the world is watching. It's about the quiet discipline, the unseen choices, and the lasting mark you leave on others. The Stoics knew this. True strength is built in silence, and it endures long after the moment has passed. If this spoke to you, there's another video on the screen right now that will take you even deeper into the art of living with clarity, resilience, and purpose. Watch it next, and keep sharpening the mind that shapes your life. Thank you for being a part of Stoic Journal, where ancient wisdom becomes your daily advantage. There is a form of wealth you've been giving away your entire life. And unlike money, once it's gone, you never truly get it back. Every unnecessary argument, every explanation offered to people determined not to understand you, every emotional reaction to someone who never earned your respect quietly takes another piece of it. You think you're protecting your dignity. You think you're proving your worth. In reality, you're surrendering your peace. By the time the conversation is over, they've already moved on while your mind is still replaying every word. That isn't strength. It's surrender disguised as self-defense. The Stoics understood a truth that most people spend their lives overlooking. The greatest battles are never fought with other people. They are fought over the ownership of your own mind. The world teaches you to react quickly, speak loudly, and defend yourself at every opportunity. Stoicism teaches something far more difficult. It teaches that your attention is your greatest form of power. That silence, when chosen wisely, can be stronger than the perfect argument. That your peace should never be traded for the temporary satisfaction of being right. The moment you stop allowing every opinion, every insult, and every misunderstanding to dictate your inner world is the moment you begin reclaiming a freedom that was always yours. Most people spend their lives trying to master circumstances while neglecting the only thing they truly own, their own mind. They follow every impulse, trust every emotion, and mistake every feeling for truth. Yet the strongest people are rarely the loudest or the quickest to react. They understand that restraint is not weakness, it is discipline. They know that real strength is measured not by how many battles you win, but by how few unnecessary battles you choose to fight. And the more carefully you guard your peace, the harder it becomes for the world to take it away. People believe freedom arrives when difficult people disappear from their lives, but experience suggests otherwise. New environments bring new personalities. Different workplaces introduce different challenges. Every stage of life carries its own frustrations. Waiting for the world to become peaceful before finding peace within yourself is a bargain reality never accepts. The Stoic approach offers something far more dependable. Instead of demanding that life become easier, it asks you to become steadier. That shift sounds simple, yet it changes the direction of your attention completely. Energy once spent wishing circumstances were different gradually becomes available for observing your own responses with greater honesty and patience. This observation is not an act of self-criticism, it is an act of self-understanding. There is a meaningful difference between noticing a reaction and becoming ashamed of it. Everyone experiences anger, disappointment, fear, and regret. These emotions belong to the human experience, not to personal failure. The problem begins only when those emotions quietly assume control without being questioned. A passing feeling becomes an unquestioned belief. A temporary frustration becomes an identity. Before long, a single difficult moment begins influencing decisions that have nothing to do with the original event. Recognizing this process does not eliminate emotion overnight, but it creates something far more valuable than immediate relief. It creates space. Within that space, a different response becomes possible. Instead of immediately believing every thought, you begin observing it. Instead of assuming every emotional impulse deserves action, you allow it to exist without rushing behind it. That small pause rarely feels dramatic. In fact, it often feels almost invisible. Yet many lasting changes begin exactly there. The mind slowly discovers that not every memory deserves another rehearsal, not every criticism deserves another defense, and not every uncomfortable feeling deserves permanent residence. As this understanding grows stronger, the world gradually loses its ability to occupy your inner life without permission, and the quiet discipline of guarding your own mind becomes less like a practice and more like the natural way you choose to live. Your emotions move far faster than your judgment ever could. A message goes unanswered longer than expected. Someone dismisses an idea you believed was reasonable. A careless remark lands with more force than it should. Within seconds, your mind begins preparing for battle. You rehearse explanations that have not been asked for. You build arguments no one has made yet. You start searching for the perfect sentence that will restore your dignity, change their opinion, or prove that you were right all along. It happens so quickly that it feels automatic, almost as if you never had a choice. The body tightens before the mind has fully understood what happened. Thoughts accelerate, attention narrows, everything else disappears while one small moment quietly expands until it occupies your entire awareness. This reaction feels deeply personal, yet it is something nearly every human mind has been conditioned to do. The brain evolved to notice threats quickly because, for most of history, hesitation could be dangerous. The problem is that modern discomfort often borrows the same alarm system once reserved for genuine survival. An uncomfortable conversation now triggers a response once meant for escaping real danger, and without realizing it, you begin treating ordinary moments as though your entire identity depends on winning them. That is why emotional reactions often feel so convincing. They arrive carrying a sense of urgency that makes immediate action appear necessary. Remaining silent feels weak. Waiting feels risky. Reflection feels like surrender. The mind insists that something must be done now before the opportunity disappears forever. Yet urgency is not always wisdom. Many of the decisions people regret most were not made because they lacked intelligence. They were made because emotion convinced them that speed mattered more than clarity. A message sent in frustration, a relationship damaged by pride, a conversation that escalated simply because neither person was willing to pause. Looking back, the situation often appears surprisingly small, yet in the moment it seemed enormous. The difference was never the event itself, it was the emotional state through which the event was interpreted. The Stoics recognized this long before psychology gave it modern language. They understood that the first movement of emotion is often beyond conscious control, but what follows belongs to us. Anger may appear unexpectedly, fear may arise without permission, disappointment may settle into the heart before reason has spoken. None of these experiences make someone weak, they make someone human. The real question begins only after that first wave arrives. Does the emotion become your guide, or does it become something you quietly observe? That distinction separates reaction from discipline. One allows impulse to decide the future. The other creates enough distance for wisdom to enter the conversation. Sometimes that distance lasts only a few seconds, yet those few seconds often determine whether a difficult moment quietly fades away or becomes another memory carried for years. Think about how many conflicts grow larger simply because neither person allows silence to exist. One sentence demands another. One accusation invites a defense. One misunderstanding turns into 10 more because everyone involved feels compelled to protect an image of themselves. The conversation slowly stops being about the original issue. Instead, it becomes a struggle over pride, certainty, and control. At that point, no one is truly listening anymore. Each person waits only for the chance to speak again. The desire to understand disappears beneath the stronger desire to be understood. Ironically, the more desperately people seek validation in these moments, the further they move away from genuine connection. Winning the exchange becomes more important than preserving peace, and the cost is rarely noticed until much later. This is why learning to pause is far more powerful than learning to argue. A pause interrupts patterns that have been repeated for years. It prevents emotions from immediately transforming into actions. It creates a brief opening where perspective has room to appear. During that quiet moment, something remarkable becomes possible. You begin asking different questions. Instead of wondering how to defeat the other person, you wonder whether the conflict deserves your energy at all. Instead of searching for perfect words, you become curious about why those words suddenly feel so necessary. Often the strongest urge to react says less about the situation itself and more about an insecurity waiting beneath it. Seeing that clearly is uncomfortable, but it is also deeply liberating because it shifts attention away from controlling others and toward understanding yourself. This awareness gradually changes the way ordinary moments unfold. An ignored message no longer becomes immediate evidence of rejection. A disagreement no longer threatens your sense of worth. Criticism becomes something to examine instead of something to survive. None of this happens because life suddenly becomes easier. Difficult people still exist. Misunderstandings still happen. Expectations are still disappointed. The external world remains unpredictable, but your relationship with those experiences begins to change. What once demanded instant reaction now receives quiet observation. What once consumed an entire day gradually loses its ability to occupy more than a few moments. The situation may remain exactly the same, yet your inner experience becomes remarkably different because your attention is no longer controlled by every emotional impulse that appears. Perhaps this is the first meaningful victory anyone can achieve. It is not found in persuading another person, delivering the perfect response, or walking away admired by everyone involved. It begins much earlier than that. It begins in the silent instant when you notice an emotion asking to take control, and instead of obeying it automatically, you simply allow yourself to breathe before deciding what comes next. That single moment rarely receives recognition from the outside world. No applause follows it. No one congratulates you for choosing restraint over impulse. Yet those unnoticed moments quietly reshape a person's character over time. Every deliberate pause weakens an old habit and strengthens a new one. Little by little, reactions become responses. Urgency gives way to clarity, and the mind discovers a freedom that was never hidden from the world, only overlooked within itself. If these reflections are helping you see yourself a little more clearly, consider subscribing. As a quiet commitment to strengthening your mind, protecting your peace, and continuing the lifelong practice of living with greater wisdom, attention is one of the few resources you spend every single day without ever seeing it leave your hands. You notice money disappearing from your wallet. You notice hours passing on a clock, but attention slips away almost invisibly, carried off by small frustrations, pointless disagreements, and problems that were never truly yours to solve. By the end of the day, you feel mentally exhausted without understanding why. It wasn't one major event that drained you. It was hundreds of tiny moments where your focus was quietly pulled away from what actually mattered. A thought here, an argument there, a criticism you kept replaying, a conversation you wished had gone differently. None of these moments seemed significant on their own, yet together they formed an invisible tax on your peace. The Stoics understood that a person's life is shaped less by dramatic events than by the steady direction of their attention. Whatever repeatedly occupies the mind gradually becomes the world that person lives inside. This is why attention behaves much like currency. Every decision about where to place it carries a hidden cost. When you spend money, you naturally ask whether something is worth the price. Yet very few people ask the same question before giving away an afternoon of emotional energy. Someone leaves a rude comment online and suddenly 30 minutes disappear. A stranger's opinion becomes more important than your own goals. An unnecessary disagreement keeps returning to your thoughts, while the work that truly mattered remains unfinished. Nothing valuable was gained, yet something valuable was certainly lost. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Attention, unlike money, cannot be earned back once the moment has passed. Every hour spent feeding resentment is an hour that can never be invested in growth, creativity, meaningful relationships, or simple peace of mind. This is not merely about productivity. It is about the quality of the life you are quietly creating through repeated choices that often seem too small to notice. The difficult part is that the mind does not naturally distinguish between investments and expenses. It treats whatever captures emotion as though it deserves importance. A careless remark can feel just as urgent as an opportunity that could genuinely improve your future. This is why people sometimes spend days thinking about someone they neither respect nor admire. Emotion creates the illusion of significance. The stronger the emotional reaction, the more valuable the subject appears to become. Yet intensity and importance are not the same thing. Many experiences that provoke the strongest reactions deserve the least amount of attention. Recognizing that difference requires discipline, Because the mind rarely volunteers to let go of something that wounded its pride. It would rather continue carrying the burden than admit the burden was never worth carrying in the first place. Consider how differently your days might unfold if every demand for your attention faced a simple moment of examination before receiving your energy. Not every opinion deserves reflection. Not every criticism deserves analysis. Not every misunderstanding deserves correction. Some situations naturally resolve themselves the moment you stop feeding them. Others reveal their true insignificance after a single night's rest. The urge to respond immediately often comes from fear rather than wisdom. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of appearing weak. Fear of losing approval. Yet the more often you surrender your attention to those fears, the more dependent your peace becomes upon circumstances you cannot control. Quietly, almost without noticing, other people begin deciding what occupies your mind instead of you deciding for yourself. This gradual loss of ownership explains why so many people feel constantly busy yet strangely unfulfilled. Their attention has become fragmented into hundreds of competing demands. A notification interrupts concentration. An argument interrupts calm. Worry interrupts gratitude. Regret interrupts the present moment. The mind jumps endlessly between unfinished thoughts until genuine stillness begins to feel unfamiliar. The Stoics viewed this scattered state not as an unavoidable part of life, but as a habit that could be corrected through deliberate practice. Every time you consciously return your focus to what is actually within your influence, you strengthen the ability to remain steady despite whatever noise surrounds you. Like any discipline, it grows quietly through repetition rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Over time, this changes something deeper than daily habits. It changes your relationship with yourself. You begin trusting your own judgment more because it is no longer constantly interrupted by every passing distraction. Decisions become clearer because they arise from reflection instead of emotional urgency. Conversations become calmer because you no longer feel obligated to defend every opinion or answer every challenge. There is a quiet confidence that develops when your attention belongs primarily to your values instead of other people's reactions. It is not arrogance nor indifference. It is simply the understanding that your inner life deserves careful protection because everything meaningful you will ever build begins there. Once attention is treated as something precious rather than unlimited, even ordinary moments acquire greater depth, and the constant search for external validation slowly loses its grip. Perhaps this is the hidden difference between merely existing and living intentionally. One person allows the world to determine where attention goes from one moment to the next. Another quietly chooses. That choice seems small, almost invisible, yet its effects accumulate over months and years until two entirely different lives emerge. One becomes crowded with unnecessary battles, unfinished resentment, and mental exhaustion. The other becomes defined by clarity, purpose, and an increasing sense of freedom that no circumstance can easily disturb. Every moment your attention returns to what truly deserves it becomes an investment in the person you are slowly becoming, and that investment compounds in ways that no external achievement ever could. One of the quiet truths about human behavior is that people who constantly provoke others are often searching for something far more valuable than agreement. They are searching for engagement. Attention becomes their reward, whether it arrives as admiration, frustration, anger, or resistance. It makes little difference as long as they succeed in pulling someone into their emotional orbit. That is why so many conflicts seem to grow out of almost nothing. A passing remark becomes an argument. A minor disagreement becomes a personal attack. A careless opinion somehow occupies an entire afternoon. The original issue was never powerful enough to create such turmoil on its own. What gave it strength was participation. As Epictetus observed, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. The moment you become emotionally invested in proving someone wrong or defending yourself against every criticism, the conversation quietly changes direction. It is no longer about truth or understanding. It becomes a struggle over attention, and attention is one of the easiest things to lose when emotion takes the lead. This is why some people seem remarkably skilled at creating conflict wherever they go. They instinctively understand that emotional reactions are contagious. One raised voice invites another. One accusation encourages a defense. One sarcastic comment creates the temptation to answer with another. Before long, two people who may have started with a simple misunderstanding find themselves trapped inside a conversation neither of them truly wanted. Each response fuels the next, almost like adding wood to a fire that was already beginning to fade. Without fresh fuel, many disagreements would naturally disappear. Yet the human mind often mistakes participation for strength. It whispers that silence means defeat, that every insult deserves an answer, and that every misunderstanding must be corrected immediately. The result is predictable. More energy is spent protecting pride than preserving peace. The Stoics recognized something remarkably practical about these moments. They understood that another person's behavior does not automatically become your responsibility. Someone else's anger belongs to them until you decide to carry it yourself. Their impatience does not become your impatience unless you allow it to shape your response. Their frustration cannot invade your inner world without your cooperation. This realization is both simple and difficult because it places responsibility back where it belongs. Instead of asking why people behave poorly, attention shifts toward a more meaningful question. Why should another person's lack of discipline determine the quality of your own mind? That perspective does not excuse harmful behavior, nor does it suggest accepting disrespect without boundaries. It simply refuses to surrender self-control in response to someone else's loss of theirs. Many people believe they are standing up for themselves when they react impulsively, yet the opposite is often true. Every emotional outburst quietly hands control to whatever triggered it. Think about how easily an entire day can be shaped by one unpleasant interaction. A stranger's comment follows you into lunch. A disagreement at work sits beside you throughout the evening. Hours later, your thoughts are still revolving around someone who has probably forgotten the conversation entirely. They no longer need to continue disturbing you because your own mind has taken over that task. This is how emotional influence works. It rarely depends on the other person remaining present. Once the reaction has been accepted, the mind continues producing it without assistance. The external disturbance ends quickly, but the internal disturbance continues through repetition. That repetition creates the illusion that reacting is helping. The mind convinces itself that replaying the conversation will eventually produce relief, as though finding a better response could somehow rewrite what has already happened. Instead, each rehearsal strengthens the emotional imprint. Every imaginary argument makes the next one easier to revisit. Gradually, reacting becomes less about solving problems and more about maintaining familiar patterns. The conversation exists only in memory, yet the body continues responding as though the conflict is unfolding in real time. Stress increases, patience decreases, clarity fades. None of this happens because the situation remains unresolved. It happens because attention continues feeding an experience that should have ended long ago. There is another way to approach these moments, though it often feels uncomfortable at first. Rather than immediately responding, you simply observe what is happening inside yourself. You notice the urge to defend your reputation. You notice the impulse to explain every detail. You notice how quickly the mind begins searching for victory instead of understanding. That observation alone creates distance. It interrupts the automatic pattern before it becomes action. The emotion may still be present, but it no longer occupies the driver's seat. It becomes something witnessed instead of something obeyed. This quiet pause rarely changes the other person's behavior, yet it changes something much more important. It protects your ability to choose your own. Over time, this practice transforms interactions in ways that are difficult to appreciate until they become part of everyday life. Situations that once consumed hours begin fading within minutes. Words that previously felt unbearable lose much of their emotional weight. You stop measuring success by whether another person finally understands you and begin measuring it by whether you remained faithful to your own principles. The desire to win every exchange slowly gives way to something steadier and more lasting. You discover that calm is not weakness, restraint is not surrender, and silence is not an admission of defeat. They are often the clearest signs that your attention still belongs to you. When that understanding becomes deeply rooted, provoking you becomes remarkably difficult, because your peace no longer depends on controlling another person's behavior. It rests upon something far more stable, the discipline to decide which moments deserve entry into your mind and which are simply allowed to pass. There comes a moment when you quietly decline an invitation that most people accept without thinking. It is not an invitation to a meeting or a conversation. It is an invitation to become emotionally entangled in someone else's expectations, frustrations, or judgments. For years, accepting that invitation may have felt automatic. Criticism appeared, and your mind immediately searched for evidence to defend itself. Someone misunderstood your intentions, and you felt responsible for correcting every detail. An unfair accusation landed in front of you, and silence seemed impossible because remaining quiet felt almost identical to admitting defeat. Yet something begins to change when you stop treating every challenge as a command to react. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion." You realize that not every opinion deserves access to your inner world. Not every misunderstanding requires a carefully crafted explanation. Not every uncomfortable moment must be escaped immediately. The space that once felt threatening slowly becomes a place where clarity begins to grow. At first, this feels strangely uncomfortable because the habit of defending yourself has probably been practiced for years. The mind has learned to associate explanation with safety. It quietly believes that if only people understood your intentions, everything would finally settle into place. But life rarely works that way. Some people misunderstand because they lack information. Others misunderstand because they have already chosen a conclusion before listening. No amount of additional explanation changes a mind that has no interest in understanding. Continuing to pour energy into those conversations becomes like trying to fill a container with a hole in the bottom. You keep giving more, hoping the outcome will eventually change, while never noticing how much of yourself is quietly draining away. The effort becomes exhausting, not because explaining is always wrong, but because constant explanation slowly teaches you that your peace depends upon another person's agreement. The Stoics approached these situations from an entirely different direction. They understood that peace built upon external approval is always unstable, because approval itself constantly changes. One day people praise you, another day they criticize you. One conversation ends with understanding, another with disappointment. If your inner stability rises and falls alongside those reactions, then your emotional life never truly belongs to you. It belongs to circumstances. It belongs to changing opinions. It belongs to people who often do not realize the influence they hold over your thoughts. Freedom begins the moment you stop handing out that authority so freely. It is not an act of indifference toward others. It is an act of responsibility toward yourself. You begin recognizing that preserving a calm mind is not selfish. It is the foundation that allows every meaningful relationship, decision, and action to rest upon something solid rather than something constantly shaken. This realization often arrives quietly rather than dramatically. One day you notice yourself listening to criticism without immediately preparing your defense. The familiar urge still appears, but instead of following it automatically, you simply observe it. You notice your heartbeat increase. You notice your thoughts searching for perfect responses. You notice pride asking for immediate action. Then something unexpected happens. You choose not to obey that first impulse. The conversation continues, but your attention no longer races ahead, trying to control every outcome. Instead, you remain present. You hear more than just the words being spoken. You begin noticing tone, intention, and even your own assumptions. What once felt like a battle gradually becomes an opportunity to understand both yourself and the situation more clearly. Silence plays an important role in this process, although it is often misunderstood. Many people associate silence with weakness because they assume strength must always announce itself. Yet genuine composure rarely needs to compete for attention. Silence creates room for observation. It prevents unnecessary words from strengthening unnecessary conflicts. It gives emotions time to settle before decisions are made. Most importantly, it reminds you that immediate reaction is not the only available choice. A quiet pause often reveals that what seemed urgent only moments ago was simply emotional momentum asking to be continued. Once that momentum fades, the situation frequently appears much smaller than it first seemed. The problem did not necessarily disappear. Your perspective simply became larger than the problem itself. As you practice this discipline, something remarkable begins returning to you. Parts of yourself that had been scattered across countless conversations slowly come home again. You stop measuring your worth by whether every person approves of you. You stop carrying yesterday's disagreements into tomorrow's opportunities. Energy once consumed by proving yourself becomes available for creating, learning, strengthening relationships, and living more intentionally. You begin noticing beauty that constant mental conflict had quietly hidden. Ordinary mornings feel calmer because your thoughts are no longer occupied by imaginary debates. Simple conversations become richer because you are listening instead of rehearsing responses. Even moments of solitude feel different because your own mind gradually becomes a place of rest instead of relentless argument. This transformation is rarely visible to the outside world. No one applauds the argument you refuse to continue, or the explanation you wisely decided not to give. Yet those unseen choices shape your character far more than dramatic victories ever could. Every unnecessary reaction left behind becomes evidence that your attention is no longer controlled by every passing opinion. Every moment of restraint strengthens the quiet confidence that comes from governing yourself instead of attempting to govern everyone else. Eventually you realize you never lost anything by refusing those invitations to conflict. What you actually recovered was something infinitely more valuable. You recovered the ability to remain whole regardless of how the world chooses to respond, and that quiet wholeness becomes a source of strength no argument could ever provide. Silence has a way of revealing things that words often hide. Most people think of silence as the absence of action, but in reality it is often the moment when action becomes impossible to fake. When someone expects an immediate reaction and receives none, the entire rhythm of the interaction changes. The script they had already written in their mind suddenly stops working. They expected frustration. They expected defense. They expected an emotional exchange that would confirm whatever story they had already decided to believe. Instead, they are left with something unfamiliar. They are left with themselves. That quiet interruption may last only a few seconds, yet it has the power to expose motives that endless arguments never could. As Epictetus wisely said, first learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak. The Stoics understood that composure is not simply the ability to remain calm, it is the ability to refuse becoming a character in someone else's emotional performance. People grow comfortable with patterns. They learn which words provoke certain reactions, which topics create tension, and which comments almost always produce a predictable response. Sometimes this happens consciously, but more often it happens without anyone realizing it. A sarcastic remark is followed by irritation. Criticism is followed by explanation. Disrespect is followed by anger. These repeated exchanges become habits shared by both people involved. Each person unknowingly teaches the other what to expect next. That is why many relationships, whether personal or professional, seem trapped inside the same conversations over and over again. Different days bring different details, but the emotional pattern rarely changes. The words are new, the reactions are old. The moment one person quietly steps outside that familiar pattern, everything begins shifting. Nothing dramatic has happened on the surface. No speech has been delivered. No lesson has been taught. Yet the emotional momentum suddenly has nowhere to travel. It is much like pushing against a door that unexpectedly swings open instead of resisting. All the force prepared for conflict suddenly loses its purpose. Instead of drawing you into frustration, the other person is left holding the emotion they intended to pass on. They must now decide what to do with it themselves. Sometimes they become quieter, sometimes they become louder, sometimes they lose interest altogether because the response they were expecting never arrived. Whatever happens next belongs to them, not to you. This is one of the least understood forms of influence. Many people assume influence comes from saying the perfect thing or winning every disagreement through logic. Yet some of the strongest influence comes from refusing to strengthen an unhealthy pattern. When you stop rewarding manipulation with emotional energy, manipulation gradually loses much of its effectiveness. When you stop defending yourself against every unfair judgment, those judgments begin losing their ability to dominate your attention. This is not about controlling another person's behavior. It is about refusing to become predictable in ways that weaken your own peace. There is tremendous freedom in no longer reacting according to someone else's expectations. Of course, remaining silent is not always easy. There is a powerful urge to explain yourself, especially when you know you are being misunderstood. The mind insists that one more sentence will finally make everything clear. One more argument will surely change their opinion. One more attempt will restore fairness. Sometimes that is true. Honest conversations deserve honesty in return. But there are also moments when explanation serves only the person demanding it. They are not searching for understanding. They are searching for engagement. Every answer becomes another opportunity to continue the conflict. Every defense becomes another invitation to question your motives. Without realizing it, you begin spending more effort maintaining the disagreement than resolving it. The Stoic perspective encourages a different form of strength. Instead of asking how to convince everyone around you, it asks whether their approval is truly necessary for your peace. That question changes the direction of your attention. It reminds you that dignity is not created by endless self-defense. Character is not measured by how effectively you answer every criticism. Much of genuine confidence comes from knowing that your values remain intact, even when someone refuses to recognize them. There is no need to chase validation from a mind that has already decided against understanding. Sometimes the wisest response is not another explanation, but the quiet confidence to let misunderstanding exist without allowing it to define you. Something else begins happening as this discipline develops. You start seeing people more clearly because your own emotions no longer cloud every interaction. Instead of immediately judging their words, you begin noticing their patterns. You recognize who listens with curiosity and who listens only to prepare another attack. You notice who genuinely seeks resolution and who seems energized by conflict itself. These observations become possible because your attention is no longer consumed by defending yourself. Emotional distance creates clearer perception. You are finally able to separate another person's behavior from your own responsibility. Ironically, Silence often encourages more honest behavior from others than argument ever could. When someone cannot provoke the expected reaction, they sometimes reveal far more about themselves than they intended. Frustration becomes visible, insecurity becomes obvious. The need for control quietly rises to the surface. None of this requires you to expose them. Their own actions accomplish that naturally. The absence of your participation becomes a mirror reflecting whatever they continue bringing into the conversation. This is why restraint can feel surprisingly powerful. It allows reality to speak without unnecessary interference. There is also an important lesson hidden within your own experience. Every time you choose not to react impulsively, you strengthen trust in yourself. You discover that uncomfortable emotions do not have to become immediate actions. You learn that criticism can exist without stealing your peace, and that disagreement does not automatically threaten your identity. Little by little, your confidence stops depending on successful conversations and begins resting upon consistent self-control. That foundation is far more stable because it cannot be taken away by another person's mood or opinion. With enough practice, the need to win every exchange slowly fades. You realize that many victories cost more than they are worth. They consume time, attention, and emotional energy that could have been invested elsewhere. Meanwhile, the quiet victories often go unnoticed. They happen when you refuse to carry resentment into the next day. They happen when someone else's frustration ends with them instead of continuing through you. They happen when your inner world remains steady despite circumstances inviting chaos. Those moments rarely receive recognition from anyone else, yet they quietly transform the quality of your life. Eventually, you begin understanding that silence is not empty at all. It is filled with observation, patience, discipline, and choice. It interrupts old patterns, protects your attention, and gives both you and the people around you an opportunity to step outside habits that once seemed inevitable. Some will misunderstand that choice. Others will respect it. Neither response matters as much as the deeper truth it reinforces. Every moment you refuse to participate in unnecessary emotional games, you reclaim another small part of your freedom. And over time, those small victories accumulate into a calm presence that no longer depends on controlling anyone except yourself. Many people misunderstand emotional discipline because they confuse it with emotional absence. They picture someone who never smiles, never grieves, never feels excitement or disappointment. They imagine a person who has built such thick walls around the heart that nothing can ever enter. That was never the aim. Stoicism does not ask you to become less human. It asks you to become less controlled by the parts of yourself that change from one moment to the next. Feelings are natural. They rise without permission, often before thought has fully awakened. A sudden wave of frustration, a quiet sense of fear, a spark of jealousy, a moment of sadness that arrives without warning. None of these emotions are failures. They are signals. They are reminders that something inside you has noticed the world. The difficulty begins only when those signals immediately become commands. The moment emotion stops being something you experience and starts becoming something that directs your behavior, you quietly surrender the freedom to choose your next step. Think about how quickly this happens during ordinary moments. A critical comment appears, and irritation immediately insists that you respond. An unexpected setback arrives, and discouragement begins predicting a future that has not happened yet. Someone else succeeds, and comparison quietly whispers that you are falling behind. These reactions often feel so immediate that they seem inseparable from reality itself. Yet there is an important difference between what you feel and what is true. Feelings describe your present experience, but they do not always describe the world accurately. Fear often predicts disasters that never arrive. Anger exaggerates offenses that appear much smaller after time has passed. Anxiety speaks with absolute certainty about futures that exist only inside imagination. If every feeling automatically became a decision, Your life would constantly change direction according to whatever emotion happened to arrive first. Stability would become almost impossible because your inner world would always be governed by passing weather rather than lasting principles. The Stoics understood that the first movement of emotion belongs to human nature, but the second movement belongs to character. You may not choose the first flash of disappointment or frustration, but you can choose whether it remains in control. This small distinction is easy to overlook because it happens so quickly. Between the emotion and the action exists a space so brief that many people never notice it. Yet within that space lies one of the greatest forms of freedom available to any person. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. It is the place where observation becomes stronger than impulse. Instead of reacting automatically, you begin witnessing your own mind at work. You notice anger asking to speak. You notice fear asking to retreat. You notice pride asking to defend itself. Rather than obeying immediately, you allow each emotion to exist without placing it in charge of your behavior. At first, this practice feels unnatural because the mind has spent years believing that speed equals safety. It tells you that hesitation is weakness and that immediate action proves confidence. But experience teaches something different. Many regrets begin with reactions that felt completely justified in the moment. Words spoken in anger, decisions made from fear, relationships damaged by pride. Looking back, clarity almost always arrives after emotion has settled. The problem is not that wisdom appears too late. The problem is that people often refuse to wait long enough for wisdom to speak before acting. The pause itself becomes uncomfortable because it interrupts familiar habits. Yet discomfort is not always a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes it is evidence that an old pattern is finally beginning to loosen its grip. This gradual shift transforms not only the way you respond to difficult moments, but also the way you understand yourself. You stop identifying completely with every feeling that passes through your mind. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you quietly recognize that anger is present. Instead of believing fear defines your future, you acknowledge that fear has arrived without assuming it knows the truth. That subtle change creates remarkable psychological distance. You are no longer fused with every emotional experience. You become the observer capable of witnessing those experiences without being carried away by them. The mind grows calmer because it no longer treats every internal movement as an emergency demanding immediate action. Over time, this way of living reshapes your relationships, your decisions, and even the conversations you have with yourself. Patience replaces urgency. Reflection begins arriving before reaction. Difficult moments still appear, but they no longer determine the direction of your entire day. People may continue speaking carelessly. Circumstances may still change without warning. Life remains unpredictable because that has always been its nature. Yet something essential has changed within you. You have discovered that freedom is not found by eliminating emotion, but by refusing to surrender your judgment to it. In that quiet space between feeling and action, where reason is finally given room to breathe, a steadier life slowly begins to emerge. It is not a life without emotion. It is a life where emotion is honored, understood, and guided rather than obeyed, and that gentle mastery becomes one of the strongest foundations upon which lasting peace can be built. Many people quietly convince themselves that always being available is a sign of compassion. They answer every message the moment it arrives. They rearrange their schedule to solve problems that were never theirs to carry. They explain every decision as though they need permission to live according to their own values. They worry about disappointing everyone around them, while rarely asking whether they are disappointing themselves. From the outside, this behavior often looks generous. People describe it as kindness, reliability, or selflessness. Yet beneath that constant willingness to give is often a fear that saying no will lead to rejection. conflict, or disappointment. The habit grows so gradually that it becomes part of someone's identity. They no longer recognize it as a choice. They simply believe this is who they are. Then one day they notice something difficult to ignore. Despite doing everything they believed a good person should do, they feel emotionally exhausted. Their patience grows shorter. Their mind feels crowded. Their peace becomes increasingly difficult to recover. The strange part is that nothing dramatic caused this exhaustion. It accumulated quietly through hundreds of small moments where their attention belonged to everyone except themselves. This happens because energy follows attention, whether we notice it or not. Wherever the mind repeatedly goes, emotional resources quietly follow. Every unnecessary obligation consumes a little more focus. Every problem accepted without question occupies another corner of the mind. Every attempt to keep everyone satisfied leaves less room for reflection, creativity, and rest. Most people never think of attention as something limited because they cannot see it being spent. Yet by the end of the day, they feel the consequences. Their body may be sitting peacefully in a quiet room, while their thoughts remain scattered across dozens of unfinished conversations, responsibilities, and expectations. They replay requests they agreed to, despite not wanting to. They worry about reactions that have not happened yet. They continue carrying burdens that belong to someone else from the very beginning. Over time, they stop feeling like the owner of their own life and begin feeling like the caretaker of everyone else's emotional comfort. The Stoics viewed this differently because they understood that responsibility has boundaries. Compassion does not require constant availability. Generosity does not require self-neglect. Supporting others loses much of its meaning when it is done by abandoning your own stability in the process. A person who constantly empties themselves eventually has very little left to offer anyone. This is why caring for your own inner life is not an act of selfishness. It is an act of stewardship. Just as a garden cannot nourish others if it is never watered, the mind cannot continue giving patience, wisdom, or understanding if it is continually deprived of quiet, reflection, and renewal. Protecting your own attention is not withdrawing from life. It is ensuring that when you do give your presence, it is genuine rather than exhausted. Part of the difficulty comes from confusing approval with connection. Many people believe they strengthen relationships by always saying yes, always responding immediately, and always placing other people's priorities ahead of their own. Yet relationships built upon constant availability often become dependent rather than healthy. Expectations quietly grow. Boundaries slowly disappear. The more consistently you sacrifice your own needs, the more ordinary that sacrifice begins to seem. What was once appreciated gradually becomes expected, not because people are necessarily ungrateful, but because human beings naturally adapt to what is repeatedly available. When your time, attention, and emotional energy are offered without limit, they slowly stop being recognized as valuable. This is one of the quiet paradoxes of life. The things we protect carefully often become respected. The things we give away endlessly often become invisible. Learning to establish boundaries therefore begins with changing the way you think about your own attention. Instead of asking whether someone wants it, you begin asking whether giving it aligns with the life you are trying to build. This does not mean becoming distant or indifferent. It means becoming intentional. Some conversations deserve your full presence. Some responsibilities deserve your effort. Some people genuinely enrich your life through mutual respect and care. Others simply consume whatever is available without considering the cost. Recognizing that difference requires honesty because it asks you to notice where your energy repeatedly disappears. It also asks you to accept that not every request deserves the same response. Sometimes the wisest decision is not doing more. It is preserving enough of yourself to continue acting with patience rather than obligation. There is another quiet shift that happens as you become more selective with your attention. Guilt often appears before peace does. The first time you decline an unnecessary request, the mind immediately questions your decision. It worries that someone may think less of you. It wonders whether you should have explained yourself more carefully. Old habits rarely disappear without resistance. They remind you of the version of yourself that believed acceptance depended upon constant sacrifice. But if you remain patient through that discomfort, something unexpected begins taking its place. The guilt gradually becomes lighter. The quiet becomes less frightening. You begin discovering that people who genuinely value you often respect honest boundaries far more than endless accommodation. Those who become angry simply because you protected your own peace frequently reveal that they valued your availability more than your well-being. Perhaps the greatest transformation is that your kindness becomes stronger rather than weaker. It is no longer driven by fear of disappointing others, but by genuine willingness to contribute where it truly matters. You give because you choose to, not because you feel unable to refuse. That distinction changes everything. The presence you offer becomes more meaningful because it is intentional. Your patience lasts longer because it is no longer constantly depleted. Your compassion becomes steadier because it grows from abundance instead of exhaustion. In protecting your own attention, you discover that boundaries do not separate you from others. They allow you to remain fully present in the moments that deserve your heart, your mind, and your energy, while quietly releasing the countless demands that never truly belonged to you in the first place. The Stoics often reflected on the fact that life is limited, yet there is something even more delicate than time itself. Time continues moving, whether you use it wisely or not. Attention is different. It can disappear in an instant without you realizing it has gone. A single conversation lasting only a few minutes can quietly follow you through the rest of the day. One careless sentence from someone whose opinion barely matters can echo through your thoughts long after their voice has faded. Hours pass. Your surroundings change. New opportunities appear in front of you, yet your mind remains anchored to a moment that no longer exists. The event ended almost immediately, but your attention continues breathing life into it. This is how ordinary experiences slowly become invisible prisons. They do not imprison your body. They occupy your awareness, and wherever awareness remains, a part of your life quietly remains with it. It is surprising how little is required to distract the human mind from the present. A brief misunderstanding, an unexpected criticism, a disappointed expectation. None of these experiences last very long on their own, yet the imagination possesses an extraordinary ability to extend them far beyond their natural life. You replay the conversation while preparing breakfast. You revisit it while driving home. You imagine different responses before falling asleep. Each replay feels as though you are solving something important, but often nothing is actually changing. The mind have a way of disguising themselves as unfinished problems. It convinces you that one more review of the situation will finally produce clarity. Instead, the same thoughts travel familiar paths until repetition begins to feel like progress. Without noticing it, the memory becomes more active than the present moment unfolding right in front of you. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering grows not from events themselves, but from the permission we unknowingly grant them to remain within us. A difficult moment deserves attention while it is happening. It deserves reflection afterward if there is something meaningful to learn. But there is a difference between learning from an experience and living inside it long after it has passed. Many people continue carrying conversations that no longer exist because they believe letting go somehow means pretending the event never happened. Yet letting go does not erase memory. It simply removes the unnecessary burden of carrying it everywhere you go. Wisdom remembers without becoming trapped. It learns without endlessly returning to the same emotional ground. This becomes especially clear when you consider how often your emotional world begins revolving around people who have already moved on. Someone makes an insensitive remark and forgets it before lunch. Meanwhile, you continue thinking about it through the evening. A stranger expresses an opinion that clashes with yours, then continues living their day without another thought. Yet, your own mind continues defending itself against someone who is no longer mentally present. The imbalance is remarkable. One person has already left the conversation, while the other remains there alone, continuing an argument that now exists only inside imagination. In moments like these, the greatest influence over your peace no longer belongs to the other person. It belongs to the attention you continue investing in an experience that has already ended. This practice requires patience because the mind does not surrender familiar habits easily. It enjoys returning to unfinished stories, especially those involving pride or regret. There is comfort in familiar suffering because it asks nothing new from you. Growth, on the other hand, requires allowing the past to become what it already is, the past. That does not mean forgetting important lessons or pretending painful experiences never happened. It means refusing to let yesterday continually borrow today's attention. Every moment spent mentally reliving an experience is a moment unavailable for creating something better in the present. The future is quietly shaped by wherever your attention repeatedly rests, and no meaningful future can be built while your mind remains permanently occupied by moments that no longer exist. Little by little, this understanding changes the way ordinary days unfold. A careless remark still reaches your ears, but it no longer follows you home. A disappointing interaction still happens, yet it no longer occupies your thoughts until bedtime. You notice the impulse to replay the moment, but instead of obeying it automatically, you allow it to pass like countless other thoughts that come and go throughout the day. The memory loses strength, not because you forced yourself to forget it, but because you stopped feeding it the attention it needed to survive. The emotional charge gradually fades, leaving only the lesson behind. That lesson becomes useful because it no longer arrives wrapped in unnecessary suffering. Perhaps this is one of the quietest forms of freedom a person can discover. It is not the freedom of controlling every circumstance or preventing every disappointment. It is the freedom of deciding which experiences are allowed to remain within your mind after they have ended. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Temporary moments remain temporary. Passing comments remain passing comments. Other people's opinions stop becoming permanent residents within your inner world. The mind becomes lighter because it is no longer carrying unnecessary weight from one day into the next. As that habit grows stronger, you begin experiencing time differently. The present no longer feels crowded by echoes of yesterday, and attention gradually returns to where life has always been unfolding. Not inside old conversations, not inside imagined endings. Right here, in the only moment where peace, clarity, and meaningful action have ever truly existed. There is something quietly fascinating about people who remain calm when everyone else expects a reaction. They do not seem hurried by the need to defend every opinion or explain every decision. They rarely interrupt. They are comfortable allowing silence to exist without treating it as a problem that must immediately be solved. At first, this kind of composure can appear mysterious because it moves against the rhythm of modern life. We are taught to answer quickly, justify ourselves constantly, and protect our image whenever it feels threatened. Yet, calm people seem to follow a different set of priorities. They understand that not every misunderstanding deserves their attention, and not every opinion requires their participation. They conserve something most people spend without hesitation. They conserve their peace. That restraint is often mistaken for indifference, but in reality it grows from a deep understanding that inner stability is too valuable to exchange for every passing disagreement. This realization can feel disappointing at first because it asks you to release something the mind desperately wants to control. Most people spend years trying to manage how they appear in the minds of others. They carefully choose words, replay conversations, and worry endlessly about impressions they cannot actually govern. The Stoics recognized that this effort quietly steals enormous amounts of energy. Your character belongs to you. Another person's opinion does not. Trying to control both at the same time creates a burden no one can successfully carry. Peace begins returning the moment you accept that your responsibility ends with acting according to your principles. What others choose to believe after that belongs to their own judgment, not yours. This does not mean becoming careless about how your actions affect people. Thoughtfulness still matters. Honesty still matters. Taking responsibility for genuine mistakes remains an essential part of wisdom. The difference lies in understanding where responsibility ends. There is a point where further explanation no longer serves truth, but serves anxiety. You continue speaking not because the conversation requires it, but because your own discomfort cannot tolerate being misunderstood. In those moments, you are no longer trying to communicate. You are trying to erase uncertainty. Yet uncertainty is part of every human relationship. No matter how carefully you live, there will always be people who see only fragments of your story. Expecting complete understanding from everyone is asking life for something it has never promised. Calm people seem mysterious because they have quietly accepted this reality. They no longer chase complete approval because they understand it does not exist. Instead, they focus on something far more stable. They ask whether they acted with integrity rather than whether everyone applauded their actions. That shift changes the direction of attention completely. Instead of constantly looking outward for reassurance, they begin looking inward for alignment. Did their actions reflect their values? Did they remain honest even when honesty was uncomfortable? Did they preserve their composure when circumstances invited emotional reaction? These questions create a steadiness that cannot easily be disturbed because their answers do not depend upon changing opinions. There is also a quiet confidence that grows when you stop treating every misunderstanding as an emergency. The mind becomes less crowded because it is no longer rehearsing endless explanations. Conversations end when they end instead of continuing inside your imagination for hours afterward. You discover that being misunderstood is uncomfortable, but it is rarely dangerous. In fact, many of the fears surrounding misunderstanding exist only because pride quietly magnifies them. Pride insists that everyone must recognize your intentions. Wisdom gently reminds you that your life can continue peacefully even when some people never fully understand you. That reminder creates extraordinary freedom because it releases you from a task that was impossible from the beginning. Over time, this discipline changes how others experience your presence. They notice that you do not argue over every opinion. They recognize that you speak thoughtfully instead of impulsively. Your words begin carrying greater weight precisely because they are no longer offered to every passing disagreement. Silence becomes part of your communication rather than an absence of it. You no longer feel pressured to fill every pause or defend every assumption. Instead, you allow reality to unfold before deciding whether your energy is truly needed. That patience often reveals more than immediate reaction ever could. People who sincerely seek understanding remain open to conversation. Those interested only in conflict often lose interest when they realize they cannot easily pull you into it. There comes a quiet turning point in a person's life that almost no one notices from the outside. It is not marked by a dramatic achievement, a major decision, or a sudden change in circumstance. It begins with a different kind of question. For years, the mind automatically asks whether someone deserves an explanation. It searches for the right words to clear up misunderstandings, defend intentions, and preserve a carefully protected image. Every disagreement feels like something that must be resolved. Every false assumption feels like a threat. Every criticism creates the urge to step forward and prove that it is wrong. Then, almost unnoticed, the question changes. Instead of asking whether another person deserves an explanation, you begin asking whether that explanation deserves your attention, your time, and your peace. That small shift seems almost insignificant at first, yet it quietly transforms the way you move through the world. You stop measuring every interaction by whether you successfully changed someone else's opinion and begin measuring it by whether you remained faithful to your own clarity. This new perspective feels unfamiliar because it asks you to release a habit that has been reinforced for most of your life. From childhood, many people are taught to justify themselves constantly. Explain why you made that choice. Explain why you feel that way. Explain why someone misunderstood you. Over time, explanation begins feeling like proof of innocence, as though silence automatically suggests guilt. The mind grows uncomfortable whenever another person holds an inaccurate view, because it assumes that misunderstanding must immediately be corrected. Yet life quietly reveals something important. Some people genuinely want understanding. Others simply want your participation. They ask questions not to learn, but to continue the argument. They invite explanations only so they can challenge them again. The conversation becomes endless because its purpose was never resolution. It was engagement. Recognizing that difference protects you from investing yourself in exchanges that cannot produce the peace you are hoping to find. The Stoics understood that not every invitation deserves acceptance. They did not believe wisdom required constant defense. Instead, they believed that character revealed itself through consistent action rather than endless explanation. A person who truly lives according to their principles does not need every observer to agree with them before feeling secure. Their confidence grows from alignment between values and behavior, not from applause or approval. This does not mean they avoid difficult conversations or refuse accountability. Quite the opposite. They speak honestly when honesty serves understanding. They accept responsibility when responsibility belongs to them. But they also recognize the moment when additional words stop serving truth and begin serving only anxiety. That awareness allows them to leave conversations with their peace still intact instead of carrying them long after they have ended. One of the greatest sources of unnecessary suffering comes from trying to manage other people's perceptions. It is an impossible responsibility disguised as an achievable goal. Every person views the world through experiences you cannot fully see and beliefs you cannot completely control. Two people can witness the same action and arrive at entirely different conclusions. One sees kindness where another sees weakness. One sees confidence where another sees arrogance. One sees honesty where another sees criticism. If your emotional stability depends upon controlling those interpretations, then your peace will always remain fragile because it rests upon something that was never yours to govern. The moment you understand this deeply, the desire to protect your image begins losing its urgency. You realize that your responsibility has always been to protect your character instead. That distinction changes the way you experience conflict. You no longer enter every disagreement believing your identity is at stake. Instead, you quietly observe whether the conversation is moving toward understanding or simply circling around pride. If genuine dialogue is possible, you participate with openness and respect. If the exchange has become nothing more than a contest of egos, you recognize that continuing often costs more than it could ever return. This recognition is not defeat, it is discernment. Walking away from a conversation that cannot produce wisdom is not avoiding truth. It is refusing to sacrifice your inner stability for an outcome that remains beyond your control. As this habit grows stronger, something subtle begins happening inside your mind. The need to appear right slowly weakens because another desire becomes more important. You begin valuing peace more than victory. This does not make you careless about truth. Instead, it changes your relationship with it. You stop treating truth as something that must always be proven through argument and begin living it through consistent action. There is remarkable confidence in allowing your life to become your explanation. Words remain useful, but they no longer carry the impossible burden of convincing every person you meet. Your actions quietly speak where endless debates once consumed your energy. This shift also changes the conversations you have with yourself. After difficult interactions, the mind becomes less interested in replaying every sentence. It no longer searches obsessively for the perfect response that should have been given. Instead, it asks a simpler question: did I remain true to my principles? If the answer is yes, the conversation ends much sooner. If the answer is no, there is something meaningful to learn without becoming trapped in regret. Reflection replaces rumination. Growth replaces self-defense. You begin understanding that your greatest responsibility is not winning every exchange, but strengthening the person who walks away from it. Over time, this way of living creates a freedom that cannot be measured by outward success alone. Other people's opinions continue changing because that is their nature. Misunderstandings still happen because no human relationship is perfect. Criticism still appears because every life attracts different perspectives. Yet none of these experiences possess the same power they once held. They no longer determine the quality of your inner world because your attention has found a more stable foundation. You are no longer trying to preserve an image that exists inside someone else's mind. You are protecting something far more valuable. You are protecting the quiet freedom that comes from knowing your peace belongs to you, and no explanation is worth surrendering it unless it truly serves what is good, honest, and necessary. Conflict has a remarkable way of exposing the habits we usually keep hidden. During calm moments, almost anyone can appear patient, thoughtful, and reasonable. But when criticism arrives unexpectedly, when someone challenges your beliefs, questions your intentions, or speaks with unnecessary hostility, something deeper begins revealing itself. The first reaction often comes before conscious thought has time to catch up. The heart beats faster, the body grows tense. The mind immediately starts collecting evidence to defend itself. It feels as though your entire identity has suddenly been placed on trial. For many people, this is the moment where awareness disappears and instinct takes control. Every sentence becomes sharper, every response becomes faster. The conversation slowly stops being about understanding and becomes a contest over who will surrender first. Yet there is another possibility hidden inside these moments, one that the Stoics understood with remarkable clarity. Instead of immediately joining the conflict, you begin observing it. Instead of becoming consumed by the argument itself, you become interested in the forces quietly shaping it. This perspective also changes the way you see yourself. You begin noticing that your own reactions are not always caused by another person's words alone. Sometimes they awaken something that was already waiting inside you. A simple disagreement may stir an old fear of rejection. A small criticism may touch an insecurity you believed had already disappeared. An unfair accusation may awaken pride that immediately demands justice. None of these responses make you weak. They simply reveal areas where greater understanding is still possible. The Stoics believed that difficult people often become unexpected teachers because they expose attachments that comfort never reveals. Calm situations rarely test character. Conflict does. It shines light on habits that remain invisible while everything is going well. As this awareness grows, something interesting begins happening. You stop seeing every disagreement as a personal attack and start seeing it as information. The conversation becomes less about protecting yourself and more about understanding the dynamics unfolding between two human minds. One person may be speaking from fear while believing they are speaking from reason. Another may be reacting from wounded pride without realizing it. You may even recognize the same tendencies within yourself. This realization does not make conflict enjoyable, but it makes it far more understandable. The emotional intensity begins losing some of its power, because curiosity quietly replaces defensiveness. It is difficult to remain consumed by anger while sincerely trying to understand what lies beneath it. Many arguments continue far longer than necessary because neither person pauses long enough to observe what is actually driving the exchange. Each side focuses entirely on the words while ignoring the emotions generating them. One person insists on being right, the other insists on being understood. Both believe they are discussing facts, yet the real conversation revolves around something much deeper. It revolves around the universal desire to feel respected, valued, and safe. Once those deeper needs become visible, many disagreements begin looking very different. You realize that winning the argument may never resolve the underlying problem, because the argument was only the surface expression of something else entirely. Responding only to the surface often guarantees that the deeper issue remains untouched. The Stoics often reminded themselves that every person is carrying an inner struggle that remains largely invisible. Remembering this changes the atmosphere of conflict. Compassion quietly enters where resentment once dominated. You become less interested in defeating someone and more interested in preserving your own clarity. Even when firm boundaries are necessary, they can be established without hatred. Even when disagreement remains unresolved, your peace does not have to disappear alongside it. You discover that another person's behavior may explain why they acted as they did, but it never has to dictate the quality of your own response. Gradually, conversations stop feeling like competitions that determine your worth. They become opportunities to practice observation, patience, and self-command. Every difficult interaction becomes another reminder that the greatest challenge is rarely convincing someone else. It is remaining faithful to your own principles while emotions invite you elsewhere. This quiet shift changes more than the outcome of individual conversations. It changes the way you move through life itself. The world becomes less divided into enemies and allies, and more filled with people responding to their own unseen struggles. That understanding creates a calm strength that cannot be manufactured through clever words or stronger arguments. It grows naturally from seeing beneath appearances and refusing to let temporary conflict distract you from the deeper work of mastering your own mind. There is a quiet confidence that develops when you no longer depend upon constant agreement. It is not loud. It does not demand attention. In fact, many people overlook it because it lacks the urgency that often accompanies insecurity. Someone who trusts their own principles does not feel compelled to prove them every few minutes. They speak when speaking is useful. They remain silent when silence serves better. They do not argue simply because disagreement exists, nor do they retreat simply because someone disapproves. Their steadiness becomes noticeable precisely because it is uncommon. In a world where many people react immediately to every challenge, calm begins standing out without ever trying to. Others sense that this person is not easily pushed from one emotional state to another, and that consistency naturally inspires trust. Ironically, this is often when genuine influence begins appearing. People become more willing to listen because they no longer sense desperation beneath your words. There is no hidden demand that they must agree before you feel secure. Conversations become invitations rather than contests. Others feel less pressure to defend themselves because they are no longer responding to someone trying to force an outcome. Instead, they encounter a person whose confidence exists independently of the conversation's result. That quiet independence creates space for honesty. It allows ideas to be considered instead of resisted. Influence grows not through pressure, but through the absence of it. The less attached you become to controlling every response, the more freely others are able to think for themselves. The Stoics understood that trying to control another person's judgment is ultimately a struggle against reality itself. Every individual interprets life through different experiences, different fears, and different hopes. No amount of persuasion can completely overcome that complexity. Accepting this truth does not weaken your ability to communicate, it strengthens it. You stop speaking with the impossible goal of controlling another mind and begin speaking simply because honesty deserves expression. Once those words are offered sincerely, you allow the outcome to unfold without clinging to it. That release protects your peace because your emotional well-being no longer depends upon whether your ideas receive immediate acceptance. You have fulfilled your responsibility. Everything beyond that belongs to someone else's freedom. This shift also changes the way you experience rejection. Instead of interpreting disagreement as evidence that something is wrong with you, you begin recognizing that different minds naturally reach different conclusions. Sometimes another person rejects an idea because they misunderstand it. Sometimes they reject it because it conflicts with beliefs they have carried for years. Sometimes they reject it simply because they are not ready to hear it. None of those possibilities require you to abandon your own clarity. As Epictetus wisely observed, if anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer, "He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned these alone." They simply remind you that influence cannot be forced. Seeds grow only when the ground is ready, and wisdom often works the same way. Your task is not to control when understanding appears. Your task is to remain truthful, regardless of how quickly it is recognized. As this perspective becomes part of your everyday life, something deeper begins taking root. You become increasingly difficult to manipulate because your emotions are no longer easily purchased through praise or criticism. Compliments remain pleasant, but they do not define you. Disapproval remains uncomfortable, but it does not direct you. Decisions arise from careful reflection rather than the shifting moods of those around you. That quiet independence creates a presence that people instinctively respect because it cannot be bought with approval or shaken by disagreement. In the end, the greatest influence is rarely found in convincing everyone to think like you. It is found in living with such steady integrity that your example speaks long after the conversation has ended, reminding others that genuine strength has never required constant validation to prove it exists. Real change rarely arrives in dramatic moments. Most people expect transformation to feel immediate, as though one powerful realization will permanently alter the way they think, react, and live. They imagine reading the right book, hearing the perfect advice, or making one firm decision that suddenly frees them from years of emotional habits. Reality moves much more quietly than that. The mind is shaped through repetition, not revelation. Every belief you now carry, every automatic reaction, every familiar pattern was built one moment at a time. You did not wake up one morning suddenly believing that every criticism demanded an answer, or that every disagreement threatened your sense of worth. Those habits were formed gradually through countless experiences, repeated until they felt like part of your personality. The encouraging truth is that what repetition creates, repetition can also reshape. The same mind that learned to react automatically can learn to respond with intention. The same attention that wandered endlessly toward conflict can slowly become disciplined enough to remain where it truly belongs. The Stoics understood this better than most. They never believed wisdom was something achieved once and then possessed forever. They treated it as a lifelong practice requiring continual attention. Every day presented another opportunity to strengthen judgment, patience, and self-command. They expected setbacks because they understood the nature of the human mind. Habits do not disappear simply because they have been recognized. They fade because they are repeatedly replaced with better ones. Each moment of awareness interrupts a familiar pattern. Each deliberate pause becomes another quiet lesson, teaching the mind that immediate reaction is no longer necessary. Gradually, what once required enormous effort begins feeling increasingly natural, not because life becomes easier, but because your responses become steadier. Think about how habits are formed in every other area of life. A musician does not master an instrument after one practice session. A skilled craftsman does not develop precision after completing a single project. Strength is built through repeated movements that often seem ordinary while they are taking place. Emotional discipline follows the same principle. Every time you resist the urge to answer impulsively, you strengthen patience. Every time you choose reflection instead of resentment, you strengthen clarity. Every time you allow another person's frustration to remain with them instead of carrying it yourself, you strengthen freedom. None of these individual moments appear extraordinary, yet together they quietly reshape the architecture of your mind. The person you become tomorrow is largely determined by the responses you practice today. There will still be days when old patterns return. A harsh criticism may awaken familiar defensiveness. An unexpected disappointment may revive habits you believed were already behind you. This does not erase your progress. It simply reminds you that growth is rarely linear. The mind naturally returns to what it has practiced most often, especially during moments of stress. Instead of becoming discouraged, those moments become invitations to practice once again. You notice the reaction without condemning yourself for experiencing it. You acknowledge the emotion without allowing it to define the outcome. Each return to awareness strengthens confidence because it reminds you that you are no longer completely governed by impulse. Even when old habits appear, they no longer possess unquestioned authority over your choices. This gradual process also changes the way you speak to yourself. Instead of demanding perfection, you begin appreciating consistency. The inner conversation becomes gentler, but more honest. You stop expecting every difficult situation to unfold flawlessly and begin recognizing the quiet victories that once escaped your attention. Perhaps you ended an argument sooner than you would have months ago. Perhaps you let an unnecessary comment pass without carrying it into the evening. Perhaps you noticed anger before it reached your words. These moments deserve recognition because they represent genuine movement. Character is not built only through dramatic acts of courage. It is built through repeated decisions that nobody else may ever notice. Quiet discipline often produces the deepest transformation, precisely because it develops away from applause. As this practice continues, something remarkable begins happening almost without your awareness. Situations that once felt impossible to manage become surprisingly ordinary. The criticism that once occupied your thoughts for days loses its emotional weight by the afternoon. The disagreement that previously demanded endless explanation no longer feels worthy of your attention. You do not force yourself to remain calm. Calm simply begins appearing more naturally because the habit of reacting has slowly weakened. Your mind learns that peace was never dependent upon changing another person's opinion. It was dependent upon changing the relationship you maintained with your own thoughts. That realization becomes increasingly stable with every experience confirming it. Eventually, you stop viewing discipline as something you perform only during difficult moments. It quietly becomes part of the way you live. Patience no longer feels like resistance. Reflection no longer feels slow. Protecting your attention no longer feels like sacrifice. It feels natural because your priorities have changed. You understand that every unnecessary argument avoided preserves energy for something more meaningful. Every thoughtful pause strengthens trust in your own judgment. Every decision to remain grounded reminds you that your peace has never belonged to the opinions surrounding you. It has always grown from the quiet choices made within you, one moment at a time, repeated patiently until they become the person you were gradually becoming all along. Eventually, something begins happening that you never expected. The world itself does not become quieter. People do not suddenly become kinder. Criticism does not disappear. Disappointments continue arriving without warning. Life remains as unpredictable as it has always been. Yet your experience of it changes in ways that are almost difficult to describe. The rude comment that once followed you throughout the entire day now fades within minutes. The disagreement that would have occupied your thoughts all evening quietly dissolves before you even arrive home. A stranger's opinion no longer feels like something that must be examined from every possible angle. At first, this change seems so subtle that you barely notice it. Then one day you realize an entire week has passed without mentally reliving a conversation that once would have consumed your attention. Nothing outside has become easier. Something inside has become steadier. This transformation surprises many people because they assume peace arrives only after external problems disappear. They imagine that calm is the reward for finally creating the perfect life, finding the perfect relationships, or eliminating every difficult person from their surroundings. The Stoics understood the opposite. They believed that waiting for the world to become peaceful before experiencing peace within yourself is a lifelong disappointment. The world has always been uncertain. It has always contained misunderstanding, conflict, and unexpected change. The real question is not whether those things will continue existing. They will. The deeper question is whether they deserve the same authority over your mind that you once gave them. That question quietly changes everything because it shifts responsibility back into your own hands. Instead of demanding a different world, you begin cultivating a different relationship with the world that already exists. Much of human suffering comes from assigning enormous importance to experiences that deserve very little of it. A careless remark becomes evidence that something is wrong with you. A disagreement becomes proof that you have failed. An unexpected setback quietly grows into a story about the future, rather than remaining a single moment in the present. The mind naturally magnifies whatever receives repeated attention. Every return to the same memory strengthens its emotional weight. Every unnecessary rehearsal convinces you that the event must have been significant simply because you keep thinking about it. Yet significance is not determined by repetition. It is determined by reality. Many of the things that once seemed impossible to ignore begin looking surprisingly small once you stop feeding them the attention that kept them alive. Think about the conversations that once occupied your thoughts for days. At the time they appeared overwhelmingly important. You searched for better responses. You imagined different endings. You convinced yourself that if only you had said one more sentence, everything would have changed. Looking back months or years later, many of those moments seem almost insignificant. The emotional weight they once carried has disappeared, not because the memory vanished, but because your perspective became larger than the event itself. The same process begins happening much sooner once you train your attention differently. Instead of waiting years to realize a conflict was never worth carrying, you begin recognizing that truth while the experience is still fresh. That awareness saves an extraordinary amount of emotional energy because you no longer spend days fighting battles that ended within minutes. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the mind behaves much like a fire. Whatever you continue feeding grows stronger. Whatever you stop feeding gradually fades. Anger survives through repeated justification. Fear survives through repeated prediction. Resentment survives through repeated remembrance. None of these emotions require constant external events to remain alive. They continue because the mind unknowingly provides fresh fuel through attention. Once that fuel becomes limited, something remarkable begins happening. The emotions themselves lose much of their intensity. They may still appear briefly, but they no longer establish permanent residence. They pass through your awareness instead of settling there. The mind becomes quieter, not because it has stopped producing thoughts, but because it has stopped treating every thought as equally important. There is another unexpected benefit to this change. As unnecessary mental noise begins fading, ordinary moments become easier to appreciate. Conversations receive your full attention because they are no longer interrupted by memories from yesterday's argument. A walk becomes simply a walk instead of another opportunity to rehearse old frustrations. Meals become more enjoyable because your mind is no longer sitting somewhere else while your body goes through familiar routines. Presence returns naturally when attention is no longer constantly borrowed by things that no longer deserve it. Many people spend years searching for greater happiness while overlooking the simple truth that peace often begins with removing unnecessary mental burdens rather than adding new pleasures. This does not mean difficult experiences suddenly lose all emotional impact. There will always be moments that deserve careful reflection. Grief deserves space. Genuine mistakes deserve honest examination. Important relationships deserve thoughtful conversations. The difference is that wisdom gradually learns to separate meaningful reflection from unnecessary rumination. One helps you grow, the other quietly keeps you trapped. Learning that distinction becomes one of the most valuable forms of discernment you can develop because it protects your attention without encouraging avoidance. You still face reality honestly. You simply stop carrying reality far beyond the point where it remains useful. Over time, this new way of living begins influencing every part of your character. Patience grows because urgency no longer controls every decision. Confidence grows because your peace no longer depends upon changing another person's opinion. Gratitude becomes easier because your attention is no longer consumed by endless dissatisfaction. Even your relationships begin changing because you arrive with a calmer presence instead of accumulated frustration from conversations that should have ended long ago. People notice that you are easier to talk to, not because you have become passive, but because your mind is no longer constantly preparing for conflict. You listen more completely, you react less impulsively, your responses come from clarity instead of habit. Perhaps the greatest surprise is realizing that the world itself never became less noisy. Social media continues demanding attention. Opinions continue filling every corner of daily life. Unexpected criticism still appears without invitation. None of that has disappeared. What disappeared was the belief that every piece of noise deserved a place inside your mind. That single change alters your entire experience of life. The volume of the world remains the same, yet your inner world becomes remarkably quiet because you have finally learned that attention is not something the world has the right to take. It is something only you can choose to give, and that choice quietly shapes every day that follows. From that point, the journey becomes even more personal because you begin discovering that not every disturbance comes from the outside world. For a long time, it seemed as though difficult people, unfair situations, and unexpected disappointments were the primary sources of inner conflict. As your reactions become calmer, however, another truth slowly reveals itself. Some of the loudest battles no longer involve another person at all. They unfold entirely within your own mind. A memory returns without invitation. Regret quietly replays an old decision. Anxiety begins constructing futures that have not happened. Self-criticism searches for flaws in everything you have done. Suddenly you realize that silence around you does not always create silence within you. The mind has become remarkably talented at producing its own distractions, and unlike the noise of the outside world, these thoughts seem to speak with your own voice. That is precisely what makes them so convincing. They do not feel like passing mental events. They feel like undeniable truths that demand your immediate attention. This is where many people become trapped without realizing it. They spend years learning how to avoid unnecessary arguments with others while continuing to argue endlessly with themselves. The conversation simply changes location. Instead of defending yourself against another person's criticism, you begin defending yourself against your own. Instead of replaying yesterday's disagreement with someone else, you replay yesterday's disappointment with yourself. The pattern remains remarkably similar. Thoughts appear, emotions follow. The mind begins searching for certainty where none exists. Before long, a single idea has expanded into an entire emotional landscape, and nothing outside has actually changed. Your body may be sitting peacefully in a quiet room, yet your inner world feels crowded by conversations that exist nowhere except inside your imagination. The Stoics recognize that mastering external reactions is only the beginning. The deeper challenge lies in learning that your own thoughts deserve observation before they deserve belief. Regret is one of the mind's favorite ways of holding attention captive. It whispers that if only you had made a different choice, spoken different words, or recognized something sooner, life would now be entirely different. At first, this reflection seems useful because learning from the past is part of wisdom. But there is an important difference between learning and lingering. Reflection asks what can be understood. Rumination asks the same question repeatedly even after the answer has already been found. The mind returns to familiar mistakes not because new insight is waiting there, but because emotional habits often disguise themselves as problem solving. It convinces you that another hour of thinking will somehow rewrite yesterday. Yet no amount of mental repetition changes a decision that already belongs to history. The only thing it changes is your ability to fully experience the present moment. Anxiety follows a similar path, except it travels in the opposite direction. Instead of living in memories, it lives inside possibilities. It creates conversations that have not happened, failures that have not occurred, and disappointments that exist only in imagination. The remarkable part is that the body often reacts as though those imagined futures are already unfolding. Your heartbeat changes, your breathing becomes shallow, muscles tighten in preparation for dangers that remain entirely hypothetical. The mind does not always distinguish clearly between vivid imagination and immediate reality. Left unchecked, it begins treating every uncertain future as though it were a confirmed outcome. Days become consumed by preparing for events that never arrive, while opportunities already present quietly pass unnoticed. Self-criticism often feels even more persuasive because it speaks with the familiar voice of your own identity. It tells you that you are simply being honest with yourself, when in reality, it often repeats judgments far harsher than you would ever direct toward another person. One mistake becomes evidence of failure. One weakness becomes proof that you will never improve. One setback becomes a prediction about the rest of your life. The Stoics never suggested ignoring personal flaws. They believed honest self-examination was essential, but they also understood that wisdom requires fairness. A clear mind evaluates mistakes without turning them into permanent definitions. It corrects behavior without attacking identity. There is a profound difference between saying, "That decision was unwise," and believing, "I am incapable of wisdom." One encourages growth, the other quietly destroys it. This is why learning to observe your own thoughts becomes one of the most important disciplines you can develop. Just another person's anger does not automatically deserve your reaction. Neither does every thought produced by your own mind. Thoughts arise continuously. Some are helpful. Some are distorted by fear, pride, habit, or exhaustion. The mere appearance of a thought does not make it accurate, just as the appearance of a cloud does not change the nature of the sky behind it. Once you begin recognizing this, your relationship with your own mind gradually changes. Instead of immediately following every thought wherever it leads, you allow it to exist without assuming it deserves complete authority over your emotions or your actions. At first, this practice feels unfamiliar because the mind has spent years reacting automatically to itself. Every anxious prediction demanded attention. Every regret invited another replay. Every critical thought felt like an objective fact. Creating distance from those patterns requires patience, but each moment of awareness weakens their influence. You discover that many thoughts disappear naturally when they are no longer constantly fed with attention. They arrive, remain briefly, and quietly pass on. The struggle was never the thought itself. The struggle came from believing you had to engage with every one of them. That realization brings an unexpected sense of relief, because it reminds you that peace does not require controlling every thought. It requires choosing which thoughts deserve your continued attention. As this understanding grows deeper, your inner world begins changing in the same way your outer world once did. Just as criticism from others gradually lost its power to disturb you, unnecessary thoughts begin losing their authority as well. The mind becomes less crowded because it is no longer chasing every fear into the future or every regret into the past. There is more room for clarity, more room for gratitude, and more room for the quiet awareness that life is unfolding only in this present moment. You realize that the greatest freedom was never found in controlling circumstances, silencing other people, or eliminating uncertainty. It was found in learning that even within your own mind, you still possess the ability to choose what deserves your attention, and that choice quietly becomes one of the most powerful forms of self-mastery a person can ever achieve. Once you begin observing your thoughts instead of immediately obeying them, something remarkable starts unfolding within you. The world outside may look exactly the same, yet your experience of it becomes entirely different. Thoughts still appear, emotions still rise and fall, uncertainty still visits from time to time, but they no longer arrive with the same authority they once possessed. There is now a quiet distance between the one who notices the thought and the thought itself. That distance is subtle, almost impossible to describe at first, yet it changes everything. Before, every idea that entered your mind seemed to demand belief. Every fear sounded like a warning. Every doubt felt like a fact. Now you begin recognizing that the mind produces countless thoughts throughout the day, many of which contradict one another. If every thought represented reality, then reality itself would constantly change from one minute to the next. The Stoics understood that wisdom begins when you stop identifying completely with every movement of the mind and start recognizing that awareness itself is steadier than whatever passes through it. This realization feels liberating because it quietly removes an invisible burden you may have carried for years. You no longer feel responsible for controlling every thought that appears. Instead, you become responsible only for how you respond to those thoughts. That distinction is profound. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." It means an anxious prediction can exist without determining your future. A fearful idea can arise without becoming your decision. A memory can return without taking possession of your entire day. The mind continues producing its endless stream of impressions, but your relationship with those impressions begins changing. You stop treating them like orders that must be followed and start treating them like visitors that may or may not deserve to stay. Some bring valuable insight. Others simply arrive carrying old habits dressed as urgent truths. Learning the difference becomes one of the most important forms of inner discipline. This becomes especially clear during periods of uncertainty. The mind naturally dislikes unanswered questions, so it rushes to create answers of its own. When certainty cannot be found, imagination eagerly fills the empty space. It predicts rejection before anyone has spoken. It anticipates failure before any attempt has been made. It prepares for disappointment before life has even unfolded. These imagined futures often feel so vivid that the body reacts as though they are already happening. Yet if you pause long enough to observe the process, something becomes obvious. Most of these predictions never become reality. They were never facts. They were possibilities interpreted through fear. Once you recognize this pattern repeatedly, the mind gradually loses its habit of presenting every anxious thought as though it were an unavoidable future. The same principle applies to emotions. Feeling something intensely does not automatically make it permanent or accurate. Anger may convince you that a relationship is beyond repair. Sadness may insist that joy will never return. Fear may whisper that you are incapable of handling what lies ahead. These emotions deserve acknowledgement because they are genuine experiences, but they do not deserve unquestioned authority. They are temporary conditions, not permanent identities. The Stoics never encouraged denying emotion. They encouraged placing emotion beside reason rather than beneath it. Feelings become part of the conversation instead of becoming the only voice allowed to speak. This balance creates remarkable stability because your decisions no longer change direction every time your emotional weather changes. As this understanding deepens, an entirely different kind of confidence begins developing. It is not the confidence that comes from believing nothing difficult will ever happen. It is the confidence that comes from trusting your ability to remain present, regardless of what thoughts or emotions appear. You realize that discomfort can exist without controlling your actions. Uncertainty can remain unresolved without forcing immediate conclusions. Fear can accompany you without becoming your guide. This quiet trust becomes stronger each time you experience a difficult thought without immediately surrendering to it. Every moment of observation reminds you that awareness is larger than whatever passes through it. The mind may become noisy, but awareness itself remains remarkably calm beneath that noise. There is something deeply reassuring about recognizing that thoughts are temporary by nature. No matter how convincing they seem, they are always changing. Yesterday's worries become today's forgotten concerns. Last month's fears become stories you barely remember. Even the thoughts that once seemed impossible to escape eventually faded because they were never designed to remain forever. Realizing this changes your relationship with difficult moments. Instead of desperately trying to eliminate uncomfortable thoughts, you become willing to let them move through your awareness at their own pace. Resistance softens. Patience grows. The struggle decreases because you are no longer fighting the existence of the thought itself. You are simply refusing to build your identity around it. Over time, this quiet separation between awareness and thought reshapes the entire landscape of your inner life. Decisions become clearer because they arise from reflection instead of mental urgency. Peace becomes more consistent because it is no longer dependent upon the disappearance of every anxious idea. You stop waiting for a perfectly silent mind before feeling grounded. Instead, you discover that true steadiness comes from recognizing that you are not every thought you think, nor every feeling you experience. You are the one capable of witnessing both without losing yourself inside them. That understanding becomes one of the strongest foundations upon which lasting emotional resilience can quietly grow, allowing you to move through life with greater clarity, greater patience, and a freedom that no passing thought can easily take away. One of the first things to disappear is the constant desire to prove yourself. Earlier in life, every criticism felt like a challenge. Every disagreement became an opportunity to demonstrate intelligence, defend your choices, or protect your reputation. There was always another explanation waiting to be given, another argument waiting to be won, another misunderstanding waiting to be corrected. It was exhausting, though you may not have recognized it at the time, because it had become normal. As your perspective changes, proving yourself begins feeling strangely unnecessary. Not because your principles matter less, but because they matter more. You realize that genuine character does not become stronger every time it is defended. It becomes stronger every time it is lived. The opinions of others may continue changing from one day to the next, but your commitment to your own values no longer needs their permission to remain steady. This creates space that previously did not exist. Attention once consumed by emotional noise slowly becomes available again. At first, that empty space can feel unfamiliar because the mind has grown accustomed to constant stimulation. There is no argument to replay, no criticism demanding another response, no endless search for validation occupying every quiet moment. What remains is silence, and within that silence, something valuable begins taking root. You find yourself reading with greater focus because your thoughts are no longer scattered across unfinished conversations. You become more creative because your imagination is no longer trapped inside yesterday's conflicts. Learning becomes enjoyable again because your attention is finally free enough to remain with the ideas in front of you instead of drifting toward unnecessary distractions. The same mind that once felt crowded now begins feeling spacious. This shift also changes the way you spend time when no one else is watching. There is less interest in appearances and more interest in substance. Instead of asking how something will make you look, you begin asking how it will shape the person you're becoming. Small daily habits suddenly carry greater meaning because they are no longer performed for recognition. Reading a few pages of a thoughtful book, taking time to reflect before reacting, practicing patience during ordinary moments that nobody else notices. These quiet disciplines begin feeling deeply satisfying because they strengthen something that cannot be measured through public approval. The Stoics believed that the quality of a person's inner life determines the quality of every outward action. When that inner foundation becomes stronger, everything built upon it naturally becomes steadier as well. Another unexpected benefit begins appearing in your relationships. Because you no longer spend so much energy seeking approval, your interactions become more genuine. You listen without secretly preparing your defense. You speak because something meaningful needs to be said, rather than because silence feels uncomfortable. You appreciate people for who they are, instead of measuring every conversation by whether they validate your identity. This quiet confidence creates healthier connections because it removes the invisible pressure that often accompanies insecurity. Others sense that your presence is no longer asking anything from them. It is simply offering honesty, attention, and respect. Ironically, this often strengthens relationships far more than years spent trying to earn acceptance ever could. People often misunderstand emotional restraint because they assume it creates distance between people. They imagine that someone who has learned not to react impulsively must also become cold, detached, or emotionally unavailable. From the outside, calm can sometimes resemble indifference, especially in a world where strong emotions are often mistaken for sincerity. If someone does not immediately defend themselves, they are assumed to be weak. If they do not argue passionately, they are assumed not to care. If they remain composed while others become emotional, they are often described as disconnected. Yet the truth is almost the complete opposite. The person who has learned to govern their reactions is usually far more connected to reality than the person constantly carried away by every passing emotion. They are not feeling less. They are simply allowing those feelings to exist without letting them overwhelm their ability to see clearly. The Stoics never sought to eliminate human connection. They sought to remove the unnecessary emotional noise that prevents genuine connection from taking place in the first place. This also changes the way disagreements unfold. Conflict no longer feels like a struggle that must produce winners and losers. Instead, it becomes an opportunity to understand why two different perspectives developed in the first place. That does not mean agreement will always follow. People will continue holding different beliefs, making different choices, and seeing the world through different experiences. The difference is that disagreement no longer destroys connection as easily because it is no longer driven by the desperate need to protect the ego. You stop viewing another person's opinion as a threat to your identity. As a result, you become curious instead of defensive. Curiosity softens conversations that pride often hardens. Even when no agreement is reached, respect remains possible because understanding has replaced emotional competition. There is another subtle change that gradually appears. You become more available to the people who truly matter because your emotional energy is no longer scattered across countless unnecessary conflicts. Think about how often meaningful conversations are interrupted by thoughts that have nothing to do with the person sitting in front of you. Yesterday's argument, tomorrow's worry, an unresolved frustration from earlier in the day. Physically, you are present, but mentally you are somewhere else. The person across from you senses this, even if neither of you mentions it. True presence cannot exist when attention is divided. As you become more disciplined with your own mind, however, You begin arriving fully in the moments that deserve you. Family conversations become richer. Friendships become more genuine. Even brief interactions with strangers carry greater warmth because you are no longer viewing every encounter through the filter of accumulated emotional tension. The Stoics believe that every relationship is strengthened when people stop demanding from one another what only they can provide for themselves. Many conflicts begin because individuals expect another person to supply constant reassurance, endless validation, or permanent certainty. These expectations create pressure that no relationship can sustain forever. Inner steadiness changes this dynamic completely. Instead of approaching others with hidden emotional demands, you begin meeting them from a place of quiet completeness. You still appreciate love, support, and encouragement, but your peace no longer depends entirely upon receiving them every moment. This allows affection to become freely given instead of silently negotiated. Relationships become healthier because they are no longer carrying the impossible responsibility of repairing every inner insecurity. Over time, the fear of becoming emotionally distant quietly disappears because you experience the opposite happening within your own life. You notice yourself becoming more attentive, more patient, and more capable of appreciating simple moments that once passed unnoticed. Conversations become less about proving and more about connecting. Listening becomes an act of generosity instead of merely waiting for your turn to speak. Relationships become places where honesty feels safe rather than where every disagreement threatens closeness. None of this happens because other people suddenly become perfect. It happens because your own inner world has become calm enough to welcome others without constantly filtering them through fear, pride, or insecurity. In learning to govern yourself, you discover that restraint does not separate you from humanity. It allows you to experience it more fully, with greater clarity, deeper understanding, and a presence that quietly becomes one of the greatest gifts you can offer another person. One of the quietest changes that comes within a discipline is the way you begin interpreting difficult experiences. The events themselves do not become easier. Failure still disappoints. Criticism still stings. Rejection still carries a sense of loss. Being human means those moments will always affect you in some way. The difference is that they no longer define the story you tell yourself afterward. There was a time when one setback seemed capable of rewriting your entire identity. A single mistake became proof that you were incapable. One criticism felt like confirmation that you would never be enough. One rejection convinced you that something essential was missing within you. Those conclusions always felt convincing because emotion has a remarkable ability to transform temporary experiences into permanent beliefs. As Epictetus reminded his students, it is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. The Stoics warned against this habit because they understood that circumstances may reveal a moment in your life, but they never possess the authority to determine your worth unless you quietly grant them that power. Failure often becomes painful, not because of the event itself, but because of the meaning attached to it. Two people can experience the same disappointment and leave with completely different futures. One sees the setback as evidence that they should stop trying. The other sees it as evidence that another lesson has appeared. The circumstances are nearly identical, yet the interpretation changes everything that follows. The mind is constantly creating stories to explain what happens, and those stories quietly shape future decisions more than the original event ever could. If every unsuccessful attempt becomes proof of personal inadequacy, eventually you begin avoiding challenges altogether, not because you lack ability, but because protecting your identity starts feeling more important than discovering your potential. Growth slowly disappears beneath the weight of self-protection. The Stoics approached failure with a very different perspective. They believed that external outcomes deserve examination, but not worship. Success can teach. Failure can teach. Neither one possesses the right to define your character on its own. What matters far more is how you respond after the outcome has already been decided. Did you act according to your principles? Did you make the best decision you could with the understanding you had at the time? Did you remain willing to learn instead of becoming imprisoned by regret? These questions shift attention away from circumstances you can no longer change and toward the qualities you continue shaping every day. Character grows through repeated responses, not isolated outcomes. A single failure says remarkably little about the person you are becoming unless you decide it represents the final chapter of your story. Criticism follows a similar pattern. For many years, criticism may have felt like a verdict rather than an observation. One negative opinion carried more emotional weight than 10 positive ones. The mind replayed every critical sentence while quietly ignoring encouragement that deserved equal attention. This happened because criticism appeared to threaten identity itself. If someone pointed out a weakness, it felt as though they were describing your entire value rather than one small aspect of your behavior. Emotional discipline slowly changes this relationship. Instead of immediately asking whether criticism hurts, you begin asking whether it is useful. Some criticism contains valuable truth wrapped in uncomfortable words. Other criticism reflects another person's frustration, misunderstanding, or personal bias. Learning to distinguish between those two possibilities becomes one of the most practical forms of wisdom. You accept what helps you grow and quietly release what serves no meaningful purpose. As this perspective becomes part of the way you live, courage quietly changes as well. You become more willing to attempt meaningful things because failure no longer threatens the foundation of who you are. Honest feedback becomes easier to receive because criticism is no longer confused with condemnation. Rejection becomes easier to survive because your value no longer rises and falls with someone else's decision. Life remains uncertain, and that uncertainty never fully disappears. Yet the fear surrounding it gradually loses its grip because you have discovered something more stable than success, praise, or acceptance. You have learned that every experience, no matter how pleasant or painful, is temporary. It passes through your life carrying lessons, opportunities, and moments of growth, but it never possesses the authority to define you unless you quietly surrender that authority yourself. Little by little, your relationship with life begins changing in ways that are almost impossible to notice from one day to the next. The world still moves quickly. News continues demanding urgency. Opinions continue arriving without invitation. Unexpected problems still interrupt carefully made plans. Yet something within you no longer feels compelled to match that pace. There was a time when every inconvenience seemed to require an immediate conclusion. A delayed reply meant something was wrong. A small setback became evidence that everything was falling apart. An uncertain situation demanded instant answers, even when none were available. The mind rushed ahead of reality, filling every empty space with assumptions that felt convincing simply because they appeared first. As your discipline deepens, that urgency slowly begins losing its influence. You no longer believe every unanswered question requires an immediate explanation. You become willing to let life reveal itself before deciding what it truly means. Think about how many fears have disappeared simply because reality chose a different path than your imagination predicted. There were moments when you felt certain something terrible was about to happen. You prepared yourself emotionally for disappointment. You replayed possible outcomes over and over until they felt almost inevitable. Then life unfolded differently. The conversation went better than expected. The opportunity arrived unexpectedly. The problem resolved itself without requiring the endless mental effort you invested preparing for it. Looking back, you realize the greatest source of suffering was not the event itself, but the certainty with which the mind believed its own predictions. It treated possibilities as facts and imagination as evidence. That habit quietly steals enormous amounts of peace, because it forces you to experience painful futures long before you know whether they will ever exist. Patience interrupts that pattern in a remarkably simple way. It reminds you that not knowing is not the same as danger. Uncertainty often feels uncomfortable because the mind naturally prefers clear answers, even if those answers are negative. It would rather believe the worst than admit it does not yet know what will happen. Yet wisdom grows strongest inside that very space. Instead of rushing to eliminate uncertainty with fearful conclusions, you begin allowing it to remain unresolved. You acknowledge that the future has not yet arrived and therefore cannot honestly be judged. This quiet restraint feels almost unnatural in the beginning, but with practice it becomes one of the greatest sources of stability you can develop. The need to predict every outcome slowly gives way to the willingness to meet reality as it actually appears, rather than as fear imagines it. The Stoics understood that perspective depends upon time as much as thought. They knew that emotional intensity often narrows perception. When anger appears, everything seems offensive. When fear appears, everything seems threatening. When disappointment appears, everything seems hopeless. Strong emotion temporarily shrinks the horizon until one moment feels large enough to define an entire life. Patience gently widens that horizon again. It reminds you that today's experience exists within a much larger story that has not yet finished unfolding. One difficult morning cannot predict an entire year. One painful conversation cannot determine every future relationship. One setback cannot reveal the limits of your potential. Time often softens conclusions that emotion tried to make permanent. As you practice waiting before reaching conclusions, your mind gradually becomes more trustworthy. You stop believing the first interpretation that appears. Instead, you allow understanding to develop naturally. You gather more information. You observe your own reactions. You notice how emotions influence perception before assuming perception reflects reality. This process does not make you passive. It makes you deliberate. There is an important difference between refusing to act and refusing to act impulsively. One avoids responsibility, the other honors it. Decisions made from clarity often appear slower to those watching from the outside, yet they frequently prevent countless unnecessary problems that hurried reactions create. Another quiet benefit begins emerging from this way of living. Ordinary disappointments lose much of their ability to overwhelm you, because they are no longer immediately interpreted as permanent truths. A setback becomes one chapter rather than the entire story. A misunderstanding becomes something to clarify instead of something to fear. Even uncertainty begins feeling different. Instead of experiencing it as an empty space demanding immediate answers, you begin recognizing it as the place where possibilities still exist. As long as the future remains unwritten, hope remains just as reasonable as fear. This realization changes the emotional atmosphere of daily life because you stop allowing imagination to consistently choose the darkest interpretation before evidence has spoken. Gradually, people begin noticing something different about your presence, even if they cannot explain it. While others hurry toward conclusions, you remain steady. While opinions shift with every new emotion, your judgment develops more carefully. You are not slow because you lack confidence. You are patient because you understand the cost of unnecessary certainty. That patience becomes a quiet form of strength. It protects you from reacting to appearances that later prove misleading. It allows wisdom to arrive before action. Most importantly, it reminds you that life unfolds according to its own rhythm, not according to the urgency created by an anxious mind. In accepting that rhythm instead of resisting it, you discover a perspective that remains calm even when circumstances are still uncertain, and that quiet clarity becomes one of the greatest forms of freedom a person can carry through an unpredictable world. Over time, something interesting begins happening that has very little to do with changing other people and everything to do with changing yourself. The world starts responding differently. not because you asked it to, but because you are no longer participating in the same patterns that once defined your interactions. People who expected immediate reactions begin encountering patience instead. Those who relied on provoking emotion discover that the familiar strategy no longer produces the same result. Conversations that once spiraled into unnecessary conflict now end much sooner because there is no longer another person feeding the emotional momentum. This shift rarely requires dramatic speeches or carefully announced boundaries. It happens quietly through consistency. The Stoics understood that the strongest boundaries are often the ones expressed through repeated behavior rather than repeated explanation. When your actions become predictable in wisdom instead of predictable in reaction, people naturally begin adjusting the way they approach you. Most individuals spend years unknowingly teaching others how to treat them. Every unnecessary explanation teaches people to expect another one. Every impulsive reaction teaches them exactly which words can disturb your peace. Every moment spent defending yourself reveals where your emotional vulnerabilities still exist. This does not happen because others are always calculating or manipulative. It happens because human beings naturally learn from repeated patterns. If a certain behavior consistently produces the same response, people begin expecting that response without thinking about it. The remarkable thing is that this process works in both directions. The moment your behavior changes consistently, expectations begin changing as well. People slowly realize that provoking you no longer guarantees a reaction. Pressuring you no longer guarantees agreement. Demanding endless explanations no longer guarantees access to your time or attention. Nothing needed to be announced. Your conduct quietly communicated everything words once struggled to express. This is one reason emotional steadiness becomes so powerful over time. It removes predictability from the places where predictability once weakened you. A person who reacts impulsively can often be influenced by anyone who understands their emotional patterns. Praise becomes a tool for gaining approval. Criticism becomes a tool for creating insecurity. Anger becomes a tool for disrupting judgment. Without realizing it, many people spend years allowing others to shape their emotional state simply by pressing familiar psychological buttons. The Stoics warned against this because they believed true freedom begins only when another person's behavior no longer determines the condition of your own mind. Once that freedom begins developing, manipulation quietly loses much of its influence. Attempts to provoke no longer find the same emotional doorway because that doorway has gradually been closed through discipline. There is also a noticeable change in the way your words are received. Earlier in life, you may have felt compelled to explain every decision, justify every boundary, or defend every belief. Ironically, the more frequently you spoke in an attempt to convince others, the easier it became for your words to lose their significance. Constant explanation often weakens communication because listeners begin expecting endless clarification instead of careful intention. As your relationship with yourself becomes steadier, something else begins happening. You speak less often, but with greater purpose. You no longer feel responsible for filling every silence or correcting every misunderstanding. When you choose to speak, your words emerge from reflection instead of urgency. People notice this, even if they cannot explain why. Speech that comes from composure naturally carries more weight than speech driven by anxiety. The value of your words increases because they are no longer competing with unnecessary noise. Silence itself also begins changing its meaning. Earlier, silence may have felt uncomfortable because it seemed to invite misunderstanding or judgment. It felt as though every pause required immediate explanation. Over time, silence becomes something entirely different. It is no longer empty space waiting to be filled. It becomes evidence of self-command. You discover that not every question deserves an answer. Not every accusation deserves a defense, and not every opinion deserves your emotional participation. Remaining silent no longer feels like losing control. It becomes one of the clearest expressions of it. This silence is not passive, nor is it rooted in fear. It is an active decision to protect your attention from conversations that cannot improve your life or strengthen your character. In many situations, silence communicates confidence more effectively than the most carefully prepared argument ever could. None of this means people will always understand your choices. Some may interpret your calm as indifference. Others may mistake your boundaries for distance. A few may even become frustrated because the version of you they once depended upon no longer exists. This is a natural part of growth. When one person changes long-established patterns, relationships often require time to adjust. Those who genuinely value mutual respect usually adapt. They recognize the difference between healthy boundaries and emotional withdrawal. Others may resist because they benefited from the old pattern more than you realized. Their discomfort does not necessarily mean you are doing something wrong. Sometimes it simply means the relationship is being invited into a healthier balance, where responsibility belongs equally to both people, rather than resting entirely on your willingness to accommodate. As this continues, your confidence begins resting on something much more stable than external approval. It no longer depends upon winning arguments, receiving constant praise, or ensuring everyone agrees with your choices. As Seneca wrote, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." Confidence becomes quieter because it no longer needs continual confirmation from the outside world. You trust your ability to remain thoughtful even during disagreement. You trust your ability to remain patient when circumstances become uncertain. Most importantly, you trust yourself to protect your own peace without feeling guilty for doing so. That trust becomes visible in countless ordinary moments. You no longer rush. You no longer chase every misunderstanding. You no longer treat every emotional invitation as though it demands your presence. Instead, you choose deliberately where your attention belongs. Eventually, others begin recognizing something that cannot be manufactured through appearance or performance. They notice a person who cannot be easily hurried, easily offended, or easily manipulated. They encounter someone whose calm is not an act, but a habit built through countless quiet decisions made long before this conversation ever took place. Respect emerges naturally because consistency has replaced unpredictability. Your presence itself begins communicating what endless explanations never could. Without demanding recognition, you quietly demonstrate that real confidence is not found in controlling other people's opinions. It is found in controlling your own responses so faithfully that the world gradually learns where your attention ends, where your boundaries begin, and how much strength can exist inside a person who no longer feels compelled to react to everything that asks for a place in their mind. Perhaps the deepest transformation does not arrive when your circumstances improve. It arrives when you finally stop waiting for them to improve before allowing yourself to experience peace. For much of life, it is easy to believe that calm belongs somewhere in the future. You tell yourself that everything will settle down after this problem is solved, after this difficult person leaves your life, after this uncertainty disappears, or after one more goal has finally been reached. Peace becomes a reward constantly postponed by changing conditions. Each time one obstacle disappears, another quietly takes its place. The destination never arrives because it was attached to circumstances that were never designed to remain stable. The Stoics recognized this long ago. They understood that if tranquility depends entirely upon a world that constantly changes, then tranquility itself will always remain temporary. The only lasting peace is the kind that learns to exist while life continues unfolding with all of its uncertainty, imperfection, and unpredictability. This realization changes the way you look at nearly everything. Problems no longer become signs that something has gone wrong with your life. They become reminders of what life has always been. Every generation has faced uncertainty. Every person has experienced disappointment. Every human being has lived with unanswered questions and unexpected changes. The desire for a completely peaceful world is understandable, but reality has never made that promise. Storms come and go. Relationships evolve, plans fail. Opportunities appear unexpectedly and disappear just as quickly. Trying to eliminate uncertainty before allowing yourself to feel at peace is like waiting for the ocean to stop producing waves before deciding to learn how to swim. The conditions you are waiting for may never arrive. Wisdom begins when you stop negotiating with reality and start strengthening the part of yourself capable of remaining steady within it. The Stoics never believed that peace meant escaping difficulty. They believed peace meant changing your relationship with difficulty. There is an enormous difference between those two ideas. One depends upon controlling the world. The other depends upon understanding yourself. When challenges appear, you no longer immediately ask how to eliminate them. Instead, you quietly ask how to meet them without losing yourself in the process. This simple shift creates extraordinary resilience because your stability is no longer tied to outcomes beyond your control. A difficult conversation remains difficult, but it no longer destroys your entire day. An unexpected setback still disappoints you, but it no longer convinces you that everything is falling apart. You stop measuring your life by the absence of problems and begin measuring it by the quality of your response whenever problems naturally appear. This does not happen because emotions disappear. There will still be moments of frustration, grief, uncertainty, and fear. Those experiences remain part of being fully human. The difference is that they no longer become permanent residents inside your mind. They arrive, they are acknowledged, they teach what they have to teach, and eventually they pass. Earlier in life, every emotion seemed capable of defining your reality. Now, emotions become visitors rather than rulers. They influence your awareness without governing your identity. That quiet distinction changes everything because it allows you to experience life honestly, without becoming imprisoned by every feeling that moves through you. You stop resisting the existence of discomfort and begin trusting your ability to remain grounded, even while discomfort is present. As this understanding deepens, your attention naturally begins returning to what has always mattered most. You notice simple moments that once disappeared beneath constant mental noise. A peaceful morning feels complete without requiring anything extraordinary to happen. A meaningful conversation becomes more valuable than winning another argument. Time spent learning, creating, reflecting, or quietly enjoying the people you care about begins carrying greater significance than proving yourself to those who never intended to understand you. Life itself has not become simpler. Your relationship with it has. You no longer divide each day into victories and defeats according to external events. Instead, you quietly observe whether you remain faithful to the values you have chosen to live by. That question becomes enough because it directs your attention towards something that has always been within your reach. Over time, this way of living stops feeling like a collection of techniques and starts becoming part of your character. You no longer remind yourself to pause before reacting because pausing has become natural. You no longer force yourself to release unnecessary resentment because resentment no longer feels worth carrying. You no longer struggle constantly against every anxious thought because you have learned that thoughts are not commands. The discipline that once required conscious effort slowly transforms into habit, and habit gradually becomes identity. This is how lasting change quietly unfolds. It is not created through one extraordinary moment, but through countless ordinary moments, where you repeatedly choose clarity over confusion, patience over urgency, and purpose over impulse. People around you may notice the difference before you do. They see someone who remains steady when circumstances become uncertain. They notice that criticism no longer produces the same emotional reaction. They observe that you no longer seem hurried by the need to explain yourself or win every disagreement. Some may wonder what changed. The answer is surprisingly simple. You stopped expecting the world to protect your peace and accepted responsibility for protecting it yourself. That decision quietly altered everything that followed. External chaos continued because it always will. The news remained noisy. Opinions remained divided. Difficult people remained difficult. Yet your inner world gradually became less dependent upon those conditions because you had finally learned where real stability begins. Eventually, the meaning of success begins changing so gradually that you almost fail to notice it. There was a time when success seemed tied to outcomes that depended upon other people. Winning the argument, receiving recognition, earning approval, proving your point so clearly that no one could question it. Those victories often felt satisfying for a moment, yet the satisfaction rarely lasted. Another disagreement eventually appeared. Another misunderstanding demanded attention. Another opinion challenged your confidence. You found yourself chasing a finish line that continuously moved farther away because it depended upon circumstances you could never fully control. The Stoics recognized this quiet trap. They understood that any definition of success built upon changing opinions or temporary victories would always leave the mind restless. Lasting fulfillment had to be rooted somewhere more stable than the reactions of the world. As your perspective matures, you begin noticing victories that once would have passed completely unnoticed. You leave a difficult conversation without replaying it for the rest of the day. Someone misunderstands your intentions, yet you no longer feel compelled to spend hours defending yourself. A harsh opinion reaches your ears, but instead of quietly carrying it home, you allow it to remain where it belongs. These moments rarely receive applause because they happen entirely within your own mind. No audience witnesses the argument you chose not to continue. No one congratulates you for the resentment you quietly refused to carry. Yet these private victories begin feeling far more meaningful than public triumphs ever did, because they strengthen something that remains with you long after the conversation has ended. They strengthen your character rather than your reputation. This is one of the greatest shifts a person can experience. You stop measuring progress by how effectively you influence other people and begin measuring it by how consistently you govern yourself. Earlier in life, another person's behavior often determined your emotional state. Their praise lifted your confidence. Their criticism diminished it. Their approval created peace, while their rejection quietly stole it away. Without realizing it, your inner life became dependent upon forces constantly changing outside your control. As that dependence weakens, an entirely different kind of stability begins emerging. You discover that your peace survives disagreement. Your confidence survives misunderstanding. Your sense of direction survives uncertainty. External events continue changing, but the foundation beneath them becomes increasingly difficult to shake because it is no longer built upon the fragile opinions of others. One of the clearest signs of this transformation appears during conflict. Earlier, conflict demanded immediate participation. Every disagreement felt like a test of intelligence, dignity, or worth. Walking away seemed impossible because silence felt too much like surrender. Over time, something quietly changes. You begin recognizing that not every battle deserves your attention. Some conversations no longer invite curiosity or understanding. They simply recycle familiar emotions without producing anything meaningful. Instead of entering every conflict automatically, you pause. You ask whether continuing serves your principles or merely satisfies your pride. That single moment of reflection often changes everything. You discover that preserving your peace is sometimes the wisest response available, even when another person mistakes it for weakness. Their interpretation no longer controls your decision because your values have become clearer than your desire to appear victorious. Criticism also begins carrying a different meaning. Instead of immediately defending yourself, you listen carefully enough to separate truth from projection. If the criticism reveals something useful, you accept it without allowing it to wound your identity. If it reflects another person's misunderstanding or frustration, you allow it to pass without building your life around it. This balance creates remarkable freedom because you are no longer trapped between arrogance and insecurity. You neither reject every difficult opinion nor accept every negative judgment as absolute truth. Instead, you evaluate each one with patience, allowing reason to speak before emotion decides what deserves your attention. That quiet discernment protects both your humility and your confidence at the same time. Uncertainty, too, begins losing much of its power over you. Earlier, every unanswered question seemed to demand immediate resolution. The future had to be predicted, controlled, or mentally rehearsed before you could relax. Now you begin trusting something you once overlooked. You trust your ability to meet reality when it actually arrives. Instead of exhausting yourself preparing for countless imagined outcomes, you conserve your energy for the only moment where meaningful action is possible. This does not eliminate uncertainty, it changes your relationship with it. The future remains unknown, but it no longer feels like an enemy waiting to surprise you. It becomes a space where possibilities remain open, where patience often proves wiser than prediction. Perhaps the greatest evidence of growth is the way you begin experiencing your own emotions. They continue appearing because they always will. Joy still visits. Sadness still arrives. Anger occasionally surfaces. Fear sometimes whispers familiar stories. The difference is that none of these experiences immediately take control of your life. They become companions rather than commanders. You acknowledge them without surrendering your judgment. You allow yourself to feel deeply without believing every feeling deserves immediate action. This quiet balance gives you something many people spend their entire lives searching for. It allows you to remain fully human without becoming imprisoned by every passing emotional current. Then one ordinary day, without any dramatic announcement, you notice something that would have seemed impossible years earlier. You respond calmly to a situation that once would have consumed your thoughts. You walk away from unnecessary conflict without carrying bitterness into the next morning. You accept uncertainty without demanding impossible certainty. You listen more carefully than you defend. You protect your attention without feeling guilty for doing so. None of these moments seem extraordinary on their own, yet together they reveal a profound truth. The person you once admired for their steadiness, patience, and quiet confidence was never someone fundamentally different from you. They were simply someone who practiced these choices consistently until they became part of who they were. That is how real transformation unfolds. Not through dramatic declarations or perfect days, but through countless ordinary decisions repeated until they quietly reshape your character. Success no longer depends upon proving yourself, collecting approval, or winning every disagreement. It becomes something far more enduring. It becomes the ability to remain grounded when circumstances invite chaos, to preserve your peace without withdrawing from life, and to carry yourself with a calm that cannot be purchased by praise or destroyed by criticism. Without seeking recognition, you gradually become the kind of person whose greatest victory is not over the world, but over the impulses that once kept the world in control of your mind. Perhaps this is the lesson that has been quietly waiting beneath every idea explored along the way. The world will never stop asking for your attention. There will always be another opinion demanding a response, another distraction presenting itself as something urgent, another criticism inviting you to defend yourself, another uncertainty tempting you to surrender your peace before reality has even spoken. That is simply the nature of life. The world has always been noisy, and it will remain noisy long after we are gone. The Stoics never promised an existence free from conflict because they understood such a promise could never be kept. Instead, they pointed towards something far more dependable. They reminded themselves that while they could not choose every circumstance they encountered, they could always choose the quality of the mind they brought into those circumstances. That quiet understanding became the foundation upon which everything else rested. It shifted attention away from the impossible task of controlling life and toward the far more meaningful responsibility of governing oneself. For much of life, it is easy to believe that freedom means having complete control over external events. We imagine that if people treated us fairly, if plans unfolded exactly as expected, and if uncertainty finally disappeared, then peace would naturally follow. Yet experience keeps teaching the same lesson in different forms. One problem disappears and another quietly takes its place. One goal is achieved, and almost immediately a new desire begins pulling the mind forward again. Waiting for perfect conditions becomes an endless negotiation with reality, because reality was never designed to remain still. The seasons change, relationships evolve, circumstances shift without asking for permission. The person who ties peace to those changing conditions inevitably finds themselves pulled in every direction. The person who learns to anchor peace somewhere deeper discovers that life can remain unpredictable without becoming unbearable. That distinction changes everything, because it reveals where true freedom has been waiting all along. There is a small space that exists within every difficult moment, although it often goes unnoticed. It appears between the event and the reaction, between the criticism and the response, between the disappointment and the conclusion. Most people move through that space so quickly they never realize it exists. Habit takes over before awareness has a chance to speak. The familiar emotion arrives, the familiar reaction follows, and another day unfolds according to patterns established years earlier. Yet the more carefully you observe your own mind, the more visible that quiet space becomes. It may last only a heartbeat at first, but within it lies every possibility for a different future. That brief pause contains patience instead of urgency, clarity instead of confusion, deliberate choice instead of automatic habit. Every meaningful transformation begins there, because that is the place where character quietly reveals itself. The Stoics returned to this understanding again and again because they knew no philosophy could remove uncertainty from life. Their practice was never about becoming invincible or emotionless. It was about protecting that inner space where reason could still speak before impulse took control. They understood that another person's anger could not become your anger without your participation. An insult could not become suffering without your interpretation. A setback could not become defeat unless you accepted it as the final chapter instead of one passing moment within a much larger story. This way of living did not promise comfort in every circumstance. It offered something more enduring than comfort. It offered the ability to remain yourself, regardless of what circumstances happened to surround you. As this understanding settles more deeply into your life, the desire to control everything outside yourself gradually fades. You stop chasing impossible certainty because you have learned to trust your ability to meet uncertainty with steadiness. You stop collecting unnecessary battles because you recognize how expensive they truly are. You become more careful with your attention because you finally understand that attention is not simply another resource. It is the direction in which your life quietly moves every single day. Whatever repeatedly occupies your mind slowly shapes your character. Whatever repeatedly receives your focus gradually becomes the world you experience from within. Protecting your attention therefore becomes far more than an exercise in productivity or discipline. It becomes an act of protecting the very quality of your existence. This realization also changes the meaning of strength. Strength is no longer measured by how loudly you defend yourself or how effectively you overpower another person's opinion. It is measured by your ability to remain faithful to your principles when emotions invite you elsewhere. It appears in the conversation you choose not to continue. It appears in the criticism you calmly examine instead of immediately resisting. It appears in the uncertainty you allow to exist without filling every empty space with fear. These moments rarely attract recognition because they happen quietly inside the mind, yet they shape a life more profoundly than dramatic victories ever could. Every deliberate response strengthens a habit that eventually becomes character, and character quietly determines the direction of every future decision. Over time, you begin realizing that becoming untouchable never meant becoming unreachable. It never meant building walls so high that nothing could affect you. It meant becoming rooted deeply enough that passing storms no longer uproot you. Joy still reaches you. Love still reaches you. Grief still reaches you. Disappointment still arrives from time to time because those experiences belong to being fully alive. The difference is that none of them permanently take possession of your inner world. They visit, they teach what they have to teach, and they eventually pass, leaving your deeper sense of self intact. You no longer mistake temporary emotional weather for your permanent identity. That quiet stability becomes one of the greatest forms of freedom a person can know. In the end, the world will continue speaking with countless voices. Some will praise you, others will criticize you, some will understand your intentions, while others never will. Circumstances will continue changing according to rhythms beyond your control, just as they always have. None of that truly belongs to you. What has always belonged to you is something infinitely more valuable. It is the ability to choose where your attention rests, how your character responds, and what kind of person each ordinary moment is quietly shaping you into. Guard that space with care because it is where your freedom lives. Protect your attention because it determines the life you experience from within. Govern your own mind with patience and consistency. And one day you will discover that the peace you spent so many years searching for was never waiting somewhere beyond the world. It was quietly growing each time you chose yourself over impulse, wisdom over reaction, and inner mastery over the endless noise surrounding you. The world will always ask for more of your attention than it deserves. It will tempt you to react, to explain, to chase approval, and to carry burdens that were never yours. But every moment you choose clarity over impulse, peace over pride, and wisdom over noise, you reclaim another part of yourself. That is the quiet path of stoicism, and it is a journey worth walking every single day. If this reflection spoke to you, don't let it end here. Continue strengthening your mind by watching one of the videos now on your screen. Each one is another step toward greater clarity, resilience, and inner freedom. Thank you for being part of Stoic Journal. Until next time, guard your attention, protect your peace, and take care. They don't want you to think clearly, because if you did, even for 10 seconds, you'd walk away from everything that's been silently killing you. You wouldn't beg to be included. You wouldn't explain yourself to people who enjoy misunderstanding you. You wouldn't keep trading your peace for temporary praise or tearing your mind apart just to fit into a version of yourself that pleases others. You'd see the trap for what it is. An emotional maze designed to keep you distracted, obedient, predictable, and the moment you stepped back, the moment your mind grew quiet and sharp, you'd become dangerous, because clarity burns through manipulation. It tears the mask off false urgency, fake loyalty, and performative love. So ask yourself, how many of your decisions are truly yours? How many are inherited, demanded, expected? This isn't about thinking more, it's about thinking clean. That's the essence of stoicism, not cold detachment, but disciplined truth. To strip away illusion until your thoughts belong to you again. If you're tired of living in reaction, of being ruled by noise, then this is where the shift begins. Also consider subscribing for yourself. Let it be a quiet act of rebellion, a signal to your future self that you chose clarity over chaos, discipline over distraction, and a mind that no one else can quietly control. Most people believe they're thinking, when in reality, they're just reacting. The difference is subtle, but powerful. A real thought is intentional. It's built, shaped, examined, and owned. But reactions are fast, automatic, and almost always invisible. They wear the mask of thought, but underneath, they're just emotional echoes. Someone raises their voice, and suddenly you're defensive. A choice appears, and you feel the tight grip of anxiety, so you avoid it. You tell yourself you're being smart, cautious, strategic. But if you trace it back, that wasn't a decision. It was a triggered response, a flash of emotion pretending to be clarity. We live in a world that encourages speed, not depth. And in that speed, there's no room for pause. Everything is now urgent, loud. But clarity can't exist in chaos. Clear thinking doesn't rush. It steps back. It asks, where did that feeling come from? What am I assuming here? Most people never ask those questions. They never question the voice inside their head because they assume it's their own. But often it's not. It's the voice of a parent you tried to please, a crowd you feared, a belief you absorbed without consent, and without knowing it, your mind becomes a theater for everyone else's story, except your own. The Stoics taught that emotion isn't the problem. The problem is unexamined emotion. As Epictetus said, it's not things that disturb us, but our judgments about them. That sentence holds a brutal kind of freedom, because if your judgment creates your suffering, then your clarity can destroy it. But first, you have to slow down enough to see what's really driving you. Most people never get there. They feel angry and assume someone else caused it. They feel ashamed and assume they deserve it. They feel anxious and assume there's something to fear. But every one of those emotions starts with a belief, and if the belief is faulty, the emotion is misleading. There's no clarity in that loop, only repetition, the same arguments, the same breakdowns, the same regrets. And still, people call it life. But if you don't know the root of your reactions, how can you ever say your choices are your own? Think about how many times you've made a decision just to avoid discomfort. How many things you've agreed to out of guilt. How often you've stayed silent, not because you agreed, but because your body feared disapproval. That's not choice. That's survival dressed up in manners. And over time, that habit becomes your personality. You're not calm. You've just trained yourself to suppress the fire. You're not indecisive. You've just learned to confuse discomfort with danger. So what does real thinking look like? It looks like tension, like resistance, like slowing down when everything else is speeding up. It's uncomfortable because clarity demands confrontation. You have to face yourself in the mirror, not the version that's socially acceptable, but the version that's still carrying old wounds, old fears, old programming. You have to become brutally honest about your own internal mechanisms. Why do certain people trigger you? Why do you avoid certain conversations? Why do you keep repeating the same cycles even when you know better? Clarity starts to form when you stop blaming the world for your reactions and start questioning their source. Not in a self-punishing way, but in a self-liberating way. Because the moment you realize that your reaction is not the final word, it's just the starting point, you start to take back control. You stop being a puppet for your own conditioning. You stop giving away power in every conversation, every argument, every decision. You stop letting feelings make choices for you. You begin to hold space between stimulus and response. And in that space, your mind becomes your own again. But clarity doesn't scream. It whispers. It asks you to observe without rushing to conclusion. It invites you to sit with discomfort long enough to see what it's made of. It shows you that the mind is not a battleground of emotions to conquer, but a terrain to understand. That's the Stoic path, not to eliminate feelings, but to see them clearly, to strip away the illusion that your first impulse is always right, because most of the time, it's not. Your first impulse is the loudest, but rarely the wisest. True thinking asks you to wait, to step back, to watch how your body tenses, your breath shortens, your thoughts race, and then, only then, to respond with intent, not reflex. This isn't easy work. It's hard to tell yourself the truth when your whole life has been built around avoiding it. But every time you choose awareness over autopilot, you build something unshakable inside you. You stop being the person who needs the world to change in order to find peace. You become the kind of person who carries clarity through chaos. And that kind of clarity is not just a mindset. It's a form of power, quiet, unassuming, but immovable. So the next time you feel the urge to react, to defend, to withdraw, to lash out, pause, just for a moment. Ask yourself, is this mine, or is this inherited? Is this truth, or just a habit? That one moment of stillness could be the difference between repeating your past and creating your future. And that, more than anything, is what Stoic clarity offers. The power to respond, not just react. To choose, not just comply. To think, not just feel. And when you can do that consistently, your life stops being a collection of reactions and starts becoming a map you're actually directing. Because thinking clearly isn't just about making better choices. It's about becoming someone who doesn't need to be rescued from their own mind. And in a world full of noise, that's a rare kind of freedom. Watch closely, and you'll see it happen almost every day. Not out there, in here. You feel something, a pull, a spark, a rush of urgency. Maybe it's attraction, maybe it's anxiety, maybe it's excitement dressed up as destiny. But whatever it is, it hits first. Fast, loud, and without even realizing it, your mind starts scrambling to make it make sense. You don't start with reason, you start with emotion, and reason comes limping in afterward, trying to justify the choice your body already made. It feels right, you tell yourself. It must mean something. But what if that feeling wasn't wisdom? What if it was just familiarity? And what if the familiarity was rooted in your oldest wounds? There's a strange comfort in what we already know, even if what we know is pain. You might find yourself drawn to people who remind you of your past, not because it's love, but because it's recognizable. You might feel urgency around an opportunity, not because it's right, but because you're scared of missing out. You think you're being intuitive, but you're actually being pulled by fear. And when fear leads, logic doesn't resist. It cooperates. It puts on a mask and tells you a story. A beautiful, reasonable, compelling story. One designed not to guide you, but to protect you from feeling the fear underneath. It happens in relationships. You feel seen by someone and call it connection. But maybe it's just relief. Relief that someone finally notices you, and so you cling, not because it's healthy, but because you've been starving. It happens in career decisions. You get an offer and your stomach tightens. Not because it's aligned, but because it feels scarce. So you convince yourself it's your big break, when really it's your big panic. And if you look back honestly, most of your worst decisions didn't come from a lack of logic. They came from loyalty to a feeling you never paused to question. That's the danger of unexamined emotion. It drives the car while logic decorates the dashboard. You think you're in control, but you're really just narrating what your inner world already decided. And this isn't a flaw. It's not a character defect. It's just how the mind tries to survive. Emotion is ancient. It's fast, instinctive, protective. But when you build your life around its impulses, you become reactive instead of intentional. Most people live at the mercy of their emotional weather. They think if something feels intense, it must be important. If it hurts, it must be true. If it excites them, it must be a sign. But clarity doesn't work that way. Clarity doesn't follow emotion. It holds it still. It lets it speak, but it doesn't let it lead. When you think clearly, you become aware of the difference between what you want and what you're addicted to, between what feels familiar and what's actually good for you. And that awareness changes everything. You stop rushing to justify every emotional spike. You stop calling every pull a calling. You start recognizing that your brain can't always be trusted to tell you the truth in the moment, especially not when it's trying to avoid pain. You slow down. You wait for the feeling to settle. You ask yourself, if I wasn't feeling this, what would I know? And sometimes the answer is painful. You might see that what you thought was love was just validation, that what you called ambition was just comparison, that what you felt was urgency was just your fear trying to outrun itself. And this doesn't mean you become cold. It means you become free. Free to feel without being ruled by feeling. Free to notice emotion without obeying it. Because emotion isn't the enemy, it's information. It's just not the whole story. Like a spark, it can light a fire or burn down your house. The difference is whether or not you act before you think, before you pause, before you check in with what you truly value. Clarity asks for that pause. It creates space between the feeling and the follow-through. And in that space, you get to choose what kind of person you are. You might still feel afraid, but you won't let fear drive the decision. You might still feel drawn, but you'll ask what you're really being drawn to. You'll start to recognize the difference between desire and desperation, between intuition and impulse. And that awareness will feel like losing something because it is. You're losing the illusion that feelings are facts. You're letting go of the story that says, if I feel it, it must be true. And that loss is the beginning of maturity. People will tell you to trust your gut. And sometimes, yes, your gut knows. But sometimes your gut is just your past in disguise. Sometimes your gut is just anxiety pretending to be wisdom. That's why you need more than feeling. You need philosophy. You need stillness. You need internal structure. Because without it, every strong emotion becomes a storm you can't navigate. But with it, you become someone who can feel deeply and still decide wisely. And that's the essence of Stoic clarity. Not to suppress emotion, but to observe it clearly without rushing to obey it. The Stoics didn't deny feeling. They just refused to be ruled by it. They practiced the pause. They trained themselves to separate the sensation from the story, so that when it came time to act, their decisions were grounded, not in panic or pressure, but in purpose. That's the kind of clarity you build, not in a moment, but over time, by noticing the pattern, by catching yourself mid-justification, by asking gently, is this true, or is this just familiar? And the more you ask, the more power you gain. Not the kind of power that dominates others, the kind that anchors you, the kind that lets you move through chaos without being hijacked by every wave of emotion, the kind that sees clearly even when the feeling is loud, because you've learned something most people never do. Emotions are real, but they're not reliable, and until you can feel them without obeying them, you'll always be dancing to someone else's rhythm. But when you stop dancing, when you pause, feel and choose, you become untouchable. You're no longer living in reaction. You're moving with quiet clarity, not because it feels good, but because it's right. And that difference, though invisible, is what transforms a reactive life into a deliberate one. It's what turns emotional noise into meaningful action. And over time, it's what makes your decisions not just smarter, but sacred. Most people think they're being careful when they wait. They believe the longer they hold off, the more clarity they'll gain. They don't realize that what they're really doing is waiting for certainty, a kind of perfection that doesn't exist outside their imagination. You hear it in the way they talk. I just need a little more time. Or, once I'm sure, I'll make the move. But underneath those words isn't wisdom. It's fear. And fear, when it wears the mask of logic, convinces you that hesitation is safety, that the unknown is always a threat, that until you see every possible outcome, you're not ready. But that's not clarity. That's a strategy to avoid commitment, a way to delay the discomfort of responsibility while feeling like you're doing something wise. The truth is, no one is ever completely ready, not for the big decisions, not for the hard conversations, not for the moments that demand growth. Readiness, in the way most people imagine it, is a myth. It's a mental loophole. You think you're buying time, but you're really trading momentum for illusion. And the longer you wait, the more your mind fills in the blanks with fear. You imagine the worst. You catastrophize. You play out every scenario that could go wrong. And soon, you're no longer standing still. You're stuck in a cycle of overthinking and underliving. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." The Stoics knew that the mind can be its own tormentor, that the pain we predict is often worse than the pain we'll ever experience. But certainty addicts don't know this yet. They think if they just wait long enough, the perfect moment will arrive. The path will clear, the fear will vanish. But it doesn't, because clarity doesn't come before action. It's born from it. You don't get clear and then move. You move and the fog starts to lift. That's what separates the Stoic mindset from the rest. It's not recklessness, it's respect for time. It's understanding that movement itself sharpens thought. When you engage with life, when you step into discomfort, when you make the call or take the risk, you don't become less clear, you become more aware. You learn what works and what doesn't. You feel where the resistance is and where it's just fear in disguise. And that feedback, real feedback, not imagined outcomes, is where clarity begins to form. But that requires courage, not the loud kind, the quiet kind that shows up without applause, the kind that says, even if I don't know everything, I know enough to begin. That shift in posture is what turns someone from passive observer to active participant in their own life. Because when you demand certainty before acting, you're not protecting yourself. You're holding yourself hostage. You're turning your own potential into a problem to be solved instead of a path to be walked. The need for certainty kills momentum. It takes every spark of desire, every moment of insight, every whisper of intuition, and buries it under analysis. You start to question your own instinct. You doubt your timing. You seek external confirmation, hoping someone will give you permission to leap. But no one ever will, not fully. Because the clarity you're looking for isn't in someone else's approval. It's in your own movement, in the decision to act, knowing you might be wrong, but choosing to live anyway. That's not recklessness, that's responsibility, and that's where real strength is built. Not in the perfect decision, but in the willingness to bear the weight of your choice, to say, this is mine, I chose it, I'll face what comes. That kind of ownership doesn't come from waiting. It comes from stepping in, fully present, fully aware that outcomes are uncertain, but your intent is clean. That's what stoicism teaches. Not to wait for the world to make sense, but to act in a way that brings sense to the world. You don't have to know exactly how it ends to begin. You don't have to have a map to take the first step. And you certainly don't need to silence all fear before moving forward. You just need to get honest about what's really holding you back. Is it wisdom, or is it avoidance? Is it reflection, or is it delay? Because most of the time, the longer you wait for clarity, the harder it becomes to act. The decision grows in your mind like a shadow, and shadows feed on time. The more you feed them, the darker they get. But when you move, when you decide, even without full certainty, you take away their power. You interrupt the pattern. You stop giving energy to a question that was never meant to be solved in theory, but lived in practice. And that shift changes everything, because you begin to trust yourself, not because you know all the answers, but because you're no longer afraid of being wrong. That's what makes your mind stronger. Not perfection, but movement. Not guarantees, but growth. And even if you fail, even if the decision leads to pain, it was still the right move. Why? Because you acted from alignment, not fear. And from that action, you learn something you couldn't have learned any other way. Something alive, something earned, something real. And that reality, no matter how imperfect, will always be more useful than the fantasy of certainty. Clarity in the end isn't a feeling, it's a posture, a way of standing in your life that says, I won't wait to be ready. I'll get ready by moving. It's not about always being right. It's about being willing to show up, to try, to adjust, to learn. And that willingness is the foundation of everything meaningful, because the person who needs every answer before they begin never begins, but the one who walks forward anyway, quietly, imperfectly, boldly, builds a life that's not only clear, but deeply lived. We live in the age of information, yet most of it leaves us more confused than empowered. There's no shortage of opinions, explanations, strategies, and stories. Scroll long enough, and you'll find 1,000 ways to live, think, heal, win, grow, detach, love, let go, and then start all over again. It feels like wisdom, but it rarely changes anything. You listen to a podcast while you drive, swipe through advice threads during lunch, drown in the noise of other people's thinking. And by the end of the day, your head is full, but your direction is still foggy. Because clarity was never about how much you know. It's about knowing what to ignore. The truth is, most information isn't there to help you. It's there to keep you watching, scrolling, and wanting more. It plays on your curiosity, your insecurity, your need to feel like you're doing something just by learning something. But consumption is not clarity. In fact, if you're not careful, it becomes the very thing that blinds you. It dulls your instincts. You stop trusting your own voice because it gets buried under 100 other voices that sound more confident, more polished, more certain. And slowly, without meaning to, you hand over your inner compass to people who don't even know your terrain. Clarity doesn't get built in a storm of opinions. It gets built in silence, in the space between thoughts, where your own insights finally have room to rise. But we're taught to fear that silence. We fill it with noise, afraid that if we stop taking things in, we'll fall behind. But fall behind who? Behind what? The pursuit of constant input is often a disguised fear of decision-making. You keep gathering information because you're too afraid to act on what you already know. So you tell yourself you need more. Another voice, another viewpoint, another reason to delay. But if the information doesn't change your next action, it's just noise. And noise doesn't feel dangerous until it becomes normal, until the constant hum of distraction is so familiar that real thinking feels uncomfortable. You sit alone and your hand reaches for a device without even thinking. You feel uncertain and you open a new tab looking for an answer. You feel pain and instead of facing it, you search for something to label it. Not to understand it, but to escape it. This isn't learning. It's avoidance with a sophisticated mask. Carl Jung warned us that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And endless information is one of the easiest ways to avoid, because it feels productive. You can convince yourself you're working on yourself, when really you're just looping, collecting philosophies like trophies, but never letting them transform you. Because transformation doesn't come from exposure, it comes from integration. And integration requires space, stillness, honesty, not with the world, but with yourself. You have to start filtering ruthlessly. Not everything deserves a place in your mind. Not every voice should have access to your inner world. You need boundaries not just in your relationships, but in your consumption. You wouldn't let a stranger walk into your house and rearrange your furniture. So why do you let random content rearrange your priorities, your beliefs, your emotional state? The most dangerous voice in your life isn't always the loudest. Sometimes it's the quiet influence of unexamined input, the video you didn't question, the post that subtly shifted your perspective, the conversation that planted doubt without you noticing. This is where discipline becomes more powerful than intelligence. It's easy to collect insights. It's hard to decide what deserves your attention. The Stoics understood this long before the digital age. They spoke of guarding the mind like a fortress, not just from attack, but from clutter, because clutter leads to confusion, and confusion over time leads to erosion. You don't lose yourself all at once. You lose yourself in pieces, one unchecked influence at a time, one distraction that turned into a habit, one article that seeded doubt, one piece of advice that sounded wise, but led you away from what you already knew to be true. So start asking different questions. Not, is this interesting? Or, is this popular? But, does this help me move? Does this sharpen my next decision? Does this align with what I value? And if the answer is no, let it go. Not everything deserves a response. Not every topic deserves your curiosity. Some things are loud only because they want your energy. But clarity is quiet. It waits for those who are willing to tune out the chaos and come back to themselves. It's not about being closed-minded. It's about being intentional. Open-mindedness doesn't mean letting everything in. It means being open to truth and ruthless with everything else. It means knowing that you can't think clearly if your mind is constantly being pulled in 10 directions. You can't know your next step if every voice outside is telling you a different path. You can't feel your own intuition if it's drowned in content. And this is where true growth happens, not in the rush to consume, but in the discipline to discern, in the courage to say, I've heard enough. Now it's time to listen to myself. That's not arrogance. That's maturity. It's trusting that you don't need 100 opinions to make a single meaningful decision. You need presence. You need focus. You need space. Because clarity isn't the result of information overload. It's what emerges when the noise fades, when the world goes quiet enough for your own wisdom to be heard. And if you want to live a life that reflects your values, your truth, your power, you have to protect that space like it matters. Because it does. It's the foundation of every decision that shapes who you become. Clarity often feels like a mental problem, but it begins in a physical space. You can try every technique, journal your thoughts, listen to wisdom, and even seek silence. But if your environment is chaotic, your mind will reflect that chaos. You might think they're separate, your desk, your phone, your space, and then your thoughts, your moods, your decisions, but they're not separate. The environment you keep is the container for your mind. And if that container is filled with noise, mess, distraction, and stimulation, it becomes nearly impossible to access a quiet thought. The world outside becomes the blueprint for what happens inside. Look around, not just casually, really look. Are there papers everywhere, tabs open you haven't touched in days, half-written ideas scattered across apps and notebooks? That isn't just disorganization, that's mental friction. Each item is a tug, each notification is a leak, each reminder of an unfinished task pulls a little bit of your energy without asking permission. And over time this adds up. You don't even realize how much you're spending just trying to mentally push away the clutter. That's why so many people feel drained before they even begin. It's not that they're lazy, it's that their space is designed to exhaust them. And then, in the middle of all that, they try to make important decisions. They try to think clearly about their future, their relationships, their purpose. But the brain doesn't perform at its best in chaos. You wouldn't plan a battle strategy in a nightclub. You wouldn't write your will during an earthquake. Yet, people try to build their lives, quietly, deliberately, while surrounded by digital storms, crowded rooms, and scattered minds. It doesn't work. Not because they're incapable of clarity, but because clarity can't breathe in that environment. A stoic protects their state. That doesn't mean you need absolute silence, a minimalist home, or to live in the mountains. It means you take responsibility for the atmosphere that surrounds your thoughts. You choose to guard it the same way you'd guard your time or your energy. You start to notice what you allow into your field, what lights are constantly flickering around you, what conversations you're listening to even when you're not talking, what energy lives in your space without your consent. Clarity doesn't need perfection, but it needs intention. When your environment is clean, not just in appearance but in energy, your thoughts stop rushing. You begin to feel the difference between what matters and what's simply urgent. The distinction becomes clearer between what you're being pulled into and what you are choosing. There's a kind of presence that returns, a stillness. Not the kind of stillness that's empty or numb, but the stillness that comes from alignment, the feeling of being in a space that supports your highest self, not fights against it. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." But here's the truth most people miss. You can't look inside properly when the outside is pulling at your sleeves. The inner world needs peace to open, and peace requires preparation, not in grand gestures, but in small, deliberate acts. Making your bed in the morning isn't just a chore, it's a signal. Closing unused tabs isn't just tidiness, it's clarity made visible. Turning your phone face down isn't just manners, it's self-respect. These small actions are not about being neat, they're about removing obstacles between you and your deepest thoughts. Most people underestimate how deeply space affects psyche. They think mental discipline alone will carry them, but the body is a gateway. When the eyes see clutter, the brain prepares for stress. When the ears hear constant pings and movement, the nervous system reacts as if it's under attack. You start the day already agitated, not because of a crisis, but because your system is overloaded with meaningless signals. The brain can only track so much, and if it's tracking noise, it can't track depth. That's why clarity often shows up after you've cleaned a room, taken a walk, or turned everything off. It's not magic, it's space. It's giving your thoughts room to echo and your intuition's room to rise. We're not built to be stimulated all day. We're not built to make sense of our lives in between dings and pop-ups and fragments of other people's thoughts. Clarity isn't found in more, it's found in less. Less distraction, less clutter, less noise, so that what remains can be felt fully. It's also about boundaries, not just physical ones, but energetic ones. Who are you letting into your space? What kind of conversations are happening around you? What do you tolerate in the name of politeness that leaves you scattered afterward? Your environment is not just objects, it's people, voices, and patterns. And the more you allow what drains you to stay near you, the harder it becomes to hear yourself. You're not weak for needing boundaries. You're wise for recognizing what dims your inner clarity. A clean environment is an act of self-honesty. It reflects that you're ready to stop letting life happen to you, that you're willing to create the conditions where your best self can show up. And it doesn't have to be dramatic. Start small, clean one corner, turn off one notification, cancel one unnecessary obligation. These little shifts are powerful. They create momentum. They send a message to your subconscious. I'm serious about this. And your mind will respond. It will begin to settle, to sharpen, to listen. The Stoics believed that the mind should not be ruled by circumstance, but they also understood that we must train the mind to withstand temptation, to resist indulgence, to return to the essential. That discipline begins where your body is, not later, not when everything's perfect, but right now, in the space you inhabit. Make it sacred. Not through ritual, but through respect. Respect for your mind. Respect for your peace. Respect for your clarity. Because clarity isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you prepare for. It enters the room when there's space for it to sit down. And if you don't create that space, it won't shout. It won't fight the clutter. It will just leave quietly. So choose now to make room. To let your space reflect your intentions, to let your environment become a silent ally in your search for deeper thought. That's where clarity begins, not in your thoughts, but in the place where those thoughts are allowed to unfold. Most people don't know what they're optimizing for. They think they do. They say words like peace, freedom, love, meaning. But if you observe their actions, something doesn't add up. They say they want peace, but they never put down the chaos. They stay in relationships that drain them, jobs that agitate them, routines that offer no room to breathe. They say they want freedom, yet keep chasing the kind of approval that makes them a prisoner to everyone else's opinion. They say they want to feel whole, but they build their lives around the fragments: status, followers, attention, noise. They don't realize it, but their decisions already answer the question they never took time to ask. What am I really optimizing for? Because whether you're aware of it or not, you're always optimizing for something. Every choice you make is a vote in the direction of what matters most to you. Not what you say matters, what actually governs your choices. That's what makes this realization uncomfortable. Because your outcomes don't contradict your values. They expose them. You think you're unlucky, distracted, stuck. But most of the time, you're just aligned with a priority you didn't mean to give power to. Maybe it's comfort. Maybe it's recognition. Maybe it's the illusion of control. You keep looping through the same situations, not because you're cursed, but because you're subconsciously loyal to a version of yourself that was built to survive, not thrive. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's what happens when you don't define your aim. Life starts aiming for you, and usually it aims low. It aims for quick highs, easy wins, safe roads, familiar traps. Not because you're incapable of more, but because the systems around you reward indecision. They give you distractions, so you never feel the need to sit with your own direction. You're nudged, guided, flooded with options, but never told to clarify the compass that should be driving all of it. So you get pulled instead of choosing. You end up chasing opportunities that sound good but feel wrong. You achieve things that impress people you don't even respect. You build momentum in a direction that makes you feel more lost, not less. This is the part where most people collapse. Not because they're weak, but because clarity demands honesty. And honesty can feel brutal when you've built a life around bypassing it. When you say you want peace but keep choosing environments that reward emotional chaos, something has to give. When you say you want love but keep choosing the kind of validation that feels more like performance than connection, you eventually run out of excuses. That tension isn't failure, it's feedback. It's your deeper self reminding you that the map you're following isn't aligned with the place you want to go. Clarity doesn't require that you get everything perfect. It requires that you get specific. What do you actually want your life to move toward? Not just in moments of reflection, but in everyday action. Is it freedom? Then why are your habits wrapped in dependency? Is it strength? Then why are your boundaries built to please? Is it truth? Then why do you silence yourself to keep the peace? These aren't accusations, they're invitations. An honest life begins when you stop pretending the surface and the center are the same. It's not enough to want something. You have to protect it. You have to name it clearly and let it guide the hard choices. That's what it means to define what you're optimizing for, not in theory, but in practice. You look at the trade-offs you're willing to make. You accept that you can't serve everything at once. You can't prioritize comfort and growth at the same time. You can't chase acceptance and authenticity without feeling torn. You have to choose. And that choice will cost you, but it's the cost that makes it powerful. When your aim becomes singular, your mind starts to clean itself. The unnecessary starts to fall away. You stop negotiating with every new opinion. You stop trying to be good at everything. You stop saying yes just to be liked. You become more intentional, less apologetic. You start designing your life around the inner signal, not the external noise. And with that, the quality of your decision-making changes. You don't just ask, what do I feel like doing? You ask, does this move me toward what I truly want to embody? That question breaks patterns. It keeps you from betraying yourself for short-term relief. It grounds you when distractions start to sparkle. It clarifies your values when everything around you blurs them. And clarity, once it takes root, makes your life simpler. Not easier, but simpler. You'll still face hard days, difficult people, setbacks, but you'll stop getting lost in them. Because even when the path is unclear, the direction isn't. You know what you're walking toward, and that knowledge changes your posture. It gives you something the world can't take from you: internal coherence. The Stoics believed in living according to nature, which meant living in alignment with your own rational, examined self. They didn't chase every impulse. They didn't optimize for fleeting highs. They optimized for virtue, for inner strength, for a life of integrity. That doesn't mean they were perfect. It means they chose to live by a compass they had tested. They knew what they were aiming for, so even in uncertainty, their movement was grounded. You need that same clarity, especially now when the world sells you 1,000 goals that look like success but feel like emptiness. Defining your aim is how you cut through that. It's how you resist being pulled into lives that don't belong to you. It's how you make peace with the fact that some things will have to be left behind, not because they're wrong, but because they're not aligned. And alignment is more valuable than abundance. It's not about having everything. It's about moving with focus, depth, and honesty, every day in every choice. So pause and ask yourself, not abstractly but practically, what are you really optimizing for? When you speak, when you choose, when you commit, what sits beneath that? If it's unclear, Don't panic, just listen. Clarity doesn't shout. It waits. It emerges slowly as you peel away the noise. But once it arrives, you'll feel it. You'll recognize the quiet conviction it brings. You'll stop trying to be everything and start becoming something. Not all at once, but steadily, in a way that lasts. There's a quiet danger in indecision. It doesn't look like fear, it looks like flexibility. It wears the mask of patience, of wisdom, of being open. You've heard it before. Stay open. Keep your options alive. Don't rush into anything. And yes, in certain moments that can be good advice. But repeated often enough, applied too broadly, it becomes a strategy for avoidance. Not choosing feels safe because it postpones the discomfort of regret. But here's the truth. Indecision isn't wisdom. It's fear with a softer voice. You tell yourself you're taking your time, but really you're hoping life will decide for you. That some perfect sign will come. That something outside you will make the uncomfortable choice you're afraid to make inside. But life doesn't work that way. It rewards movement, not hesitation. Direction, not drifting. The person who hesitates too long begins to confuse stillness with safety. But drifting isn't peace. It's erosion. Bit by bit, your confidence wears away. You second guess even the small things. And over time, you become someone who waits for clarity, for confirmation, for certainty, and forgets what it means to act from the core. Clarity doesn't come from floating. It comes from choosing, from making a decision and meeting what follows with courage. A decisive mistake will teach you more than endless speculation ever will. But we avoid that mistake, don't we? Because being wrong feels like failure. It hurts the ego. It makes you question your judgment. And yet, indecision carries a cost of its own. A quieter, longer-lasting kind. The kind where days pass and nothing changes. The kind where years go by and you're still wondering, still weighing, still waiting. That's not caution. That's avoidance wrapped in the language of reason. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Has left something undone, not always he who has done something." That's a powerful reversal. We're so afraid of doing the wrong thing, but we rarely fear the weight of what we didn't do. The words we didn't say, the moves we never made, the ideas we let die before they were born. And what's worse, those losses don't scream. They don't break like bad decisions do. They fade quietly into the background. And suddenly, your life isn't built on choices, it's built on omissions. Things that never happened because you told yourself it wasn't the right time. And we justify it with such noble phrases. I'm being wise. I'm just not sure yet. But dig deeper and you'll usually find fear. Fear of being judged. Fear of closing a door. Fear of failure, of course. But also fear of identity shift. Because the moment you choose, you define yourself. You leave something behind. And that finality scares us. So we delay. We say yes and no at the same time. We live in the middle, half-hearted, half-present, half alive. But you don't grow there. You grow at the edge, where decisions demand you to be seen, where you commit to something, even knowing it might not work. Because that's where your clarity sharpens. Not before the choice, but after it. Movement brings contrast. It shows you the terrain. You step forward, and the fog begins to lift. And even if it turns out to be the wrong path, at least now you know. You're not wondering anymore. You're learning. You're adapting. You're becoming someone who moves. That movement doesn't have to be loud or bold. It doesn't have to change your whole life overnight. But it does have to be yours. Chosen, owned, clear. Because the more you practice choosing, the stronger your discernment becomes. You stop needing everyone else's opinions. You stop needing to feel ready. You start trusting that clarity isn't a destination. It's a result of walking with intent. Carl Jung believed that indecision often came from a split inside the psyche. a conflict between two opposing desires or fears, the part of you that wants to be seen and the part of you that wants to stay safe, the part of you that longs for transformation and the part that clings to the comfort of who you've always been. This internal tension isn't a flaw, it's part of being human. But if you don't resolve it through conscious choice, it will quietly rule you from the shadows. You'll keep saying maybe when your soul is screaming for a yes or a no. So don't glorify indecision. Don't mistake delay for depth. Real depth comes from showing up with your full weight, from saying, I don't know how this ends, but I choose this anyway, and then allowing whatever follows to shape you. That's how strength is built. Not by knowing the future, but by being willing to meet it on your own terms. And yes, you might make mistakes. You might change your mind. That's part of the process. But indecision isn't neutral. It costs energy. It drains focus. It keeps your attention divided. You can't be present in your current path if your mind is still negotiating another. Decision creates closure, and closure creates peace. Not always comfort, but peace. A kind of internal stillness that says, this is the way I'm going. And that stillness is where real clarity lives. So if you've been floating, come back to the ground. Choose, not recklessly, but bravely. Listen to your resistance, but don't let it decide. Hear your fear, but don't let it write the script. Define your values, check your direction, and then move. Because waiting for the perfect moment is the most seductive trap of all. It makes you feel like you're being wise, when really you're just being delayed. Let your clarity come from motion. Let your confidence come from action. And let your strength come not from never doubting, but from no longer needing to avoid doubt to make a move. That's how decisive people are built. Not from being certain, but from being willing. And the more willing you become, the less power fear has to keep you still. Most people don't realize how often they choose what's easy over what's meaningful. Not because they lack depth or vision, but because the world constantly hands them options designed to distract. Paths are presented, offers are made, people show interest. And because something is available, because it's already in front of them, they assume it must be worth pursuing. But availability doesn't mean alignment. Just because something is within reach doesn't mean it's right for you. Just because someone wants you doesn't mean they're good for your soul. Just because a door opens doesn't mean you were meant to walk through it. We chase what's easy to access, what's immediately rewarding, what saves us from sitting in uncertainty. But in doing so, we lose the ability to wait, to pause, to discern. We forget how to choose deliberately, and slowly our lives become filled with what was convenient, not what was true. You end up in relationships that were easy to fall into, but hard to grow in. You take jobs that pay enough to keep you busy, but not enough to make you feel alive. You fill your calendar with obligations you never consciously chose, all because they were offered, not because they were aligned. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But that privilege is lost the moment you start building your identity on what's available rather than what's authentic. When your direction is dictated by what happens to be nearby, you become a passive character in your own story. You adapt to other people's timelines, other people's expectations, other people's definitions of success. And what's worse, you start to believe that this is what you wanted. You stop questioning if the life you're living is actually yours. A Stoic doesn't operate this way. A Stoic doesn't make decisions based on convenience. They're not seduced by urgency or flattery or trends. They choose what is necessary, not what's shiny, not what's praised, but what's aligned with the kind of character they're trying to build. Because they know that the things that matter most often arrive slowly. They require patience, commitment, and clarity. And if your mind is constantly reacting to what's placed in front of you, you won't have the presence to see what actually belongs to you. This is where self-discipline becomes a form of self-respect. When you no longer say yes just because something's easy. When you no longer pursue something simply because it's possible. Instead, you start to filter life differently. You ask, does this fit the direction I'm choosing? Does this reflect the values I claim to hold? And more often than not, the answer will be no. That's not a failure. That's growth. Growth often looks like not moving, like holding your ground when everything around you is trying to pull you somewhere else. Saying no is one of the most powerful things you can learn. Not in a defensive way, but in a grounded one. No to the wrong relationship. No to the tempting shortcut. No to the quick fix that would only distract you from the deeper work. Because every yes is a cost. And if you don't track that cost, you'll spend your time and energy on things that feel full in the moment, but leave you empty afterward. The point isn't to reject everything. It's to become someone who doesn't confuse availability with destiny. The more aligned you become, the more you'll be misunderstood by those who still chase everything that shines. That's okay. You're not here to gather what everyone else wants. You're here to build what only you can carry. And sometimes that means slowing down. That means watching opportunities pass without grasping. That means letting go of good enough so you're not too full to receive what's truly yours. Clarity thrives in spaces where patience lives. But our world is allergic to stillness. We're told that if we're not chasing something, we're falling behind. That if we're not constantly reaching, we're wasting time. But reaching isn't the same as progressing. You can be busy your whole life and still end up nowhere meaningful. Movement doesn't always mean momentum. Sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. Stillness isn't stagnation, it's restraint. It's the refusal to let life drag you by the wrist. It's the decision to let your inner standard, not external supply, decide your direction. And that kind of stillness requires strength. It requires you to sit with discomfort instead of rushing to fix it. To trust that alignment is worth waiting for. To believe that the right things will find you when you've created enough space for them to land. That's the shift. From grabbing at what's there to choosing what fits. From being pulled by availability to being led by integrity. From reacting to every offer to responding only to what calls something deeper in you. And the more you live this way, the more natural it becomes. You stop seeking so much and start seeing more. You begin to notice that many of the things you chased never truly nourished you. That the things that looked like opportunities were often just distractions in disguise. And eventually something beautiful happens. You stop needing life to constantly impress you. You stop needing to be constantly entertained or validated. You begin to enjoy the quiet. You start to trust your own pace. You learn to wait, not with anxiety, but with calm awareness. Because now you're not waiting for something to fill the void. You're waiting because you know your aim is clear. You're not empty. You're ready. There's a difference. The Stoic way is not about denial. It's about discipline. About choosing not what's in front of you, but what's in line with you. That means letting go of what's available so you can make room for what's aligned. And that's not a once-in-a-while decision. It's a daily practice, a habit of saying, just because I can doesn't mean I should. A commitment to yourself that you will not sell your peace for proximity, that you will not trade your path for what happens to show up uninvited. You are not here to chase everything. You are here to choose wisely. And choosing wisely often starts with the courage to do nothing when nothing fits. Because that space you protect becomes the foundation of a life you actually want to live. Not a life made of whatever was nearby. A life made of what was true. And in that truth, clarity finally begins to take root. Quiet, strong, unshakable. Clarity isn't just about making better choices. It's about understanding the landscape in which those choices unfold. It's not enough to ask, "What should I do?" because that question lives in isolation. Real clarity asks, "What system am I operating inside? What game is being played here? And more importantly, who benefits if I act without thinking?" When you're caught in a reactive loop, it always feels personal. Someone insults you and your pride flares. A sudden change catches you off guard and panic takes the wheel. But step back just far enough and you'll see something critical. Reactions are often exactly what someone else is hoping for. This is where power gets subtle, not through force, but through framing. If someone can't control your actions directly, the next best thing is to control the context in which you act. They don't need to tell you what to do. They just need to shape the moment so you make their desired move for them. They need you impulsive. They need you defensive. They need you to take the bait. Because once you do, your clarity dissolves and your power is handed over. Not because you weren't smart enough, but because the frame had already been set before you entered the scene. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And that includes projecting their own chaos onto you. Not consciously maybe, but energetically. People frame situations to pull you into their mess, their pace, their urgency. If you're not careful, their lack of clarity becomes your responsibility. Their fear becomes your confusion. Their manipulation becomes your mistake. And all of it started because you didn't stop to ask, whose frame am I operating inside right now? You see it everywhere. In arguments when someone tries to define the terms before you even speak. In business, when you're pressured into a decision before the deal disappears. In relationships, when silence is weaponized and timing is used to shift power. These aren't just dynamics. They're frames, invisible structures that dictate how you think, feel, and respond, unless you take the pause to recognize them. Because until you recognize the frame, you're not thinking inside your own mind. You're thinking inside someone else's design. But the moment you see the frame, you interrupt the manipulation. You step outside of it, and instead of reacting, you observe. You ask not just, "What am I being told?" but "Why am I being told it this way? And what do they gain if I believe it?" That's the power of meta-awareness. It gives you space to choose without being pushed. And from that space, you reclaim authorship over your own narrative. This isn't about becoming paranoid or mistrustful. It's about becoming strategic. It's understanding that the loudest voices don't always come from truth. They come from leverage. People will pressure you to act quickly, to prove something, to defend yourself. But urgency is often a tool, not a truth. It's designed to rob you of clarity by hijacking your nervous system. That's why one of the clearest moves you can make isn't an action. It's a pause. A moment where you mentally step outside the frame and examine it before you move. Because the truth is, when you rush, you rarely act from alignment. You act from pressure. And pressure is rarely neutral. Someone always benefits from it. The question is it you? And if the answer is no, then it's not a situation demanding action. It's a trap demanding awareness. This one shift in thinking changes everything. You no longer ask, "What's the right answer?" You ask, "Whose terms am I trying to answer this on?" And sometimes, the most powerful decision you can make is to refuse the question altogether, to change the rules, to reset the frame before you respond. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. In his private writings, he would remind himself that the opinions and judgments of others were merely noise, external shadows that couldn't touch his inner reason unless he allowed them to. That inner fortress, that clear mental ground, is where clarity is built, not just by thinking hard, but by thinking differently, by zooming out from the immediate stimulus and remembering the long game. Who do I want to be in this moment, and who benefits if I forget? And sometimes it's not even another person framing you, it's your past, your conditioning, your fear of being misunderstood, rejected, unloved. Those old scripts will whisper at the exact moment you need clarity. They'll say, prove them wrong, say something now, don't lose your chance. And if you don't question them, you act them out. Not because they're true, but because they've been rehearsed in your nervous system for years. That's why clarity isn't just an intellectual exercise, it's a practice of mental freedom. It's the ability to interrupt your own autopilot, to challenge the frame not just outside you, but within you. To say, just because this feels urgent doesn't mean it is. Just because this looks familiar doesn't mean it's right. Just because I'm being told to choose now doesn't mean I need to. This kind of self-command doesn't make you cold. It makes you calm. It doesn't make you indecisive. It makes you deliberate. And over time, it gives you a quiet edge. Because while others are scrambling to respond, to defend, to prove, you're watching the board. You're moving from clarity, not from panic. And in a world that's addicted to reaction, that kind of poise becomes rare and powerfully effective. The strongest minds aren't just the ones with the best answers. They're the ones who can slow down long enough to question the question itself, who understand that every situation comes with invisible strings attached, and that sometimes clarity means not cutting the string, but seeing who's holding it. So before you speak, before you act, before you decide, take that extra breath. Ask not just, what do I want, but what's being set up here? Who wins if I rush? What happens if I don't bite the bait? Because that moment of awareness is where your freedom lives, not in avoiding all conflict, but in refusing to be played. Clarity is the art of seeing beyond the surface, of holding your center when the world tries to shake it. And it's not about winning every situation, it's about not losing yourself in them. That's the real frame worth protecting. The frame of a mind that thinks before it moves, that watches before it speaks, that knows when silence is power and when action is freedom. Not because it's smarter, but because it's sovereign. And in that sovereignty, clarity becomes your default, not your exception. Most people hesitate before a big decision because they're afraid of making the wrong move. They picture the embarrassment, the loss, the chaos that might follow. And so they wait, they stall. They tell themselves, I just need a little more time. But while they're evaluating the risk of action, they almost never calculate the price of inaction. What is the cost of doing nothing? What begins to decay in the silence? What opportunity fades out of view while you hesitate, convincing yourself it's wisdom when it's really fear in disguise? The mind has a strange bias. It exaggerates the weight of stepping forward while completely downplaying the toll of standing still. You might spend days, weeks, months analyzing every move you could make. But rarely do we turn that same intensity inward and ask, what happens if I keep avoiding this? What if nothing changes, not just for today, but for years? And if that question doesn't chill you, maybe it should. Because time doesn't stand still while we hesitate. It keeps moving, and often the greatest damage in life isn't caused by the things we do. It's by the things we let slide, by the silence we justify, by the potential we bury while pretending it'll dig itself out later. This is where the Stoics had it right. They weren't about obsessing over worst-case scenarios just for the sake of anxiety. They practiced something deeper. They called it premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. Not to catastrophize, but to prepare. To run simulations in the mind, not of what success looks like, but of what decay looks like if you ignore what must be done. It's not about being pessimistic. It's about being honest, to look clearly at the truth of what happens if you let fear set the pace of your life, if you let indecision rot away the structure of who you're becoming. Seneca once wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." He wasn't talking about partying or distractions. He was pointing to something more dangerous, wasting time through mental passivity, through waiting for life to sort itself out. But life doesn't hand you clarity like a gift. It reveals itself only through forward motion, and the longer you sit in pause, the more your confidence corrodes. Not because you're incapable, but because clarity is tied to momentum. Every day you avoid the decision, it becomes heavier, not lighter. We imagine that avoiding the hard conversation will keep the peace, that ignoring the gut feeling will somehow buy us more time. But peace bought through avoidance is rented, not owned. And sooner or later, the payment comes due, often in the form of regret. Not the loud, dramatic kind, but the quiet, daily erosion of knowing you didn't move when you should have. That you let something important slide just a little too long, and now it's out of reach. Carl Jung said, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." That avoidance has a cost. It doesn't freeze the problem in place, it feeds it. Silence becomes the soil in which your doubts grow roots. Hesitation becomes the invitation for lesser priorities to take over. And while your higher self waits at the threshold, life moves on without it. Not as a punishment, but as a consequence. You don't need to become someone who always rushes. That's not the point. The point is learning to simulate not just the danger of movement, but the danger of staying still. To ask yourself honestly, what decays when I delay? What do I give permission to grow simply by not addressing it? And what kind of person am I becoming by doing nothing at all? Sometimes clarity doesn't feel like a breakthrough. It feels like a reckoning, like realizing that your avoidance wasn't neutral. It was shaping your life in the background, and the weight you thought you were avoiding was just shifting to another part of your soul, one that eventually starts to whisper in moments of stillness. You know what you should have done. But here's the thing. Once you see that clearly, you gain power, because now you can begin to choose your discomfort wisely. The discomfort of the hard conversation, or the discomfort of silence, the discomfort of the risk, or the discomfort of watching time erase your potential. There is no path without weight. There is only the question of which weight you want to carry, and which will break you over time if you pretend it isn't there. The sharpest minds don't just think about what could go right. They also calculate the corrosion of avoidance. They imagine what kind of self they become if they keep delaying, keep suppressing, keep hoping clarity will arrive before they act. But clarity, in its real form, is often the result of action, not the prerequisite. It comes not when you know everything, but when you've moved through the fog long enough to understand what matters. So don't ask only, what will happen if I do this? Also ask, what will happen if I don't? Let that second question ring loud in your decisions. Let it remind you that stillness can be a weapon when chosen, but a prison when defaulted to. Let it remind you that silence can be sacred, but also suffocating when it becomes the shield behind which you hide your truth. You're not here to avoid all pain. You're here to pick the pain that leads to growth, to pick the discomfort that sharpens you, and to remember that while most people live as if they have endless time, clarity begins the moment you understand how little of it you truly control. That's the gift of premeditatio malorum. Not fear, but foresight. Not anxiety, but strength. Not waiting for regret to teach you, but preparing your mind so regret has no room to grow. So the next time you're hesitating, take a moment. Picture who you become if you do nothing. Picture the conversation that never happens, the decision that never gets made, the dream that never breathes. And then ask yourself, not just what you're afraid of doing, but what you're afraid of not becoming. Because in the end, clarity isn't just about what you see. It's about what you're willing to face. And sometimes, the clearest thing you can do is stop waiting for the moment to be perfect and start moving before the cost of stillness becomes permanent. We grow up collecting ideas like pebbles, small enough to carry, smooth enough to accept without question. You're told to be kind, so you nod and absorb it. You're told forgiveness is a virtue, so you wear it like armor. You're told that putting yourself first is wrong, even shameful. And eventually those beliefs become background noise, so constant, so familiar. You forget to ask where they came from. But clarity isn't just about what you think, it's about why you think it. So much of what we call our values aren't truly ours. They're borrowed, inherited, rewarded into us. You act a certain way and someone claps. You question something and someone frowns. And slowly, silently, you adapt, not to truth, but to approval. What you end up with isn't conviction, it's conditioning, not a compass, but a leash. That's where the real distortion begins. Because now every decision you make, every line you draw, every boundary you don't set, gets filtered through a belief you never questioned. Be kind, they say. But kind to who? And at what cost? Always forgive. But does that include those who never acknowledged what they did? Don't be selfish. But what if the only way to grow is to finally put yourself first? The world loves to shape you with these ideas, not because they serve you, but because they make you easier to manage. This is why the Stoics didn't just focus on action. They focused on inner auditing. They believed in stripping away every idea that wasn't grounded in reason. Epictetus said, "Don't just say you have read books. Show that through them you have learned to think differently." In other words, don't just inherit beliefs, dissect them, challenge them, interrogate their origin like you're the only one responsible for your mind. Because you are. Carl Jung took this even deeper. He warned us that most of our so-called morality isn't chosen. It's absorbed from the collective, from parents, teachers, religious leaders, even advertisements. And once it's inside you, it speaks in your own voice. That's what makes it so dangerous. The idea that doesn't serve you still feels like your own thought. But it isn't. It's a parasite dressed up as wisdom. And unless you slow down and ask, where did this belief come from? Who does it serve? You'll keep living your life as a reaction to someone else's design. Sometimes the most powerful question you can ask is simply, who benefits from me believing this? Who benefits if I never speak up? Who benefits if I constantly suppress my needs? Who benefits if I spend my life over-apologizing for existing? Often, the answer isn't noble, it's strategic. Someone somewhere profits from your confusion, from your guilt, from your silence. And the longer you let that voice go unchallenged, the deeper it roots itself in your choices. Clarity begins when you realize that even noble-sounding beliefs can be used as tools of control. Be humble can be twisted into stay small. Forgive can become tolerate abuse. Love unconditionally can mutate into accept mistreatment. The words stay the same, but their function shifts depending on the hands that hold them. This is why your inner audit must be ruthless. Not cynical, but precise. Not hateful, but discerning. You're not rebelling by questioning the ideas you were given. You're returning to yourself. You're saying, I will no longer carry beliefs that ask me to betray my own sanity. I will not call it virtue to abandon myself. I will not call it morality to tolerate the intolerable. And I will not call it kindness if it robs me of clarity. That's the shift. You stop being the echo of your environment and start becoming the architect of your mind. You choose your values the way a craftsman chooses tools, not because they were handed down, but because they are sharp, honest, and necessary. And when you do that, everything changes. Suddenly, you're no longer exhausted by trying to live up to ideas that never fit you. You're no longer pulled in 10 directions by guilt that was never yours to carry. You start to speak clearer, stand taller, say no without shame. Because now, your life isn't built on borrowed slogans. It's rooted in examined truth. You still choose to be kind, but not when it costs your voice. You still forgive, but not when it means denying your pain. You still care, but it's not performative. It's not because someone once told you that your worth depended on how small you could make yourself. This is what it means to take authorship of your beliefs. Not to reject everything, but to re-choose it, with your eyes open, with your strength intact, with your clarity unshaken. So the next time you feel that inner pressure, that soft, familiar guilt trying to steer your decisions, pause, ask, is this mine? Did I choose this belief with clarity? Or did I inherit it because it made someone else more comfortable? You owe it to yourself to live by a mind that is truly yours. Because the alternative is to spend your life walking paths you didn't choose, defending values you didn't examine, and sacrificing peace for approval that never lasts. Clarity doesn't always arrive like a light. Sometimes it shows up as a question that burns through the fog, and when it does, don't run from it. Sit with it. Let it pull apart the old stories. Let it untangle the voices, and let it make room for something real, something you chose with full awareness. Because in the end, nothing is more dangerous than a belief you didn't know was planted. And nothing is more powerful than a mind that questions everything, until only the truth remains. We live in a world where thinking is often mistaken for doing. People sit in coffee shops with journals full of goals, mind maps, reflections, color-coded life plans. They listen to 5 podcasts a week about productivity and self-mastery. They reflect endlessly, analyze every emotion, break every interaction into 1,000 angles, trying to solve life like a math equation. And yet, despite all this mental gymnastics, nothing changes. They still hesitate, still doubt, still feel stuck. Why? Because clarity without action is just another form of delusion. The overthinker wears clarity like a costume. They believe that understanding the path is the same as walking it. But clarity in thought is only the beginning. True transformation requires clarity in motion, and that's a whole different beast. Thinking happens in comfort. Action demands discomfort. It asks you to be exposed, to risk failure, to confront resistance, not just in the world, but within yourself. You can convince yourself that you're progressing just because your thoughts sound smarter. But until your feet move, your life doesn't. That's where so many get trapped. In the illusion that more reflection leads to more clarity. But there comes a point when your reflections become rehearsals for avoidance. You keep dissecting the same idea, revisiting the same hesitation, looping around the same decision, and each loop makes the fear a little stronger and the will a little weaker. You don't need another mental model, you need movement. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." There's a silent but profound gap between the self you imagine and the self you live as. And the longer that gap exists, the more anxious, resentful, and fragmented you feel. Clarity of mind must be tested by the reality of experience. Otherwise, it just stays theory, pretty, polished, and powerless. What's stopping most people isn't confusion. It's fear wearing the mask of analysis. It's perfectionism disguised as preparation. You tell yourself you're not ready because you want to be sure. You want to avoid mistakes. But clarity doesn't guarantee correctness. It's not about predicting the perfect outcome. It's about aligning with your values, your priorities, your direction, and then moving forward in integrity with those. There's a strange freedom that comes when you stop needing every decision to be flawless, when you let go of the illusion that mistakes will ruin you. In truth, it's stagnation that erodes you, not movement. You can course correct once you're in motion, but you can't correct a path you never started. The only real mistake is letting the desire for certainty keep you frozen in thought. Sometimes, the most powerful act of clarity is a step into the unknown, a step that might be wrong, might be awkward, might even fail, but it breaks the pattern. It shifts you from passive observer to active participant in your own life. You stop being a critic of your possibilities and start being a builder of them. That's where confidence comes from, not from knowing everything, but from knowing you'll respond, adjust, and grow regardless of the outcome. Even the Stoics knew this. They weren't passive philosophers. They were doers, warriors, statesmen. Marcus Aurelius wrote, not to theorize, but to remind himself to act, to endure, to be just. The mind wasn't a place to hide. It was a place to prepare. But the battlefield of life was always out there, in reality, not in rumination. There's an honesty that emerges when you take action. You stop speculating about who you are and start proving it. You stop guessing what matters and start discovering it. Every decision you make sharpens your clarity. Every misstep teaches you something your thoughts never could. And slowly, through experience, you build a self that's not just aware, but embodied. This is the trap. The belief that a little more thought will finally make you fearless. It won't. The only thing that makes fear lose power is motion. Clarity that leads nowhere is just another way to stay safe, to stay comfortable, to stay small. But your life wasn't meant to be lived in the waiting room of your own mind. You'll never think your way into a different reality. You have to move, say the words, set the boundary, apply for the job, end the cycle, start the project, tell the truth, show up even when your hands shake. And if it goes wrong, so what? You learned, you grew. You now stand one level higher in your understanding, not because you thought more, but because you acted anyway. Thinking clearly is powerful, but acting clearly is transformative. It takes courage to translate what you know into what you do, to align your inner world with your outer behavior, to risk imperfection for the sake of integrity. That's where real clarity lives, not in pristine thoughts, but in purposeful action. So if you've been thinking for days, weeks, maybe even years, about a change you know you need to make, consider this. The clearest thought in the world is worthless if it never leaves your head. Don't let your wisdom rot in the dark. Bring it to life, even if it trembles, even if it stumbles, even if you're not sure it's perfect. Because the truth is, clarity deepens after you move. The fog clears when you walk through it, not when you wait for it to disappear. A thinker can explain the path, but only a doer can walk it, and only a walker becomes free. In the end, clarity is not just about how well you think, it's about how deeply you live. So stop waiting, start becoming, and let your actions speak the truth your mind already knows. Pain has a way of showing up right when we think we've figured things out. It interrupts, it embarrasses, it strips us of our sense of control. And in that raw discomfort, most people reach for distraction, denial, or numbing. They treat pain like a glitch, something to escape as fast as possible. But clarity, real clarity, doesn't come from avoiding pain. It comes from integrating it, from looking it dead in the eye and asking, what are you trying to teach me? Most people survive their pain without ever studying it. They go through heartbreak, failure, rejection, but they don't digest those experiences. They don't extract the truth embedded in them. They move on quickly, hoping the next chapter won't sting as badly. But a wound unexamined is a lesson repeated. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Pain that isn't understood doesn't go away, it just hides. It seeps into your decisions, it echoes in your relationships, it shapes your future without your awareness. There's a quiet power in turning toward what hurt you, not to relive it, not to wallow in it, but to study it like data, like feedback from life itself. When someone rejects you, it might sting, but underneath that sting is a signal. Maybe it points to a pattern you haven't noticed. Maybe it reveals a deeper wound that's been driving your behavior. Maybe it simply reminds you that your worth was never supposed to be outsourced in the first place. Either way, rejection becomes information, not identity. The same goes for failure. Most people avoid it at all costs, but failure, when studied without ego, is one of the greatest clarifiers. It strips away the illusions. It shows you what doesn't work. It forces you to confront assumptions you never thought to question. And that's why Stoics didn't run from suffering. They used it. They turned it into fuel. They saw mistakes not as evidence of inadequacy, but as a necessary part of refinement. The modern world teaches us to curate our image, to always appear like we're winning. But clarity doesn't come from performance. It comes from reflection. It's not about how flawless you look. It's about how honest you are about what's broken. And here's the twist. The more you face your pain directly, the less power it holds over you. What once triggered shame becomes a symbol of strength. What once brought silence now speaks wisdom. You don't need to broadcast your pain. You just need to stop hiding it from yourself. Integrating pain doesn't mean romanticizing it. It means using it. It means recognizing that your past wounds don't disqualify you from growth. They're part of the reason you're able to grow at all. A scar is not a weakness. It's evidence of healing, evidence that you survived. But surviving isn't enough. You must understand what you survived and why. This is where emotional maturity begins. Not in pretending you've never been hurt, but in no longer being owned by the hurt. You can acknowledge betrayal without becoming bitter. You can feel disappointment without giving up. You can carry your pain without infecting others with it. That's strength, not the absence of emotion, but the integration of it. Seneca once said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." And he meant it. When you stop seeing pain as a detour and start seeing it as part of the path, everything changes. You stop being afraid of discomfort. You stop flinching every time life challenges your illusions. And instead, you start listening, watching, learning. Pain will always knock on the door. You can't live a full life without it, but you get to decide what role it plays. Will it control your choices from the shadows, or will it become something sacred, something you've earned the right to carry with grace? Clarity deepens every time you extract a principle from your past. When you ask, what did that experience reveal about me? Not just what happened, but how you reacted, what it triggered, what it exposed. The past is a mirror, not a cage, but only if you dare to look into it without flinching. And when you do, when you stop trying to erase your wounds and instead build with them, something powerful happens. You become less reactive, less desperate for validation, less afraid of endings, because you've already met pain and you've learned how to speak its language. You've turned it from an intruder into a teacher, and in doing so, you become something solid, someone who bends but doesn't break. There's a kind of quiet dignity in someone who's faced pain and stayed soft, someone who's been disappointed but hasn't closed off, someone who carries memories that still sting but doesn't let them poison the present. That's the work. Not pretending pain doesn't exist, but making sure it's integrated into who you are, not buried underneath who you're trying to be. This isn't easy. It takes time. It takes silence. It takes honesty, the kind that makes your chest tighten. But it's worth it, because when you do the inner excavation, when you pull those old wounds into the light, you finally stop being controlled by them. You don't need to keep proving you're strong. You just are. So next time life knocks you off balance, pause. Don't just try to survive the moment. Study it. Ask what it's revealing about your expectations, your identity, your attachments. Use it, because that's what a Stoic does. They don't avoid the fire. They walk through it and come out clearer, quieter, and far more dangerous in their calm. In the end, the strongest people aren't the ones who've avoided pain. They're the ones who've made peace with it, who've stitched it into their philosophy, who've let it deepen their understanding rather than narrow their heart. And that's the kind of clarity that can't be taken away, because it wasn't built in comfort. It was forged in the places most people run from. Most people react to life like it's happening in fast forward. They move from one event to the next, one decision to the next, barely pausing to examine the context or the consequences. Everything becomes immediate. Everything is urgent. But clarity doesn't live in urgency. It lives in depth. It lives in the ability to pause, take a breath, and ask not just what's happening right now, but what's beneath it, behind it, and beyond it. Clear thinking isn't about seeing more, it's about seeing through. When something happens, an insult, a failure, an opportunity, most people stop at the surface. They react to the moment, as if the moment is all that exists. But beneath that moment are layers. There's the emotional layer, how it feels. There's the social layer, how others might interpret it. There's the strategic layer, what it means tomorrow, next week, next year. And then there's the moral layer, how it aligns or conflicts with your values. Thinking with layered vision is the discipline of noticing all of it before you act. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's layered vision. It's seeing a rude comment not just as disrespect, but as a reflection of someone else's struggle, or a mirror for your own sensitivity. It's not overthinking, it's depth thinking. It's the refusal to let the obvious blind you to the subtle. Most people only ever see the obvious. We scroll through headlines and form opinions. We hear someone's tone and assume intent. We receive a message and immediately jump to conclusion. But the world is rarely that simple. The clearest thinkers are rarely the loudest or the fastest. They're the ones who've trained themselves to sit with complexity, to digest before deciding, to resist the urge for quick certainty. They're the ones who ask, "What am I not seeing here?" Slowing down is an act of rebellion in a world addicted to speed, and yet slowing down is the only way to actually see. To think clearly, you have to zoom out. You have to ask how this moment fits into the larger pattern. You have to recognize that every decision you make echoes. That silence today might protect your peace next week. That walking away now might create space for something more aligned later. That restraint in the moment might earn you deeper respect in the long run. People often mistake quickness for intelligence, but depth is what changes the game. Depth is what allows you to say, "I understand this situation," not just react to it. It gives you foresight. It gives you options. It gives you power that isn't loud or flashy, but stable. And that kind of power can't be taken easily because it wasn't built on impulse. Layered vision means training your mind to see consequences before they arrive. It means thinking not just about what someone did, but why they did it. Not just what the opportunity looks like now, but what it might become under pressure. Not just what you feel, but what created the feeling. And then asking if the reaction you're about to offer is in alignment with the person you're becoming. This kind of thinking takes practice. At first, it can feel unnatural. It can feel like overanalyzing. But over time, It becomes second nature. You start asking different questions. You stop being pulled into emotional traps. You notice patterns in people and situations faster. You learn to anticipate, to sense, to interpret. And most importantly, you learn to hold space between stimulus and response. That's where clarity lives, in the pause. When you think with layered vision, your actions become intentional. You stop falling into old loops. You don't just do what feels good. You do what's right. You don't just say what's easiest. You say what's necessary. You don't just pursue what's available. You pursue what's aligned. And suddenly, life starts to feel less chaotic. Not because it's easier, but because you're no longer ruled by what's immediate. Imagine someone who insults you in public. A surface thinker reacts instantly. Anger, defense, retaliation. But a layered thinker slows down. They see the insecurity in the insult. They see the people watching. They see the long-term cost of reacting emotionally. They see that silence here might earn them more respect than any clever comeback ever could. And so they choose differently. Not because they're passive, but because they're aware of the deeper game. This isn't about being robotic. It's not about removing emotion from your decisions. It's about letting your emotions inform your actions, not control them. Emotions are valuable, but they're first drafts. Layered thinkers edit before they publish. They don't ignore their reactions. They examine them. They ask, where is this coming from? What else is true here? What's the wisest move? Not just the most satisfying one. Thinking with depth doesn't mean you'll always make the perfect choice, but it means your choices will be rooted, considered, and authentic. And that consistency is rare. In a world driven by reaction, the person who moves with calm clarity becomes magnetic, trusted, respected, not because they talk the most, but because when they speak, they've already listened. When they act, they've already thought. Layered vision is about becoming harder to manipulate. When you see through the surface, bait doesn't work. You don't rise to every provocation. You don't chase every opportunity. You don't panic when plans shift. You adjust. You recalibrate. You keep your vision intact. That's clarity, not the absence of challenge, but the refusal to be distorted by it. In the end, thinking clearly isn't about knowing all the answers. It's about knowing how to think, when to pause, what to question, and what to trust. And trust should be earned, especially when it comes to your own impulses. Don't just trust your first thought. Interrogate it. Don't just accept what's obvious. Question it. Don't just react. Reflect. This world will keep pulling you towards speed, noise, urgency. It will tempt you to respond quickly, decide hastily, move without thinking. But you can resist. You can pause. You can see. And in that seeing, you reclaim something rare, your depth, your ability to move through life with vision, not just motion. And that clarity changes everything. Most people walk through life with minds wide open, not in the enlightened sense, but in the vulnerable, unguarded way. Every voice is allowed in. Every comment gets a reaction. Every opinion becomes a weight on the scale. And before they even realize it, they're no longer thinking for themselves. Their mind has become public property, an open hallway for every passing belief, fear, and trend. But clarity, the kind that anchors you, steadies you, doesn't come from exposure. It comes from ownership. To own your mind is not to shut it off. It's not to block everything out and hide in isolation. It's to be discerning, selective, intentional. It means declaring, this mind is mine, not for sale, not up for auction to the loudest influencer, or the angriest comment, or the fastest trend. And that kind of clarity, that's not passive, it's earned, it's enforced, it's lived. Because the world will try every single day to lease space in your head, and it's your job to decide what gets in and what never should have been allowed to begin with. You can feel when your mind doesn't belong to you. You become restless, reactive, easily swayed. Your opinions shift with the algorithm. Your self-worth gets tied to feedback loops. Your direction bends to whoever shouts the most convincing story. Suddenly, you're not living, you're being lived. You're not thinking, you're being thought through. And that erosion of self doesn't come with fireworks. It's quiet, subtle. It feels like compromise, like going along, like being open-minded. Until one day, you can't even hear your own voice through the noise. Clarity isn't just a mental state. It's a line in the sand, a boundary, a sacred refusal. It says, no one gets to tell me who I am unless I agree. That doesn't mean you don't listen. It doesn't mean you ignore wisdom, but it means you don't absorb everything blindly. You don't let someone's urgency become your timeline. You don't let their judgment become your truth. You listen like a gatekeeper. You observe like a strategist. You decide with your own hands on the wheel. Carl Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And he was right, because full ownership means taking responsibility for what your mind becomes. No more blaming others for confusion. No more pointing fingers at the culture or the critics or the noise. When your mind is yours, so is your clarity. And that's a weight most people avoid. It's easier to follow, easier to outsource. But clarity isn't ease, it's strength. And strength has a cost. A mind that isn't owned is always chasing. Approval, status, distraction. It's always running, never arriving. But when your mind belongs to you, something shifts. You stop flinching. You stop over-explaining. You stop rushing to justify every move. You move cleanly, deliberately. And in that steadiness, the world doesn't pull you off course. It watches you find your own. That kind of movement doesn't just influence people. It inspires them. Because most have forgotten what it looks like to move from the inside out. You don't need everyone to understand you. You don't need the world to clap. You just need to be clear. Clear about your direction. Clear about your values. Clear about what thoughts belong in your inner sanctuary and which ones never make it past the gate. This isn't stubbornness. It's sovereignty. And in a world that profits from confusion, mental sovereignty is rebellion. It's saying, I will not be another echo. I will not be another puppet for agendas I don't even understand. I will live by design, not default. And when you begin to live like this, distractions lose their grip. Manipulators lose their leverage. Approval stops tasting like oxygen. You're no longer performing. You're present. You're no longer guessing. You're grounded. Even in chaos, you can return to center because you've built one. Even in doubt, you can trust yourself because you've earned it. Not through perfection, but through the quiet practice of returning to your truth again and again, no matter how loud the world gets. Owning your mind also means learning to sit with silence. Not the silence of disinterest, but the silence of strength. The ability to pause without panicking, to observe without reacting, to think without immediately announcing. That stillness is where clarity sharpens, where identity roots, where conviction forms. You don't owe the world your thoughts every time it demands them. Sometimes the clearest mind is the quietest in the room. When you guard your mental space, you stop treating every opinion like an emergency. Not every criticism needs a defense. Not every invitation needs a yes. Not every challenge is yours to fight. Owning your mind is knowing when to engage and when to walk away, when to speak and when to stay silent, when to wait and when to move with force. And that discernment, that's where clarity breathes. Not in reacting to everything, but in responding to what matters. You'll still make mistakes. You'll still be wrong sometimes. But at least it'll be your mistake, your lesson. your growth. There is a dignity in that, a deep peace in knowing that even when things don't work out, you didn't betray yourself in the process. You didn't sell your attention to the highest bidder. You didn't move from fear or impulse or manipulation. You moved because you were clear. And if that clarity leads to pain, it also leads to freedom, and eventually to wisdom. The clearest thinkers aren't the ones with the most information. They're the ones with the strongest filters, the ones who've stopped letting everyone else narrate their life. The ones who've realized that confusion isn't just a lack of answers, it's an overload of noise. And once they cut through the noise, what's left isn't just silence, it's power. Clean, quiet, unshakable power. The kind that moves differently, the kind that doesn't ask for permission. So start drawing the line. Start listening for your voice underneath the world's expectations. Start asking, is this thought mine? Is this fear borrowed? Is this goal even real? You'll be surprised how many of your beliefs were never yours to begin with. How many of your doubts were planted by people who never wanted you to think for yourself. But the moment you reclaim your mind, you become dangerous in the best possible way. Not aggressive, not reactive, but centered, independent, clear. And clarity, once truly owned, doesn't ask for the world to follow. It simply walks and watches who keeps up. You were never meant to be a prisoner of noise. Your mind was built to be a sanctuary. Guard it like your life depends on it, because it does. The world doesn't reward the loudest voice or the kindest heart. It rewards the one who learns how to think clearly while others panic, the one who plans in silence while others chase noise. You don't rise by accident. You rise because you understand what moves people, and more importantly, what moves you. Strategy isn't just a skill, it's a way of seeing. It's recognizing that control doesn't begin with power over others. It begins with mastering the storm within. And that's where most people fail. Not because they're weak, but because they've never been taught how to build a mind that doesn't flinch, doesn't chase, doesn't fold. There's a reason the Stoics spoke so often of clarity, detachment, and self-discipline, because the battle is never truly outside you. It's always internal first. And if you can win there, if you can anchor yourself in reason when others drown in emotion, the rest of the world becomes a board you calmly navigate. If you're the kind of person who's done being pulled by chaos, who's ready to start designing a life with clarity, control, and purpose, then please subscribe for you, because every step forward is a quiet rebellion against everything trying to keep you small. True strategy doesn't shout. It doesn't beg for attention or announce itself with noise. It begins in the quiet corners of your mind, where no one is watching, where no one is praising you, where no one even knows you're working. That silence, the one most people are uncomfortable sitting with, is exactly where clarity begins to grow. When you allow yourself to sit still, to observe without needing to react, you begin to see what others miss. Most people spend their lives trying to be seen, trying to be heard, rushing to act without knowing why. But the strategist moves differently. You don't act just because something triggers you. You pause, you examine, you wait until the truth reveals itself, not through noise, but through pattern. And in a world that moves too fast to think, the one who slows down becomes the one who controls the pace of everything else. You don't just react to what life throws at you. You study it. You study people, their words, their habits, their inconsistencies. And in doing so, you start to understand them better than they understand themselves. Power isn't always about force. Sometimes it's about becoming so aware that your very presence unsettles people, because they know you see what they're trying to hide. But this kind of perception doesn't come from rushing or from noise. It's built in the dark, in the quiet, when you're sitting with your thoughts while everyone else is busy distracting themselves. That's the blueprint. The world wants you loud and impulsive, but real control comes from being the one person who knows exactly when to speak and when to stay silent. And when you begin to train your mind this way, you stop wasting energy on things that don't matter. You stop responding to every opinion, every provocation, every minor inconvenience, because you realize what deserves your attention is rare. What requires a response is even rarer. The strategist understands this. They know that not everything is worth addressing. Not every battle is worth fighting. Because when your mind is clear, you don't just see the fight in front of you, you see 5 moves ahead. You think like a sculptor, not a brawler. Every word, every gesture, every decision is deliberate. You're not in the game to play harder, you're here to play smarter. There's a quiet kind of power that comes from knowing your next 10 moves before you make the first one. It makes you calm, because nothing surprises you. It makes you disciplined, because you don't need to prove anything. It makes you feared, because people can't predict you. They can't rattle you. They don't know what you're thinking, and that unknown becomes your shield. And when you move, it's not rushed, it's precise. Like the way a storm gathers before it strikes, silent but certain. You don't chase momentum, you build it. You don't grab at power, you design it. This design begins within, not with domination over others, but with mastery over your own impulses, fears, and distractions. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength." That calm doesn't appear magically. It's forged through discipline. It's the result of countless moments when you chose to think instead of speak, to wait instead of rush, to watch instead of react. And when you live that way long enough, you start to feel a shift. You're not the same person anymore. You're not trying to keep up. You're deciding the pace. You're not trying to impress. You're focused on impact. Most people want control, but they've never taken the time to study what control really is. It's not the loudest person in the room. It's the one who understands what everyone else is missing. The one who knows what motivates people, what scares them, what they'll deny. And to get there, you have to be willing to spend time in that mental space no one else wants to visit, where nothing is certain, where patience is tested, where silence is your only companion. But if you can stay there long enough, something changes. You start to see the world less emotionally, more structurally, less about what should be and more about what is. You trade comfort for vision, and in that exchange you gain something few ever will, command of your own reality. Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." The strategist is the one who sees that order, not just outside, but inside themselves. They don't ignore chaos, they decipher it. They don't run from confusion, they translate it. And through that process, they sharpen their awareness like a blade. Eventually, you reach a place where your calm becomes unsettling to others, where your ability to stay grounded when others panic becomes your leverage. That's not arrogance, that's earned composure. You begin to trust your instincts, not because they're wild guesses, but because they've been trained in solitude, in repetition, in failure, and in study. You're not chasing certainty anymore. You've built it within, and from that foundation, you operate. Every move you make carries weight, not because it's loud, but because it's intentional. And in a world built on distraction, the person who moves with intention becomes a force, not because they're feared, but because they are respected, not because they dominate others, but because they've mastered themselves. That's what the silent blueprint of power really is. It's not a checklist, it's not a tactic, it's a way of seeing, a way of being, a way of training your mind to function in a world that wants you emotional, impulsive, and lost. But you're not here to be swept away by the noise. You're here to be the one who sees clearly, acts wisely, and builds slowly. Because when your foundation is rooted in silence, in strategy, in deep understanding, you don't need to shout to be heard. Your presence speaks long before your words ever do. Emotion is loud. It rises like a wave, fast, overwhelming, and urgent. It demands a response, pushes for immediate action, insists that something be said, something be done. But that urgency is not truth. It's not clarity. It's a test. And those who don't recognize that are constantly led by what they feel instead of what they know. The strategist, the warrior. They understand this difference. They feel the same storm that others do. They just don't become it. They don't let the noise dictate the movement, because power doesn't lie in having no emotion. It lies in having the discipline not to be ruled by it. To live strategically is to walk into every situation already aware that emotion will try to hijack you. It will try to blur your vision, rush your choices, cloud your judgment. That's why preparation matters. That's why stillness is practiced. So that when emotion shows up, it finds no seat at the table. You acknowledge it, you don't deny it, but you never hand it the reins. Because the moment you do, your power becomes scattered. You lose the ability to see clearly. You forget what the long game looks like. And in the space where you should be moving with purpose, you're reacting with confusion. The Stoics never claimed to be unfeeling. They never sought to cut out the heart. What they mastered was the ability to choose which feelings deserved action. You may not control what triggers the emotion, but you always control what you do with it. If someone insults you, you don't need to respond. If a situation feels tense, you don't need to force clarity. If fear shows up, you don't need to run. The disciplined mind knows when to act and when to sit still. And sometimes, silence is the most strategic response you can offer. People often think strength looks like force, like intensity. But the strongest people you'll ever meet are the ones who look calm in chaos. They're the ones who don't argue just to defend themselves. They don't explain themselves just to feel understood. They don't perform to prove their worth. They move with such clarity that explanation becomes unnecessary. That kind of presence doesn't come from ego. It comes from emotional control. When you no longer seek to escape the discomfort of feeling, you become unshakable. You can look someone in the eye while your heart is racing and still speak with precision. You can feel insulted and still choose to hold your ground without retaliation. You can be scared and still move forward with intention. You've probably experienced it yourself. The moment you snapped and regretted it. The time you rushed into something because you were afraid to wait. The apology you made after realizing you acted out of emotion, not reason. Those aren't failures, they're lessons, and they point to something important. That power without emotional discipline is unstable. It wobbles, it leaks. But when you begin to practice this awareness, when you start catching your reactions, noticing your triggers, sitting with your discomfort, you start to reclaim control, not just over situations, but over yourself. And once you do that, everything changes. Conversations slow down. Reactions feel optional. You become aware of the energy in the room, but not swallowed by it. You see people trying to provoke you, and instead of getting drawn in, you observe. You watch the patterns. You collect information. And then when the time is right, you move. Not from emotion, but from clarity. That movement hits different. It doesn't just get a result. It earns respect. Because everyone else is still caught in the tide of their feelings, and you've already stepped onto solid ground. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop being your feelings. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." When your emotions are unconscious, unexamined and unchecked, you end up building your life around them. You choose partners based on fear of being alone. You take jobs based on fear of failure. You argue because of pride, withdraw because of shame, run because of guilt. But when you bring them into the light, when you study what they're saying, when you understand where they come from, they stop leading. They start informing. And from there, you can build something solid. Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. That truth is timeless, because no matter how chaotic the world becomes, no matter how unpredictable people can be, your power begins the moment you choose your reaction. That choice is your edge. That discipline is your freedom. And once you've built that within, no one can take it from you. Not their opinions, not their approval, not their attacks. You move through the world like someone who knows what they're doing, someone who doesn't flinch, someone who sees clearly. And when others lose their balance, you remain centered, because you've trained for this, not in fire, but in stillness, not in panic, but in discipline. And that kind of strength doesn't fade. It deepens, it sharpens, it becomes who you are. People often confuse chaos with power. They see loudness, quick reactions, big movements, and assume there must be strength behind them. But that's not strength, it's noise. And noise is what the world trains you to respond to. But the warrior knows better. Real power doesn't come from how much space you take up. It comes from how still you can remain when everything around you tries to shake you. There's something deeply unnerving about the kind of person who doesn't flinch. Someone who can sit in discomfort, in tension, and not be moved unless they decide to move. That's not passivity, that's command. You see it sometimes, people who walk into a room and instantly alter the energy without saying a word. It's not because they're intimidating, it's because their calm is loud. It sends a message that says, I am not here to be swayed, I am here to stay centered. And that kind of energy pulls attention without asking for it. Most people think being a warrior is about how hard you hit, but it's really about how stable you remain. It's about training your presence to be so still, so grounded, that others instinctively second-guess any attempt to challenge it, because they feel what you've mastered internally, even before you speak. And this isn't something you inherit, it's something you build, through discipline, through hardship, through choosing again and again not to be baited into reaction. It's easy to yell, easy to respond, easy to get pulled into every battle you're invited to. But the warrior's calm is built in the decision to let 10 provocations pass without engaging, because you know not every conflict deserves your attention. You don't just protect your peace, you weaponize it. You let it create uncertainty in others. They can't tell what you're thinking. They can't read your face. They can't pull you out of position. And that unreadability becomes your shield. Stoicism isn't about suppression. It's about expression through discipline. Marcus Aurelius said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. That's what the warrior's calm recognizes. The situation is never what breaks you. It's how you internalize it. And once you understand that, you stop being reactive to every sharp word, every delay, every misunderstanding. You start observing instead of absorbing. And from that place, your actions become sharper, cleaner, more impactful, because they're not cluttered by confusion or ego. A true warrior knows that real strength lies in precision, not performance. And when your internal state is calm, your movements become deliberate. You don't overextend. You don't rush. You wait for the right moment, and when it comes, you don't hesitate. That's the difference between dominance and desperation. Desperation moves frantically. Dominance moves with timing. Calm allows you to see that timing. It gives you the clarity to strike once, cleanly, and walk away without the need to prove anything further. Carl Jung once said, "Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness." The word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. That's a reminder that calm doesn't mean blind optimism or emotional detachment. It means balance. It means being aware of what you feel but not enslaved by it. It means knowing the darkness exists, but not letting it define your identity. The warrior's calm is not about pretending bad things don't happen. It's about knowing you will not be broken by them when they do. There's a kind of psychological gravity that forms when you walk through life without the constant need to explain, defend, or impress. It doesn't mean you don't care. It means you've chosen what to care about. It means your time and energy are not freely available. They're earned. That energy, when others sense it, makes them pause. It creates distance. Not because you're pushing people away, but because your energy communicates boundaries. And those boundaries, rooted in calm, demand respect without saying a word. Aristotle believed that excellence is a habit, not an act. And that's exactly what the warrior's calm becomes. A habit. A daily choice to remain grounded in a world addicted to noise. When others are rushing to react, you are breathing deeply. When the moment heats up, you cool it down, not for show, but because you know that your strength doesn't need to be loud to be real. The discipline it takes to stay calm in high-pressure moments is one of the rarest forms of mastery. And when you carry it long enough, it stops being something you have to think about. It becomes who you are. Imagine how much energy you could save by not being pulled into every emotional current. Imagine how many mistakes you could avoid if you just paused, breathed, and responded when you were ready, not when your feelings told you to. That's the advantage. And over time, it compounds. You become more efficient, more respected, more trusted, because people know you won't spiral, you won't overreact. You'll think, you'll listen, and when you do speak, it matters. Seneca wrote, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Calm is not the absence of adversity. It's proof that you've learned how to face it without folding. And that proof becomes your presence. It becomes the thing people notice before you even speak. It becomes the reason people trust you in chaos and look to you in crisis. So when you carry calm, don't second guess it. Don't shrink it to make others more comfortable. Understand what it communicates, understand what it protects, and understand what it builds. The world doesn't need more reaction. It needs more reflection. It needs people who can stand in the fire and not become it. People who can feel the weight of conflict and still walk with grace. That's the warrior. Not the loudest one in the room, but the most grounded. The one who walks with silence and leaves others echoing in the space they no longer control. There's a reason the most powerful minds in history withdrew before they moved. Because clarity doesn't come from noise, it comes from stillness. And in a world where everyone is trying to be seen, to be heard, to be validated, stepping away feels unnatural. But that's exactly why it works. Intentional isolation isn't about running from the world. It's about rising above its distractions. It's a deliberate pause, a conscious separation from everything pulling at your attention, so you can finally hear your own thoughts again. You don't find vision in the crowd. You find compromise. You don't find yourself surrounded by constant voices. You lose yourself trying to match them. But when you step away, not out of rejection but out of purpose, something shifts. Your vision sharpens. Your mind calms. And suddenly, everything you were chasing begins to come into focus. Isolation is not emptiness, it's refinement. You don't need to constantly announce your progress. You don't need to document every step or share every win. Some things grow best in silence. Some victories are sharpened in shadows, and the person who learns to thrive in solitude learns to stop relying on validation. They begin to generate momentum from within. That's real independence. Not just doing things on your own, but becoming someone who doesn't need the world to tell them who they are. Solitude teaches you to be your own source of focus, motivation, and truth. And once you've tasted that kind of power, you stop seeking approval from people who don't even know where they're going. Carl Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that kind of becoming doesn't happen in crowds. It doesn't happen in noise. It happens when you walk away long enough to remember what matters. And in that quiet space, you begin to separate yourself from the chaos of the world. Not because you're better, but because you're building something deeper. When everyone is busy reacting, you're still. When everyone's lost in trends, you're returning to principle. When everyone's looking outward, you're turning inward, not to escape, but to sharpen. You train your focus like a blade. You learn to protect it. You learn to direct it. And eventually it becomes so sharp, so intentional, that nothing unnecessary can survive your attention anymore. Solitude is the architect of depth. It's the place where shallow goals die and meaningful ones are born. You stop chasing things just because others are chasing them. You stop accepting the life handed to you by the crowd and start crafting the life you actually want. There's power in that. There's peace in that. And there's responsibility.
Alright. Gotta check my phone.